and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including counting that's begun for the 40 seats of Mizoram. We also have Sam Daniel joining us to get us the latest on the cyclone that's brewing at sea and causing very heavy rainfall. Sam, many areas inundated already.
That's right. Chennai has been receiving heavy rainfall over the last 24 hours, Divya. And since past midnight or early this morning, it's very intense. In fact, over the last 24 hours, Chennai's Meenambakkam received 196 millimeters of rain and Nungambakkam 154.3 millimeters of rain.
Sam, we'll get you, we'll come back to you for all the details. But first, let's get you the headlines. Now, counting begins for the 40 seats of Mizoram. The counting was supposed to happen on Sunday, along with Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Telangana, but deferred by a day. Now, after results have been declared in the other states except for Mizoram, the decision who is going to be the chief minister. Now, the Congress is to hold a legislature party meet in Hyderabad with Revant Reddy as the front-runner in Hyderabad. But the BJP will soon decide on who's going to be taking up that top job, whether it comes to Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh. BJP state tally at 12 and the Congress down to 3, a hat-trick. That's a guarantee for 2024 is what Prime Minister Modi is saying. And Parliament's winter session begins today. A stormy start to the Parliament session likely with the ethics panel to table the report on Mahua Moitra. And the cyclone that's brewing at sea is intensifying. A severe cyclone is expected to make landfall tomorrow in Andhra Pradesh between Nellore and Machilapatnam. But heavy showers have started in Tamil Nadu, which is why a public holiday has been declared in 4 districts. Let's get to our top story about the cyclone that's brewing at sea called Migdrom, named by Myanmar, meaning strength or resilience. The storm is intensifying while it stays at sea as a very severe cyclone is expected to make landfall tomorrow in Andhra Pradesh between Nellore and Machilapatnam. Very heavy showers have started in Tamil Nadu, which is why a public holiday has been declared in 4 districts, which includes Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram, as well as Chengalpattu. Now, severe cyclone will be making that landfall. Like I said, this is the time. And of course, when we talk about the time of landfall, it's going to pack in wind speed gusting to about 110 kmph. The storm surge would be about 1 to 1.5 meters is what is being predicted. Now, very heavy showers are expected, which is why the NDRF teams have been deployed. 21 teams of the NDRF are already there on standby for rescue and relief operations. 121 multiple purpose centers and 4,967 relief camps with all basic amenities are in place as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. In Chennai alone, 162 relief centers are ready. And we also have 714 water pumps that are ready for use in low-lying areas. Low-lying areas will be the ones impacted the most. And when we talk about about 1,500 workers are on standby. A stock of more than 3 lakh electricity poles is part of the inventory. To get more on the situation on the ground, we have Sam joining us. Sam, many areas inundated already. We can take a look, visuals on our screen showing the kind of damage you spoke about. More than 190 millimeters of rainfall that's been recorded in one particular area alone. What's the kind of rainfall that we're expecting? What's the kind of impact that we're expecting of this cyclone which is still brewing at sea?
Well, Divya, Met officials say it could be in the range of around 20 centimeters. Already over the last 24 hours, Chennai's Meenambakkam received 196 millimeters and Chennai's Nungambakkam received 153 centimeters, and this is only going to increase over time. I come to you from the Thiruvanmiyur area, closer to the sea in Chennai, and this is what you see here. The entire street is inundated. In fact, the car you see here is the water has touched almost 3/4 of the wheel, and this is the scene almost in all pockets of Chennai. The car parking area here, this is the situation here. And in many low-lying areas, there are reports of waters entering homes as well. But authorities say they're doing their best to make sure the situation is mitigated soon. They have deployed more than 500 pumps in low-lying areas. But even the newly built stormwater drains are unable to handle this volume of water. Authorities say the moment the rains stop in a matter of 2 hours, many parts of the city will get relief. But the Met Office says this rain would continue at least till early this evening. They project the cyclone Migjom to leave or move away from Tamil Nadu coast of this afternoon and would make its crossing or landing between Nellore and Machilipatnam tomorrow around noon. So all these coastal districts in Tamil Nadu, particularly Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram, Chengalpattu, Nagapattinam, Kadalur will receive very heavy rainfall. As we speak now, more than 4,000 shelters have been kept ready in these coastal areas. Around 700 people have already been moved from pockets, low-lying pockets in Tiruvallur, Chengalpattu and Chennai. And Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who reviewed the situation, says dozens of both NDRF and SDRF teams are in place. They've advised people not to step out unless it's absolutely necessary, not to go to their terrace, not to take shelter under the trees, and to make sure they only follow reliable official news updates in terms of the weather situation. It's a public holiday for all these 4 districts in Chennai, Kanchipuram, Chengalpattu and Tiruvallur. Private companies have also been asked to allow their workers to work from home so that the need for people to step out would be less. As we speak now, one metro station, the St. Thomas Mount metro station, there authorities say water has entered the parking lot. They advise people not to alight in this particular station. Although the bus services around many parts of Chennai have come under a sheet of water, authorities are keeping a close watch. Till now, the situation is under control. Many pockets are also without electricity. Divya.
Right, many trains have been affected as well, and major damage expected to thatched houses. Huts, rooftops may blow off, unattached metal sheets may fly. Possibilities of damage to vulnerable structure, breaking of tree branches, uprooting of large avenue trees, damage to power and communication lines, as well as Kacha and Pakka roads, damage to crops as well as orchards. So warning of flash flood and closure of underpasses mainly in the urban areas. Visibility is likely to get affected. Disruption of traffic, of course, due to those visuals that you saw on your screen of waterlogging and squally winds. So when we talk about the wind speed, could be gusting to about 100 kmph, and I'm talking about the time of landfall. But for now, we can see, the kind of rainfall that we are seeing, it could cause landslides and mudslides, and the system could result in heavy showers, not just in Tamil Nadu, but also Odisha. The Prime Minister has spoken with the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister and said, he has assured him of all kind of help and has also directed top officials to ensure all possible help is extended to the state. Well, that's the latest that we have on the cyclone. Let's go across to my colleague Veera, who has all the news from Mizoram.
Well, all the focus now on the northeast. Mizoram election results coming out thick and fast. Well, remember, 40 assembly constituencies there. Zoramthanga's Mizo National Front is the party in power, the incumbent. But the Zoram People's Movement seems to be getting the initial leads in its favors. There you have it on your screens. 21 in favor of the ZPM. 11 for the Mizo National Front. Remember, the ZPM won 8 seats in 2018 with a 23% vote share. Obviously identified with several fascinating figures, as our analysts have pointed out, including 2016 Footballer of the Year, one of the candidates for the ZPM, JJ Lapeklua, former Indian footballer there, who's contesting there on a ZPM ticket. Of course, Laldu Homa, the former IPS officer, considered one of the main faces of that party. ZPM there getting 21 leads at the moment. The Mizo National Front, as I said, of Chief Minister Zoramthanga is struggling at 11 seats. Obviously, the Congress has 6 seats there coming on your screens there. It's fascinating, interesting. Ratnadeep Chaudhary, my colleague who tracks the Northeast very closely, joining us. Ratnadeep, as we've been pointing out, constituencies are as small as 25,000 voters in some cases. It's the margins of victory are usually really thin in Mizoram. The initial leads and trends suggest about 21 in favor of the ZPM and 11 in favor of the MNF. That's what we're flashing on the screens. Do you see this going down the wire, or do you pick up an early emerging trend that we can sort of expect to solidify?
Well, these trends that are coming in are from postal ballot, the round one. So these are the initial trends, but this perhaps might give us an indication which way the results would go, because in past that I have reported polls in Mizoram, we have seen that usually the initial trend keeps continuing in Mizoram. So if we go by that, that analogy, then perhaps this is going to give us a trend which might continue further. And if it continues further, then the ZPM might be able to cross the magic figure, just like what MNF did 5 years back, and might be able to form the government for the first time. But it is too early to say this, because these are only trends that also after round one of postal ballots. So we'll have to wait and watch. As you have rightly pointed out, the base is very small. In some constituencies, you have less than 25,000 voters. The margin of victory is at times less than 500 votes, less than 400 votes. So therefore, as each of the round proceeds, we might see some changes there. But this is the trend that we are seeing now is what people have been also talking about. So this is going in the predicted way, at least in terms of the local media circle. They also had predicted in the that the ZPM would have early leads and would emerge as the single largest party. Now, talking about the significance of this is the fact that the kind of campaign ZPM has done, not only in the run-up to the elections, but ever since they emerged in the last election as a joint political platform of smaller parties, and they relegated the Congress from the main opposition position as well. Remember, the Congress was in power till 2018, and after the comprehensive victory of Zoramthanga-led MNF, the Congress could not consolidate in its role as main opposition or build up. Rather, its cadre base shifted to the ZPM. The ZPM organized itself. It organized itself into a registered party, and this just goes to show that there is space for new regional parties in the northeast. If you consider what we saw earlier this year in the Tripura election, we saw a new party, Tipra Motha party, emerge just before the election, and they actually become the second largest party after the BJP. In the same way here, we see that the ZPM is actually eating into both Congress and the MNF vote share. And last year, it was able to get about 23-24% vote, but could not translate it into numbers in the sense that it won 8 seats. But the Congress actually, after getting more votes than ZPM, got less seats. So therefore, with a small base, the vote share perhaps does not matter much. But what matters is the fact that the amount of vote the ZPM will be able to take away from the MNF. Remember, MNF is a party born out of the Mizo national movement. So there is a sentiment attached to it. And in fact, the old guards in the society still root for the MNF. But what is important here is the 62% voters in the age group of 18 to 40. They are the decision makers, and they are talking about a better governance. And the wave that we saw that ZPM was trying to create was based on young voters. However, the ZPM's base is in the urban areas. If they will have to finally win in Mizoram, they will have to break the bases of the Congress and the MNF in the rural areas. How much they have been able to do that, we'll get to know in a couple of hours. But that is the key. And for the BJP, they are hopeful of increasing their tally. At this moment, it does not look like. But if the BJP is able to increase the tally, Congress increases the tally, and then the national parties actually will become the minor players with the regional parties here in Mizoram. So in the rest of Northeast, the national parties are the major players and the regional parties are the minor players. But this is the opposite scene here in Mizoram, because here two regional parties have been fighting each other, and ZPM, a very new party, talks about an alternative politics, and it seems at this moment people at this moment the trend suggests that they are actually leading this race to power.
Okay, Ratnadeep, we'll keep coming back to you. It's a close battle. It doesn't matter the numbers. Ultimately, the consequence is a state government. And hence the political import is as important. The perception battle as far as the national picture is concerned is extremely important. The numbers is just one part of the exercise. As you are pointing out, we now have 20 initial leads for the ZPM, 12 for the MNF, 6 for the Congress. I'm also joined by a special panel. Karuna Gopal, BJP National In Charge, Women Policies and Research, joins us from New Delhi. Also with me, Sanjay Hazarika, perhaps arguably the most renowned expert on the Northeast, a fascinating observer of the Northeast author, joins us there. So thank you for joining us. We also have Sujata Paul, the spokesperson of the Congress, joining us here. First, Mr. Hazarika, I just want to understand, can you just explain to the national audience the consequence and the ZPM story, really? It's another fascinating story, because when you look at candidates, and I was just noticing there was so much focus about Mohammad Azharuddin contesting from Jubilee Hills in Hyderabad, but here you have the All India Footballer of the Year 2016 and a national footballer contesting for the ZPM there in Mizoram. A fascinating story of that party as well.
Thanks a lot, and good morning to everybody. Actually, sports has a very large role in Mizoram, especially after the insurgency and the end of the conflict between New Delhi and the Mizo National Front. Sports became one of the areas through which younger people could find their calling in a way and purpose. And if you look at the Indian team today, there are a number of young players from Mizoram, Manipur, and Nagaland. Sometimes one or two from Meghalaya also. So that is a very major, substantial factor in driving sort of agendas and inspiring people and encouraging them to aspire and so on. That's one. I think the other thing that I would point out is that in Mizoram, we also have a very high turnout. And that doesn't just, it's not just because of the high education and so on, it's just that people are interested in providing a platform for those that they want to see in power. The MNF is suffering from what I would call a double whammy. One is the fact of it being an incumbent, and the incumbent changes every 5 years, but now there is nobody like the Congress which can step in, because the Congress, frankly, it doesn't have the leadership it had 5 years ago under Lal Thanhawala, who was the longest serving chief minister, 25 years. And the ZPM has very adroitly filled that gap by drawing on younger people for its, not just younger people, for its cadres and supporters and candidates, but also showing that there are people there with a known experience of leadership and delivery. So I think these various factors have played a role in what you're seeing today. Although, as Ratnadi pointed out, it's very, very early days.
Right, it's very early days. And as you point out, and I think
for early hours, sorry.
We may have to wait a couple of hours like we have. It may go down to the wire. Who knows how these results play out. At the moment on your screen, sir, 20 leads for the ZPM, that's the Zoram People's Movement, 13 for the Mizo National Front, 6 and BJP. Before I get to our political guests, my one quick question to you. Would you believe then the defining feature of this election is the old guard? Because on the one hand, you have a leader who was underground, part of the rebels at one point of time, who comes out, integrates with the mainstream, balancing act in Zoramthanga between national politics as well as regional pressures. On the other hand, you have the young guard coming up. So is this a battle between the young and the old in Mizoram?
I don't think it's as clear-cut as that. I think it's a move, a shift towards people who they think are more representative of them.
Right.
Because, for instance, one of the major issues in Mizoram is not restricted to the urban areas. In the rural areas, there's a lot of impoverishment and real challenges for farmers. And that has been one of the main things that the ZPM has been driving for the past year. You know, it's been consistent. It's named its candidates months ago before anybody else did. So that has given it an advantage, shall we say.
Interesting points there. We'll keep close track of those results. Of course, right now it's 19 to 14. 19 for the ZPM, 14 for the MNF. We'll have to wait for this to be over till it's over, like in several of the elections, but especially given the small numbers there, the lesser numbers there, it may go down to the wire. We'll keep focusing on that. But Karuna Gopal, ma'am, in terms of the larger national perception, you had an emphatic win in the Hindi heartland yesterday. Southern India seems to be a trouble spot for the BJP. In terms of the larger national perception, the fact that this is coming in the backdrop of the Manipur issue, how important is Mizoram and what would the party be looking at specifically?
Raghav, good morning to you. First of all, looking at Mizoram, I don't think we should look at Mizoram in isolation ever. We have to look at Mizoram as a wholesome northeastern state where in the last few years, most of the states have come our way. We formed governments, and in maybe 2 states we are playing the minority role. But notwithstanding that, we have shown our clout and we are working very closely with the northeastern states. So I'll give you quickly why we believe that we will be a decisive factor in the Mizoram elections is, first of all, the larger picture, as you said, it's not just the Hindi heartland. Our Prime Minister ensured the actual integration of Northeast with the country. He has not just built infrastructure connecting northeastern states among themselves and also with the mainland. He has ensured an emotional bonding. So today, when you go to Northeast, which I travel, my work takes me there, I find enormous amount of resonance with the national leadership. So Modi ji has gone there 70 to 80 times. He calls all the northeastern states Astalakshmis. So all of them have come our way, and I don't see a reason why Mizoram cannot also come our way. Now, the second point is, if you have really observed what we have said in our manifesto, look at the manifesto of INC, Congress, and others. You find they're just, again, freebies and promises, etc. But our manifesto categorically speaks about capitalizing on the strengths of Mizoram. For instance, just now, Mr. Hazarika also talked about the sports. So we talked about making Mizoram sports capital. Then we are talking about tackling the drugs problem. We are talking about giving infrastructure, both urban and rural. So,
point taken, ma'am. I just want to focus very quickly, ask you this question before I get to the Congress guest. Isn't it a matter of concern that there have been questions raised about Manipur, and now this result could potentially solidify or dispel? I don't know, depending on the results. This would be an important in terms of the perception battle. Isn't there a worry there?
Look, I think the Manipur issue has been used as a bait or whatever for by the Congress. So Congress has used it just to defame us. But my personal feeling is that Mizoram has its own issues, internal issues to deal with, and most of the country today understand that the issue of Manipur has roots far deeper and spread in their own issues, and It was the It was the court that announced all this. So BJP is trying to do its own level best to ensure a normalcy, which we are seeing today. So I doubt if coming to the conclusion, I would say that it will have very less impact. Congress may try to...
Okay, let's get the Congress. Sujata Paul.
You know, I found it really amazing that the BJP spokesperson is talking about Congress making an issue about Manipur. The country is making an issue about Manipur because Manipur is an issue. And why did the Prime Minister not visit Mizoram during elections is something that the BJP spokesperson should answer. A lot of people from Manipur had, you know, when all this broke out, they had to move towards Mizoram also. And MNF is not the Congress party. And MNF, the chief minister, spoke about what was happening in Manipur. There were protests happening in Mizoram. So these are questions that these people need to answer. And of course, the BJP national team, when they visit the Northeast, they probably think Northeast is Assam. If you go to Nagaland, you'll see one highway, but you step, you know, onto the left or the right of that highway, and there are no roads. So,
what have you done?
You know, when
what have you done for seven?
Can you not speak in between? Did I speak in between? So the fact is,
I think it's an early morning to have a fight. So you finish speaking, and then, ma'am, you can get on. No, let's keep our tempers safe early in the morning, and then I'll get to Sanjoy as well. But yeah, go ahead.
Can I just complete?
Sujata,
yes.
quickly,
so,
and then,
you know,
ma'am.
Yes. So when you go to Nagaland, Manipur, or Mizoram, there are different questions, of course, and each state should be considered individually. Now, you can't look at one particular state in isolation, but you can't look at the entire Northeast as one, because the cultures of each of these states is different, and within the states also, you have so many tribals. For example, in Nagaland, Manipur is different, and again in Mizoram. So Mizoram has its own issues, and the people of Mizoram have been asking the Prime Minister why he doesn't visit Manipur, why he did not visit.
So you've raised the question, Karuna Gopal.
Yeah, I was just I'm also quite amazed, or perhaps more, that the Congress spokesperson says that you know, nothing has been addressed. But what have they been doing all these years when they had a strong hold on the Northeast? It was, after all, the Congress that held those states captive. What have they done? And they're now they have some minor issues to point out. The major infrastructure development has taken place. More major emotional bonding.
Okay, Sujata, quick word from you before I go to Sanjay Hazarika.
You know, these questions about issues being minor, let me tell Ms. Gopal that if you visit these areas, there were roads earlier, and these roads haven't been repaired under the Pradhan Mantri Road Yojana, whatever you've got it. But the fact is that there are issues of Mizoram that need addressing, and the major issue right now is about Manipur. The fact that you have only one seat in the present, you know, assembly, and you're getting that one seat back again, which is in the border. So the fact is that if you look at the vote share also, you will find that BJP is going to get relegated completely. It's completely washed out.
Let's wait for that. Let's wait for that.
Why? Yeah. Whatever, you know, whichever government is in the center, they tend to ally with that, the entire Northeast.
Okay,
so
let me just...
that is something that one needs to look into.
Both of you have made your points. Let me just get Sanjay Hazarika. Sanjay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that Manipur is a factor. One can't ignore that, because you do have thousands of people who are displaced from Manipur, who happen to be the Kukis, who are in Mizoram. The figures vary, because I don't think the Mizoram government is actually keeping tabs of how many people are leaving, coming in and then leaving. They've got numbers for people coming in, but not those who are actually going out. So the numbers would be a bit less than what they're saying. So that is a factor. You can't sort of walk away from that. The reasons for that are different, but there is a view in Mizoram that this is a major issue, because they feel these are their kin who've been affected. Now, there's another thing that nobody's spoken about, which is there are 45,000 Chin refugees from Myanmar who have been given refuge in Mizoram, which is an extraordinary act of generosity and benevolence. These are people who've really suffered, I think, mostly at the hands of the military junta. Villages burnt, houses demolished, crops destroyed, and so on. And they're caught in a civil war, so they have no choice but to come over. And this is about the 5th or 6th time this has happened in the past 30 or 40 years. One needs a bit of a sense of history to understand this issue, because this has been going on for quite some time.
Right, several important...
And I think the last point I want to make, which I want to pick up on what both the BJP and the Congress spokesman said, is that it really, in the long term, what matters in this election, as in many of the elections of the northeastern border states, is that all are committed to the Constitution of India and to the Union of India, which is completely different to what it was 30, 40 years ago. I think that's a very important fact.
That's a fascinating point that you make there. Obviously, there's also that internal politics of Mizoram. We'll have to play that out. Also, serious questions that have been raised. We will continue discussing that during the rest of the day, but then questions raised about the MNF's alliance with the NDA, what the impact is, and of course, the other perception battles that need to be played out. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we'll focus on all the top stories that are there, including the results of the Mizoram elections that's coming out. There you see it on your screen, getting closer than ever. 16 leads for the ZPM, which is the Zoram People Movement, and 14 for the Mizo National Front. Those numbers shifting and changing all the way around. Congress having 8 leads at the moment. We'll keep a close track of those results that's coming up. We'll have panels lined up till it's over. But for the moment, we'll take a very short break. 14-14 at the moment, as we see on the screen. We'll take a very short break right now. When we come back, much more.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields.
Welcome back. There's been a surge in the markets as it opened a day after that election result, and for more of that, let's go across to Sakshi Bajaj.
That's right, Veera. Well, markets surging. We've seen the Nifty, the Sensex and the mid-cap index all opening at a record high, and the surge really continuing in the last few minutes. We've seen the Sensex surge even higher than what it opened at, and experts believe BJP winning 3 states means that, of course, stock markets are clearly wanting stability going forward. So a huge spike there, of course, on expected lines after the poll results that came in last evening. Also, experts saying that going forward, of course, while the spotlight is going to be on elections, also remember we have to give a big thumbs up to the economic data that came last week. Remember, GDP growth surpassed expectations. So really the economy, the election momentum, all of that fueling the market rally. And what's interesting, Veera, is the fact that, of course, this rally is not just restricted to the heavyweights. Of course, heavyweights are surging. Market cap for the heavyweight stocks is hitting a new record high. But what is really interesting is over here is that the mid and small cap stocks are also gaining, and gaining rapidly so. So experts are saying this is a broad-based rally, and that really, of course, is a fresh reason to cheer. A marvelous Monday really for the markets on expected lines post those election results.
Those election results, the link between the politics and the markets is fascinating. Obviously, those election results sort of giving a sense of stability, perhaps, for the markets picking up on those numbers. Thanks so much, Sakshi, for those details. So those results are what's impacting the markets now. Let's take you through those results. Just to recap for you what happened yesterday. Of course, the Hindi heartland was a BJP sweep, and then in Telangana was a Congress undoing of the KCR power in that state. A regional satrap undone in his own turf by the Congress parties, Revant Reddy and the rest of the campaign committee. We'll quickly take you through perhaps what's the most shocking result for the Congress. They expected to win Chhattisgarh. They were nervous about Madhya Pradesh. They were 50-50 about Rajasthan, but Chhattisgarh was a state where the Congress was extremely invested in, and they really believed they were going to beat anti-incumbency there. But no, that wasn't the way it panned out yesterday.
The biggest upset, a result which trumped all pollsters. Congress lost out on a sitter, with BJP decisively claiming Chhattisgarh despite not having a face to take on Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel. Despite optimism by top leaders, Congress could not recover, losing to BJP.
निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में शहरी और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में स्पष्ट रुझान है, और ये वोटों में जनता की आक्रोश परिलक्षित हुआ है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो आज रुझान दिख रहा है वो निश्चित रूप से आगे बढ़ के सरकार बनाने में सफल होगी। तीनों राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएगी।
Although Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel scraped through, but several of his ministers were not so lucky this time. The game changer was promise made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to women that they will get 12,000 per year. Something that the Congress tried to match up to by announcing rupees 15,000 aid for women. But the catch-up was too late. Secondly, paddy procurement was promised at a new rate of rupees 3,100 per quintal with an added benefit of payment of 2-year pending bonus. And lastly, the campaign was made Modi versus Baghel, where even though Congress promised a better rate of paddy procurement, people banked on Prime Minister Modi.
Of course, the major credit for this victory goes to what it is being described as Prime Minister Narendra Modi ki guarantee, and the game changer for them was 12,000 rupees per year, promise which was made to the women. And in the next few days, the BJP legislators will sit down. They are likely to authorize the party high command to decide the name of the next chief minister. But it is a really, well fought, well deserved victory for them. With cameraman Habib Ali, this is Manish Kumar for NDTV.
Well, that was Chhattisgarh. The other shocker for the Congress and an emphatic win for the Bharatiya Janata Party was in Madhya Pradesh. The scale of that win really set a lot of people, sort of shook up a lot of people in the Congress, as well as jubilation in the Bharatiya Janata Party. There you see on your screens. Enormous victory, 4 terms there, and now that anti-incumbency beaten with an emphatic win there in Madhya Pradesh. But who's going to be Chief Minister there? That's another question that we'll have to wait for an answer.
The Saffron Party didn't name its Chief Minister candidate, despite its longest-serving Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan heading the government in Madhya Pradesh, created history, and the Congress was far behind. So what worked for the BJP? The game-changer populist schemes like the Ladli Behna scheme, the Kisan Samman Yojana, overwhelming support of female voters besides the undercurrent of Ram Temple 2024 grand opening.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जन जन के मन में हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के मन में है। उनके प्रति अगाध प्रेम और विश्वास, डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो काम किए, चाहे वो केंद्र की योजनाओं का आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हो या मध्य प्रदेश में हमने बनाई लाडली बहना जैसी योजना हो, समाज के हर वर्ग का कल्याण किया और विकास किया, तो जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला।
The Madhya Pradesh Congress leaders were so confident of winning the assembly elections that even before the counting had started, some local Congress leaders and workers had even put up such posters in front of the Congress headquarters in Bhopal, congratulating Kamal Nath and even claiming that a Kamal Nath government is coming to power. But once the results started coming out, the Congress headquarters looked deserted and the local Congress leaders were shocked and disappointed.
वजह तो बाद में पता चलेगी जब इसका विश्लेषण होगा। अभी जो शुरुआती रुझान तो मैं नहीं कहूँगा, मिडिल लेवल रुझान है, 5-7 राउंड्स हुए हैं, 14 राउंड्स का इलेक्शन होता है। तो इसमें जो मैंने देखा वो मुझे जो मैंने ग्राउंड पे देखा था उसके अनुरूप ये रिजल्ट्स मुझे नहीं दिख रहे हैं। वो डिसअपॉइंटेड है क्योंकि जब पब्लिक रिएक्शन वोटिंग से मैच नहीं करता है तो कहीं ना कहीं प्रॉब्लम तो है।
A region-wise breakup reveals that while the BJP has held on to its 2018 bright spot, the 30 seats strong Vindhya region, it is now virtually wiping out the Congress in the saffron stronghold. In the tribal-dominated 38 seats strong Mahakoshal region, which also houses State Congress Chief Kamal Nath's home turf, the BJP has made significant inroads. This is in stark contrast to the 2018 polls when the Congress had won 24 seats in the same region. In the 34 seats Gwalior-Chambal region, the home turf of Union Ministers Jyotiraditya Scindia, Narendra Singh Tomar, State's Home Minister Narottam Mishra and the State BJP Vice President V.D. Sharma, the BJP is leading. In the Malwa-Nimar region, which houses maximum 66 seats and has since decades been the nucleus of BJP and RSS, the Saffron Party seems to have left behind 2018 polls' dismal show.
इस जीत पर अगर मैं किसी को प्रथम मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं तो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के एक एक मतदाता को मैं देना चाहता हूं जिन्होंने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये सरकार बनाई है और उसी के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी, उनका मार्गदर्शन है और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं ने ये परिवर्तन लाया है।
प्रजातंत्र के इस मुकाबले में हम मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं का फैसला स्वीकार करते हैं। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस प्रकार जनता ने उन्हें समर्थन दिया है वो उस पर खड़े उतरेंगे।
So this was clearly Mama, Modi and Mahila for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, and that's why the party workers are so happy. In Bhopal, with camera person Rizwan Khan and Amritanshi Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust, when the noise ends, the last word begins.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy. Right?
Welcome back. All the action from Mizoram right here on NDTV. We'll keep tracking those results there as it's coming in thick and fast. That's our prime focus. But of course, as we're waiting for those results to sort of solidify in terms of trends, remember, it's a small state, so one can't go with initial trends as an assumption of the final one. But for the moment, as you see on your screens, 21 leads for the ZPM. Those are changing up and down. 11 for the MNF, 3 for the BJP, and 3 for the Congress there. That's what's flashing on your screens. We'll keep a close track of that. But for the moment, the results yesterday in the Hindi heartland and in Telangana certain to have political consequences. And one of the questions that's been raised repeatedly is what would be the consequence for the INDIA grouping in terms of the power equations within, apart from the consequences for the Congress. For the first reaction from the Trinamool Congress, I believe we can cut across to a comment by Kunal Ghosh, spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress, which came in this morning. Let's listen into that.
They must come out from a jamindari mentality. They must share, they must implement the experience of senior other leaders like Mamata Banerjee, 7 times MP, 4 times Central Minister, 2 times Central Railway Minister, 3 times MP, who is running the government successfully with model schemes. So, in terms of governing the show, Mamata Banerjee is successful, and in terms of political battle, defeating BJP, Mamata Banerjee is the model.
That's an important comment there from Kunal Ghosh of the Trinamool Congress. Primarily, the allies asserting that do not ignore us in decision making. Let's just recap a little bit in terms of the Karnataka experience, and after that emphatic victory, the Congress has played the central role in terms of trying to form that India grouping and alliance. And post these results, what the power equation within the allies would be is something that to watch out for. And I think that's an indication from the TMC saying that involves the other parties in taking decisions. Remember the Madhya Pradesh comments by Kamal Nath, who was projected by the Congress as the chief ministerial candidate against Akhilesh Yadav and the Samajwadi Party, has been a matter of concern for several INDIA allies. They want to be treated as equal and a partnership in terms of decision making as well. Perhaps those power equations will evolve post these results, introspection perhaps there. But of course, the big story there for the Congress as far as South India was concerned is in Telangana. There you see those pictures there of Revant Reddy. These are pictures yesterday of the celebration of Revant Reddy there in Telangana. We can go across to Mahesh right now. Give us a sense of what you're picking up at the moment.
Yeah, MLAs are reaching the venue point. And as soon as all MLAs reach the point, they most probably the AS observer D.K. Shivakumar and Mr. George, Minister of Karnataka, are here. They would seek the opinion of the MLAs if they wanted to give it individually. Or else they will. There's a chance of passing a resolution leaving the decision making to the High Command.
The working president of the Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee, the man who vacated his Nizamabad seat to accommodate Shabir Ali, who shifted from Kamareddy as well, sir. is there clarity on who will be Chief Minister at the moment, sir?
No, right now there's no exact clarity, but it all depends upon the opinion expressed by the elected MLAs.
Okay, but in terms of yesterday, and you've been in politics for a long time, just explain this process to us. Yesterday, the Congress leaders went and met the governor. Is there a worry within the Congress that, look, the numbers are at 65, it's only 5 above the halfway mark, we have to act fast and we have to form the government fast, not to allow any room for any poaching or any defections? Is there a worry, sir?
No, it's not exactly a worry, but see, we have seen an undemocratic person as the Chief Minister of Telangana for 9.5 years. And keeping in view of the past Goa experience, we wanted to inform the government that we are ready to form the government after the election of the CLP leader. So formally we met the governor yesterday and we informed that we are ready to form the government after the CLP meeting.
Okay, you are ready to form the government. So the CLP meeting will start at 9:30. This is happening where, sir? In Hyderabad at the Taj Krishna. Which hotel is it happening?
Now, Hotel Financial District Place. Now it will start at 10:15. Almost all the MLAs have reached. And after the MLAs have reached the point, D.K. Shivkumar and Mr. George will lead the meeting.
Okay. Okay, and we expect then by noon, we expect to know who is going to be the Chief Minister of Telangana.
No, there is no chance of getting the idea by noon, because after the CLP meeting, the opinion gathered among the CLP meeting will be passed on to Delhi, and after the Delhi's final decision, it will be announced.
All right. So, but you would like to do this as early as possible, not give any room for confusion or delay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mahesh Gaud. Of course, a big win there for the Congress as far as Telangana is concerned. Mahesh Gaud there, the Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee President, saying that at 10:15 the CLP meeting will start. And then obviously the opinion will be taken back to New Delhi where the decision will be made. The Congress has very little room given that it's at 65 there in Telangana. 5 above the majority mark. Comfortable majority, but is worried about potential poaching efforts and hence wants to leave nothing to chance and get this deal sealed as soon as possible there. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, all the action from Parliament, from Mizoram, as well as from the other states which went to polls yesterday.
Experience.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from the cyclone that's brewing at sea and causing very heavy rainfall in Tamil Nadu. When we talk about the kind of rainfall we've seen, over 196 millimeters, which is a lot. It is usually during the northeast monsoon, a single day would pack in about 10 to 12 millimeters of rainfall, and we're talking about 196. So that's giving you a perspective as to how heavy the rainfall has been. Heavy showers have led to a rain holiday as far as 4 districts of Tamil Nadu are concerned. A severe cyclone is likely to make landfall not in Tamil Nadu, but it will bring in very heavy showers over the course of the day. There's a rain red alert warning that's been issued for Tamil Nadu and adjoining Puducherry. Rain red alert also for Rayalaseema as well as Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh is where landfall is expected tomorrow between Nellore and Machilapatnam. Heavy showers, in fact, have led to power supply has been disrupted. Air and rail traffic has been disrupted in Chennai, as well as internet services have also been disrupted. And with that, we're sitting to a short break. We'll be back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, there good new emerging technologies, and we believe over a 7, 8, 10 year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in, because we believe entry price, entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010. Right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our 2 best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis, profitably after a couple of years. And ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of it. But the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings. But I'm wondering today, what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato, because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created or potentially can be created?
Mm-hmm.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Lots of early morning action from the northeastern state of Mizoram to Parliament expected in a bit to Hyderabad, where the Congress Legislature Party meeting is on. So all the political action up ahead over the next 1 hour. But our prime focus is results in Mizoram. That result counting has begun, and the ZPM or the Zoram People Movement is leading in early trends. That's the big news coming in from the northeast early this morning. Of course, it's a small state with the numbers being very small, so it's not over till it's over. And the battle there between the Mizo National Front of Zoram Thonga and the Zoram People Movement there. But after winning 3 states, BJP to decide on chief ministers, the Congress unseats BRS in Telangana. But who's going to take the top job in Hyderabad? A CLP meeting will start by 10:15. Revant Reddy, the Congress president there in Telangana, is the front runner. Markets gain after the election results. A new all-time high for the market, surge over 1%. Sensex trades above 68,250 and the Nifty above the psychological 20,500 mark. After that big win, the BJP will enter the Parliament's winter session with confidence to begin today's ethics panel to table its report on Mahua Moitra. That's likely to dominate the day's action there. And in South India, Cyclone Michong warning in Chennai leaves the city waterlogged in several parts. Inundation across the board. Cyclone to make landfall in coastal Andhra. On Tuesday, the rain red alert in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Several schools and colleges shut in Chennai. 4 districts declare a public holiday in the state of Tamil Nadu. We'll keep a track of every development that's happening in every part of the country. Remember, yesterday was the focus on the Hindi, Heartland and Telangana, but Mizoram, the counting is on for the 40 assembly constituencies there. Number-wise, it may be a small number, but in terms of perception, it has an enormous significance. There you see on your screens the ZPM, which stands for the Zoram People Movement, which involves several interesting personalities in the contest, including former India footballer. 25 leads there for the Zoram People Movement. Mizo National Front up in 10 at the moment in terms of leads, which is a big a basic explainer of the Zoram people movement and the Mizo National Front. Short while ago, we had Sanjay Hazarika explain the context of these elections there in Mizoram, obviously in the backdrop of all the events that happened in Manipur. But just take us through the local politics and the players, different players there.
Yeah, that Zoram, the ZPM and MNS, they are now closely they are associated, but the regional to regional party, they are closely each other, they are associated. But in the political scenario, we have seen after Manipur conflict, as that Zoram Thanga welcomed all the refugees from the Manipur and Myanmar, and he opened his arms for the welcoming them for the shelter and food and all, as he considered them their brother sister. So this created some worried concern throughout the major people that it may be create problems, infiltration problem like Assam once it was, and like anything. No? So people are not welcoming his policy of the Zoram Thanga's policy to welcome that infiltration. That is one thing that Zoram Thanga's party MNS is behind ZPM, and ZPM people want to taste the freshness of the idea.
Okay.
These are things that young people, mostly young people, 30 up to age of 35, they are casting vote generously. They are very much welcoming this new party. And footballer that his national JJ, and he is a staff campaigner. Of course, he is a star, a magnetic power.
A major music star as well.
Yeah. In Northeast, if you go throughout the Northeast, you will find out. Football is a very popular game in the Northeast, and guitar. One guitar you will get every household. It may be old guitar or whatever. Music is very much there. And Mizoram in the campaign things also, they all the time music was there on the road or whatever. It was not like a huge campaign, but wherever they get together, they play music for the ZPM. Okay. This is the scenario, and the ZPM, they are welcome new.
Play the guitar,
idea.
play football.
Yes.
Of course, where does politics fit in? I think my colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary is also there, joining us there. Ratnadeep, the trends seem to be solidifying in favor of the ZPM, though I don't want to call anything given the close contests in the state we are speaking about right now. 26 in favor of the ZPM at the moment in terms of leads, 9 in favor of the MNF. If we can pull up individual leads, I think Mr. Zoram Thanga, who's contesting from Aizawl West, is Aizawl East is leading, but there are some other MNF names in the key personalities who were trailing in that bit. Ratnadeep, just to understand, ZPM contested for the first time. Though it's an old movement, it contested for the first time in 2018 as an assembly election, and correct me if I'm wrong. Has it taken over the Congress's space there? And what's really the space, if it's a ZPM versus MNF battle, what's really the space for the national parties anymore in Mizoram?
That's right, and in fact this is a very key factor to this Mizoram elections. Now, what ideally has happened, and what we have been pointing out in our pre-poll coverage as well, that in Mizoram now you have a voter base where 18 to 40 years of age group, you have 62% of voters. So they are the majority voters. Now in Mizoram, ever since the statehood, power has shifted between two parties, the Congress and the Mizo National Front. And people have over the years only seen two chief ministers, Congress's veteran Lalthan Hawla, who is now retired from politics, and MNF's Zoram Thanga. Now here comes ZPM with a new alternative, with a new face, because Mr. Laldu Oma was a face in Mizoram politics for long, but
he was not very consistent with his political loyalties. He had started with the Congress, he's been briefly with the MNF, and then went to form the regional party, Zoram's People's Party, and then he again came out of it to form the ZPM. So once Mr. Laldu Auma was able to get smaller regional parties and some of the NGOs behind him, and in the last 5 years, Congress, which was relegated to the third place in the last election, could not play a role of a vital opposition, and therefore that it seems that now not only the Congress pocket vote bank, but also if you see the rural vote bank of MNF, which was very strong, which was built upon the historic Mizo Accord and the previous the Mizo national movement. So in rural areas, MNF was very strong, but in those areas as well, the ZPM has been able to break their vote bank. And what we are picking up, this might be precisely because of this young voters, 62%, they're spread all over the state, and there has been a strong support of the younger people towards ZPM and towards its call to look for an alternative other than the parties like the Congress and the MNF. And a short while back, we did speak to senior Congress leader Dr. Mala in terms of how the Congress is looking at it, because it was a make or break election for the Congress in Mizoram. Joining us at this moment is young Congress leader, party candidate, Dr. Malsam. Sir, you are a young leader. Congress used to be very strong here.
Yeah.
In the last election,
Yeah.
you won only 5 seats. Yeah. This time you have a multi-corner fight.
Yeah.
How hopeful are you in Mizoram?
What we are expecting is to get much better results than what the exit polls are indicating. Ultimately, it's on the hands of the people. They voted, so we will respect whatever mandate the people of Mizoram hand out to us or to whatever government that forms. But I'm hoping that we will do much better than what the polls are saying. I have that confidence because the Gandhi family, in a lot of ways, the people of Mizoram hold them very dear because they were the people who gave us statehood and brought lasting peace.
Joining us live at this moment is the state BJP chief, Mr. Valnal Waka. He's also a candidate in this election. Mr. Waka, thanks a lot for talking exclusively on this broadcast to NDTV. You're fighting in 23 of the 40 seats. What is your expectations? What is your predictions?
This time BJP will increase its number. From earlier 2018 we got only 1. This time we'll make it into we'll win in 3 to 5 seats. This time that is our expectation, and it can happen more than that also.
You're saying more than that, so are you also seeing a situation depending on results that you might be a important party which the regional party would look forward to forming an alliance should none of the regional party get a clear majority?
This time you see in Mizoram, the general perception is that there will be hung assembly. No party will form the majority. So in that case, BJP will be the kingmaker, and we are expecting that.
Right, we have our panel. I believe Sanjay Hazarika is still with us. Advocate Mahima Singh, spokesperson of the Congress, also joining us. We'll have a BJP spokesperson and as well as Rajat Sethi join us in a bit. Also within the studios with me is Reema Sharma, a journalist who's covered Northeast. Sanjay, they were talking of a hung assembly, but at the moment, and I know it's still early, 26 leads for the ZPM is what we're showing on our screens and 10 for the MNF. It seems to be solidifying into a trend for the ZPM.
Yeah, I think they're going to sweep Aizawl. I think Mr. Zoramthanga will probably win the one seat. He's losing the other one, I think.
Yeah, Aizawl East.
So Mizoram chief ministers always take a safe bet. They always contest 2 seats, and if they win both, then they'll relegate, leave.
Okay.
That used to happen with Mr. Lalthanol also.
So if I may step a little ahead, being the television journalist, trying to jump the gun before it actually happens. But if these trends do hold out, Sanjoy, at 27, what does that mean for A, Mizoram, and B, in terms of the national narrative? Is it a rejection of the MNF? Because the MNF was part of the NDA as well, and a sort of a delicate issue there for the central government.
No, I don't think so. Essentially, regional parties in the Northeast, especially in Mizoram, are actually national parties. And national parties become regional parties. Look at the numbers that they're winning. I don't think it's quite like that. And I think that whether it's a rejection or other, the MNF, I think people just want to change as our Mizo colleague was saying in the studio. People want to change. The people want young faces, different faces, which can inspire them. Because, as you've said, and basically in 37 years of Mizoram's formation, since its formation, you had 2 chief ministers, 3 actually, if you include Laldenga for a brief period of 2 years. But otherwise, it's been between Mr. Lal Thanhola and Mr. Zoramthanga. So yes, there is a demand for change, and change is always a good thing.
So India is growing younger, so is Mizoram, and change is what we're talking about here. Rima, you wanted to make a point.
Yeah, I would like to say that Mizoram, in entire Northeast, you can say that nowadays that once it was Congress hold was there, but it is no more over there, and BJP going to be replaced. And in this Mizoram also, Rahul's magic was not working, what we have seen in the number. But you know, ZPM is doing so good, because people want a new idea. And another thing, MNS, with the MNS, there is some anti-incumbency factor was also there. And that policy, what I told already, that infrastructure, migration issues is there. And incumbency is totally there. That road was, infrastructure is very much poor situation, and road is very much damaging. And but MNS Zoramthanga was trying his best to give a good good impression to the mass, that whenever he reject to share the platform with the Prime Minister Modi during the campaign, as he concerned to the Manipur issue, Manipur violence. So Manipur violence indirectly or directly impact on the Mizoram election.
Manipur impact is something that we need to discuss, and perhaps very closely as well. Mahima Singh, what's the big takeaway if these trends are going to hold out? The ZPM seems to be, there were a lot of talk earlier in the day saying that there's going to be potentially a hung verdict. That would mean that either the Congress or the BJP with numbers could potentially have some role to play. But at the moment, the trends show it's clearly a ZPM versus MNF battle, with the ZPM having a clear majority. 27-9 is the leads for the ZPM at the moment in the 40-member assembly.
Jai Hind, I would say that in a democracy, people are the true champions of whoever wins. I think at the end of the day, it is the democracy that triumphs. And I think that is what we've seen yesterday. That is what we are seeing today also. It is the people's mandate. And I think when the Congress put up a fight there, it was to protect our land, to protect our people, to protect the secularism. And I think we did put up a strong fight. However, there's a very strong regional opposition that the people were looking up to. And they have made tall promises, tall claims. We just hope that when it comes to the execution, they do have a plan. We just hope that they will have a vision for the people of Mizoram. And I think that's about it. It's been a healthy contest. It's been a healthy fight. And at the end of the day, whoever wins must keep up the people's trust, people's faith that has been put into them. And we do hope that ZPM will do that in the interest of the people of Mizoram's rights and their prerogatives.
Okay, as you make that point, I think Alok Vats, BJP leader, also joins us. Sir, you know, one of the concerns that has been raised when we talk of Mizoram, one can't not talk about Manipur. The fact that there was no campaign from the Prime Minister in Mizoram was also something that's been sort of highlighted. In terms of the national perception, is this result a concerning result? The fall of the MNF there, obviously it's still very early, so we'll have to wait and see how these results shape up. At the moment, it looks very clearly 27 in favor of the ZPM in terms of leads and 9 in terms of favor for the MNF. Isn't it a concern in terms of perception?
Yes, definitely, Raghav, this Manipur is having an impact on these elections. And this clearly shows that the people have not gone with any national party. They are sticking to the regional parties. And I'm surprised why the MNF has gone down or is going down, though it is very early to predict anything so badly. I think ultimately it will be the regional party which will have a say. And as the Congress spokesperson was saying, they have made very tall promises. Now it is for the people to judge whether they are going to fulfill these tall promises or just stay put like that. But definitely, the regional parties will be the major player.
Sir, and sorry, go ahead.
Though it is still very early, I think in an hour or so, or maybe 2 hours, things will be more clear. But yes, national parties are not having any impact on the people of Mizoram. That is very clear.
Okay.
Though BJP is leading in 3, I hope our tally goes up even further. But yes, Congress is nowhere in the scene as of now.
We have those live pictures coming out of Parliament as well that we are playing on your screens. But just keeping the focus on Mizoram for the moment as we see those pictures as well. Mahima, there seems to be worry for the Congress even in Mizoram at the moment, obviously. And I'm saying all this is very at the moment because some of the constituencies are as small as 25,000 votes. So seats can swing this way, that way at any point of time. What we are flashing on the screens is 3 leads for the BJP and 1 for the Congress.
I think, see, there's one thing for sure, as I said, that it is the people that give us our feedback. And there's no better feedback than the time of elections.
Right.
So the people's mandate is certainly worth pondering. And the Congress party, like any other political outfit, would do whatever it takes to relook, to introspect, to reimagine, to re-envision, to find out where have we gone wrong, to find out what is it that we can do better in terms of serving our people. Because at the end of the day, I think that is what matters, how we served our people, how well we understood our people.
Right.
One thing is for sure that the PM withdrew his visit at the very last moment. Manipur has certainly had an impact. It must have an impact. I think that's a burning question in all of our hearts. Northeast worries that at the end of the day, their rights will be sabotaged.
I'm sorry, Mahima.
ठंड शायद विलंब से चल रही है और बहुत धीमी गति से ठंड आ रही है, लेकिन राजनीतिक गर्मी बड़ी तेजी से बढ़ रही है। कल ही 4 राज्यों के चुनाव नतीजे आए हैं। बहुत ही उत्साहवर्धक परिणाम है। ये उनके लिए उत्साहवर्धक है जो देश के सामान्य मानवी के कल्याण के लिए कमिटेड है, जो देश के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए समर्पित है, विशेषकर सभी समाजों की, सभी समूहों की, शहर और गांव की महिलाएं, सभी समाज के, सभी समूह के, गांव और शहर के युवा, हर समुदाय के, समाज के किसान, और मेरे देश के गरीब, ये 4 ऐसी महत्वपूर्ण जातियां हैं जिनका एम्पावरमेंट, उनके भविष्य को सुनिश्चित करने वाली ठोस योजनाएं और लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी इन उसूलों को लेकर के जो चलते हैं उन्हें भरपूर समर्थन मिलता है। और जब गुड गवर्नेंस होता है, पूर्णतया जनहित के लिए समर्पण होता है, तो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी ये शब्द इरेलेवेंट हो जाता है। और हम लगातार ये देख रहे हैं, कोई इसको प्रो इनकम्बेंसी कहे, कोई इसे गुड गवर्नेंस कहे, कोई इसे ट्रांसपेरेंसी कहे, कोई उसे राष्ट्रहित की, जनहित की ठोस योजनाएं कहें, लेकिन ये लगातार अनुभव आ रहा है। और इतने उत्तम जनादेश के बाद आज हम संसद के इस नए मंदिर में मिल रहे हैं। इस संसद भवन के नए परिसर का उद्घाटन हुआ, तब तो एक छोटा सा सत्र था, ऐतिहासिक निर्णय हुआ था, लेकिन इस बार लंबे समय तक इस सदन में कार्य करने का अवसर मिलेगा। नया सदन है, छोटी मोटी अभी भी शायद व्यवस्थाओं में कुछ कमियां महसूस हो सकती हैं। जब लगातार काम चलेगा, सांसदों और विजिटर्स को भी, मीडिया के लोगों को भी ध्यान में आएगा कि इसको जरा अगर ठीक कर लिया जाए तो अच्छा होगा। और मुझे विश्वास है कि आदरणीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी और आदरणीय स्पीकर महोदय के नेतृत्व में उन चीजों की तरफ पूरी तरह निगरानी है। और आपसे भी मैं कहूंगा, कोई चीज ऐसी छोटी मोटी आपके ध्यान में आए तो जरूर आप ध्यान आकर्षित करना, क्योंकि ये चीजें जब बनती हैं तो आवश्यकता के अनुसार बदलाव की भी जरूरत होती है। देश ने नकारात्मकता को नकारा है। मैं लगातार सत्र के प्रारंभ में विपक्ष के साथियों के साथ हमारा विचार विमर्श होता है, हमारी मेन टीम उनसे चर्चा करती है। मिलकर के भी सबके सहयोग के लिए हम हमेशा प्रार्थना करते हैं, आग्रह करते हैं। इस बार भी इस प्रकार की सारी प्रक्रियाएं कर ली गई हैं। और आपके माध्यम से भी मैं सार्वजनिक रूप से हमेशा हमारे सभी सांसदों से आग्रह करता हूं, लोकतंत्र का ये मंदिर जन आकांक्षाओं के लिए, विकसित भारत की नींव को अधिक मजबूत बनाने के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मंच है। मैं सभी माननीय सांसदों से आग्रह कर रहा हूं कि वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा तैयारी करके आएं। सदन में जो भी बिल रखे जाए उस पर गहन चर्चा हो, उत्तम से उत्तम सुझाव आए और उन सुझावों के द्वारा, क्योंकि जब एक सांसद सुझाव देता है तो जमीनी अनुभव का उसमें बहुत ही उत्तम तत्व होता है। लेकिन अगर चर्चा ही नहीं होती है तो देश उससे मिस करता है उन चीजों को। और इसलिए मैं फिर से आग्रह करता हूं, और अगर मैं वर्तमान चुनाव नतीजों के आधार पर कहूं तो जो विपक्ष में बैठे हुए साथी हैं, ये उनके लिए गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी है। इस सत्र में पराजय का गुस्सा निकालने की योजना बनाने के बजाय इस पराजय में से सीख करके पिछले 9 साल से चलाई गई नकारात्मकता की प्रवृत्ति को छोड़ करके इस सत्र में अगर सकारात्मकता के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे तो देश उनके तरफ देखने का दृष्टिकोण बदलेगा, उनके लिए एक नया द्वार खुल सकता है। और वो विपक्ष में है तो भी उनको एक अच्छी एडवाइस दे रहा हूं कि आइए सकारात्मक विचार लेकर के आइए। अगर हम 10 कदम चलते तो आप 12 कदम करके फैसला लेकर के आइए। हर किसी का भविष्य उज्जवल है, निराश होने की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन कृपा करके बाहर के पराजय का गुस्सा सदन में मत उतारना। हताशा निराशा होगी, आपके साथियों को आपका दम दिखाने के लिए कुछ न कुछ करना भी पड़ेगा, लेकिन कम से कम लोकतंत्र के इस मंदिर को वो मंच मत बनाइए। और अभी भी मैं कहता हूं, मैं मेरे लंबे अनुभव के आधार पर कहता हूं कि थोड़ा सा अपना रुख बदलिए, विरोध के लिए विरोध का तरीका छोड़िए, देश हित में सकारात्मक चीजों का साथ दीजिए, अच्छी उसमें जो कमियां हो उसकी डिबेट कीजिए। आप देखिए देश के मन में आज जो ऐसी कुछ बातों पर नफरत पैदा हो रही है, हो सकता है वो मोहब्बत में बदल जाए, तो मौका है, ये मौका जाने मत दीजिए। और इसलिए हर बार मैं करबद्ध प्रार्थना करता रहा हूं कि सदन में सहयोग दीजिए। आज मैं राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोण से भी कहना चाहता हूं कि आपका भी भला इसमें है कि आप देश को सकारात्मकता का संदेश दें, आपकी छवि नफरत की और नकारात्मकता की बने, वो लोकतंत्र के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। लोकतंत्र में विपक्ष भी इतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है, उतना ही मूल्यवान है और उतना ही सामर्थ्यवान भी होना चाहिए। और लोकतंत्र की भलाई के लिए मैं फिर से एक बार अपनी ये भावना को प्रकट करता हूं। 2047 अब देश विकसित होने के लक्ष्य में लंबा इंतजार करना नहीं चाहता। समाज के हर वर्ग में यह भाव पैदा हुआ है कि बस आगे बढ़ना है। इस भावना को हमारे सभी माननीय सांसद आदर करते हुए सदन को उस मजबूती से आगे बढ़ाएं, यही मेरी उनसे प्रार्थना है। आप सबको भी साथियों मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Minister there, his customary address before the Parliament session begins. Obviously, the winter session of Parliament beginning here, buoyed by the success in the Hindi heartland yesterday. 3 states swept by the BJP. The Prime Minister in his comments saying that words like anti-incumbency don't really matter. It's a golden opportunity for opposition parties to focus on work and get it done, according to the Prime Minister. And he also says that he's committed towards a better India. Also making the pitch virtually for the 2047 BJP pitch as well. There, the Prime Minister's comments there coming from Parliament. We'll keep a close track of all the developments there. Mahua Moitra's disqualification and the ethics panel report likely to dominate the session today. We'll also keep a close tab on the results that are coming in thick and fast from Mizoram at the moment. Very clearly, the Zoram People Movement is emerging as the clear winner, but we'll have to wait and see how that works out over the next hour or so when the results solidify. We'll also keep a track of all the other political developments in the country, including that CLP meeting in Hyderabad to choose the Chief Minister of that state. Take a short break now, but much more when we come back.
want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board. Because we felt that that is what will ensure the independence of the university and the academicians and the program, and it will not be sort of subject to the decisions of just one person. And that is what ensures the university's independence, and that is what ensures academic freedom and independence.
We just had the Prime Minister speak outside of Parliament, making a pitch to opposition parties to quote-unquote move forward with a positive mindset, of course setting the tone for the winter session of Parliament, where all the action will begin from 11 a.m. onwards, and we'll focus on that. But for the moment, focus in Hyderabad. 10:15, we were told the Congress Legislature Party will meet. Remember, Congress winning Telangana, ousting the Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti of K. Chandrasekhar Rao. 65 seats is what the Congress has in its bag. 60, the halfway mark. 5 more. Comfortable majority should have been, but there is worries of poaching, etc. So the party doesn't want to leave anything to chance, making sure that it swears in a chief minister as soon as possible. Of course, who's going to be chief minister? Is it going to be Revanth Reddy, the front runner in the race, according to many, the man who led the Congress campaign? Remember, 2017, he shifted over from the Telugu Desam party, sitting MP of the party, who contested from his Kodungal seat in Nalgonda district, Mehboob Nagar district, and he won that seat. But the other seat that he contested, the Kamareddy seat, where he challenged K. Chandrasekhar Rao, the chief minister, where both of them lost, and the BJP's Venkatramana Reddy won that seat. I believe my colleague Pratibha Raman, we can go across to her live, who's coming. She's outside the venue of the Congress Legislature Party meeting. Pratibha, what's the sense you're picking up in terms of whose name is going to do the rounds? Obviously, Revanth Reddy considered the front runner, but is it a done deal as yet?
Well, in fact, most of them do seem to believe that Revanth Reddy has put in a lot of effort with respect to bringing Congress back to power in Telangana. But then, yes, there are also 2 other people, especially leaders like Uttam Kumar Reddy as well as Mr. Bhatti, who want to really contest for the CM's post at this point in time. And we need to talk about Uttam Kumar Reddy definitely, because he is a 7-time winner in the election. And yes, he seems to portray himself as a man qualified for the post. But yes, most of them seem to suggest that Revanth Reddy could be an ideal person at this point in time. We'll have to wait and see what kind of decisions would be taken at the CLP meeting, which will begin shortly from now in about 5 minutes. In fact, they did mention that at around 10:30 a.m. is when the CLP meeting would commence.
That's right.
Veera.
We had the Telangana Pradesh Congress Working President Mahesh Gaud, who actually vacated his Nizamabad seat for Shabir Ali, who speak to us a short while ago on the phone. I believe we can go across now to Uma Sudhir, who has the pulse of Hyderabad and now has to keep a pulse of the Congress very closely on what's happening there. Uma, as Pratibha was pointing out, Revanth Reddy, clear front runner, but there are other names, you know, with several leaders, I'm sure, sharing their resumes to you as well, saying that, look, we are in the race. Congress has no room for any friction at 65 in terms of numbers. What do you see? Is Revanth Reddy a done deal yet, or you still see a question mark over that?
Revanth Reddy certainly seems to be a done deal, also because I must say, like we have been pointing out, that Uttam Kumar Reddy and Batti Vikramarka are also in the race. But Batti Vikramarka's brother Mallu Ravi himself has said that he believes that it is Revanth Reddy who should become Chief Minister for the way he has conducted this campaign. But I must point out that Uttam Kumar Reddy certainly would consider himself was qualified for the job. I'll tell you what the reasons why. He says 7 times he has been MLA. He has been someone who has been with the Congress for a very long time, and he is also someone who is very close to the Gandhi family. Batti Vikramarka, of course, belongs to the Mala Dasri community, category of the Dalit community itself. And yes, he also had done a Padyatra, you know, in the run-up to these elections as well. And his Padyatra also is something that the central leadership would take note of. But something that could go against him is the fact that out of the you know, about 6 seats that were given on at his bidding, only 2 he was able to deliver, Vaira and his own seat. 4 others, in fact, the candidates there had lost. Whereas Revanth Reddy and his men, the people to who the tickets were given, they have delivered a huge strike rate. Their strike rate has been very good, and therefore Revanth Reddy, not just because of that, I mean, you can point out also that somebody like Komat Reddy, Venkat Reddy, who also would like to put his name for the Chief Minister's chair, he won in Nalgonda, and also, in fact, all the constituencies of Nalgonda literally have gone to the Congress party, and therefore he had better delivery than, say, Revanth Reddy in a Malkajgiri Parliament Assembly constituency, from where he is, of course, the MP from there. But Revanth's graph should not be seen in that manner. His profile now is much larger. He conducted as many as 86 meetings everywhere, series of meetings. He has been campaigning everywhere. Every day he has been doing heli-hopping, in fact, to multiple constituencies, and they seem to have given the momentum to this campaign, and therefore Revanth Reddy very clearly the front runner for becoming Chief Minister. So that is one side. So while you were pointing out, Veera, that it is 64 plus 1 that the Congress has, 64 of the Congress itself and 1 of the CPI in Kottagudem that they have had. Revanth Reddy's language yesterday was very appropriate, I would think. One, he spoke about KTR and the other parties and cooperating with them, etc. But more importantly, I think the Congress will try to get the numbers from the BRS right at this point, because it's a very clear geographical divide in the kind of seats that have come to the Congress and to the BRS. The BRS very urban, and the Congress has not managed anything in the Hyderabad region, and they need to consolidate that area. And therefore, I think in preparation for Lok Sabha elections as well, they would like to get a few more MLAs.
At
right
the
now,
moment, Uma, I must point out...
There is no threat of poaching from the BRS side. Back to you.
At the moment, Uma, there is no threat of poaching from the BRS side at the moment, but there is very little room at 64. At a 70, it would have been a different ball game altogether. But at 64, there's very little room for any kind of friction, any kind of dissent. And the Congress will be watching that very closely. You will be watching that very closely. Perhaps very busy times for you there in Hyderabad. You've had a clear 10-year run as far as the BRS is concerned, but we'll keep a close track and get the latest there from Hyderabad. I believe we can go across to my colleague Vedant as well, who's tracking of the other state, which is the Bharatiya Janata Party in Rajasthan, which has ousted Ashok Gehlot there. Vedant, the same question I asked Uma is what I'm going to ask you. Who's going to helm the chair in Jaipur? Is it going to be Vasundhara Raje? Is it going to be Divya Kumari? Who is it going to be?
Well, Veera, that's the question everybody's asking here in Jaipur as well. Who is going to be the next Chief Minister of the desert state? And the latest that we can share with you is that CP Joshi, the BJP state president, and Arun Singh, who is the BJP's in charge of the state for this election, both of them have left for Delhi just a short while back, and they will be meeting with the Congress High Command, including the Parliamentary Board today. Because, of course, the other important thing that's happening today is that all the MPs that were fielded by the BJP who have won the elections here, they will also be tendering their resignations today in the national capital as Parliament begins. So that is what the latest is. Of course, we spoke to all the chief ministers, the chief minister probables, because when it comes to the BJP in Rajasthan, it is indeed a tale of many chief minister probables. And when we spoke to them, all of them had the same answer to give. They said that, of course, we've left it to the Parliamentary Board and the High Command. Now, as far as the front runners are concerned, of course, Vasundhara Raje, two-time chief minister, a tall leader here in the BJP as far as Rajasthan is concerned. She is being seen as a front runner. And also, if you look at the caste arithmetic and also the larger BJP's, the OBC push by the BJP, Baba Balaknath also figures high in that list of Chief Minister probables. So he is being seen as a front runner too. And what we're being told by sources from within the BJP is that he has also been summoned by the BJP High Command in the national capital. So a lot is happening. The story is now shifted from Jaipur to Delhi. Veera, back to you.
As is the case, whether it's the Congress or the BJP, once the assembly election is over, the story shifts from state capital to Delhi and then moves back to the state capital. You keep a close track of Rajasthan, we'll keep a close track of MP, Chhattisgarh and Telangana as well. But for the moment, we'll slip into a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll keep our focus up on Mizoram as well, where the results and trends are coming in thick and fast. 29 for the ZPM at the moment, 7 for the MNF at the moment. Clearly solidifying in favor of the Zoram people movement.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensation.
Welcome back. Let's get you news from the market now, and a record high, in fact, when it comes to Nifty and the Sensex. And what's really driving the markets, of course, this is after that win as far as the BJP is concerned. The BJP's poll victory in 3 states is what is causing that surge as far as markets are concerned. Over a 1% surge in a record open after that win in 3 states. Now, let's just get you more details as to what's really driving the markets. We have Sakshi Bajaj in the house. Sakshi, take us through the highlights.
Well, that's right, Divya. A marvelous Monday for the markets. We've seen the Nifty, the Sensex, the mid-cap index all open at record highs. and that surge really continuing in the last 1 hour of trade. We've also seen a crucial uptick really not only across heavyweights, where market caps are hitting a record high. We've seen a broad-based rally essentially. So experts saying that, look, now it's not just restricted to the heavyweights, but it is a broad-based rally essentially. Now, what is this attributed to? As per experts, it is of course BJP winning the 3 states in the state elections, and the fact that, look, investors saying they want a stable governance going forward. So clearly stability really is what experts believe investors are cheering at the moment. They also feel going forward, of course, economic data, remember, has been upbeat. We did see positive and better than expected Q2 GDP data last week. We also saw, of course, the fact that global interest rates easing. That's another expectation going forward. And that is also boosting global markets and Indian markets alike. But for now, really, it is interesting to note the link between elections and the economy and the stock markets, because, of course, it's a fresh record high for the markets, in line with expectations, remember, of the fact that, look, stability will boost market momentum. And that's exactly what we've seen today.
Right, Sakshi. So that record high as far as the markets are concerned, that, the surge by over 1% as far as Nifty trades are concerned, above 20,500, and Sensex trades above 68,300. Thank you so much, Sakshi, for getting us all those details. Moving on to more news now, and Parliament's winter session to begin today. A stormy start is expected at 11 o'clock this morning. The winter session of Parliament begins, and when we talk about first things first, on day one, the Ethics Committee that probed the cash for query allegations against Trinamool Congress MP Mahua Moitra is slated to lay its report on the opening day in the Lok Sabha, and the opposition parties firm on opposing some bills on the agenda of the government, including the bill to regulate the appointments of the Chief Election Commission and other election commissioners. So all that is expected. Now, the BJP, after its victory in the Assembly elections, will seek to corner the Congress-led opposition in the winter session of the Parliament that begins within minutes from now. So the ethics panel to table that report on Mahua Moitra. Do remember that NDTV had accessed that report. In fact, when we talk about Mahua Moitra, NDTV had accessed the report by the Parliamentary Ethics Committee examining the matter, calling Ms. Moitra's action highly objectionable, unethical, heinous and criminal. The panel has said that she should not be allowed to continue as an MP and her Lok Sabha membership should be terminated. That was the report that was, filed by the Parliamentary Ethics Committee. Now, that is likely to be tabled in on the first very day of the Lok Sabha. That is what we are expecting. Of course, after that 3-state win, the BJP is now expected, in fact, to corner the Congress-led opposition in the winter session of the Parliament. Do remember, 3 key bills are also expected to come up during the winter session. It's going to go on. The winter session that starts today on the 4th will carry on till the 22nd of December, over 15 sittings. When we talk about the key bills, those are to replace the colonial-era criminal laws, a draft legislation to provide a framework for the appointment of the election commissioner. So the opposition, in fact, they are expected to bring up issues where it comes to Manipur, also bring up the issue of the enforcement directorate, the misuse of the enforcement directorate, and also the issue of rising inflation. So those are the issues that the opposition party is expected to bring up during the winter session. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. We'll be back with a whole lot more.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say BTech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many unarticulated criteria which the recruit manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes. Right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria?
Well, let's get to the latest from the cyclone Migjom. We have Sam Daniel joining us from Chennai. Sam, very heavy rain has resulted in cars being submerged, huge waterlogging. When we talk about the kind of rainfall we've seen, about 250 millimeters of rainfall has been recorded in the airport area, and then we have Nangambakam where 230 millimeters of rainfall has been recorded. What is the forecast? I mean, there is a red alert warning that's been issued for the entire state of Tamil Nadu. Take us through what's happening in Chennai at the moment.
Divya, between 25 and 29 centimeters of rain across Chennai over the last 24 hours. That's the amount of unprecedented rains received in the city because of the Migjom cyclone, and there is well above knee-deep waters in many parts of the city. I come to you from an area called Thiruvanmiyur, where the level is well above my knee. And this is what you see behind. Many cars here completely underwater. And if you can show this car, it's almost the entire wheel is in waters now. And that's the major worry for many people. Although the city had recently built a new set of stormwater drains, it couldn't really handle this quantum of water. The Met Office says this kind of downpour would continue at least till 3 o'clock this evening, till the cyclone moves away from Tamil Nadu. The wind speeds could touch between up to 75 to 100 kilometers per hour. And it's a public holiday in Chennai. All schools, colleges shut. Also government offices except essential services. Private companies have been asked to allow their workers do their work from home. Tamil Nadu government has opened nearly 5,000 relief centers in these districts, coastal districts, particularly Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram, Nagapattinam and Kadalur. As we speak, more than 700 people have already been evacuated to these relief centers. And authorities have advised people not to step out unless it's absolutely important, to abide by the instructions given by the Revenue Administration or the Disaster Management Department. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who had a review of the situation, has also allotted or allocated monitoring officers to all these districts and also to every zone in Chennai. In fact, the Met Office says the rains could continue well beyond this evening, although the very heavy rainfall could continue at least till 3 this evening. Boats have been deployed. NDRF and SDRF, the State Disaster Response Forces, have been deployed in many areas to make sure they'll be available on short notice, to make sure in case of any evacuation or in case of major incident, they'll be able to attend to it. So far, things are under control, but certainly the entire Chennai city under a sheet of water, with several flights cancelled, several trains cancelled, and waters entering the parking lot of a couple of metro stations as well. Divya.
Right, 162 relief centers have also been set up. We'll keep coming back to you, Sam, for more on that. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust, when the noise ends, the last word begins.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today, because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales, right?
Those are the visuals coming in from Parliament even as the crucial winter session of Parliament begins. This is the last full session. Here comes Lok Sabha Speaker Mr. Om Birla. BJP MPs were seen chanting on the floor of the House, shouting slogans of what was the victory.
माननीय सदस्यगण, अत्यंत दुख के साथ मैं सभा को हमारे 6 पूर्व साथियों के निधन के बारे में सूचित करना चाहता हूं। श्री ताराचंद शिवाजी पटेल मध्य प्रदेश के खरगोन संसदीय निर्वाचन क्षेत्र से 13वीं लोकसभा के सदस्य थे। श्री पटेल ने कृषि संबंधी स्थायी समिति के सदस्य के रूप में कार्य किया। इससे पूर्व वे मध्य प्रदेश विधानसभा के सदस्य थे। श्री ताराचंद शिवाजी पटेल का निधन 18 सितंबर 2023 को 81 वर्ष की आयु में खरगोन मध्य प्रदेश में हुआ।
The winter session of Parliament for 2023 has begun and it will be running till December 22nd. So it's a brief winter session of Parliament, roughly around 3 weeks. And the government is ready for a structured debate. That's what the Prime Minister said minutes before the session began. The message from the government or the Treasury benches is very clear that they are, of course, encouraged by the victory in the 3 assembly elections yesterday, but they are also prepared for the questions that will be coming from the Congress-led opposition. The leaders of the opposition India bloc will also be meeting today. They held a meeting before the session began to redraw their strategies to take on the BJP. But the question is, after their defeat, embarrassing defeat in these elections, what is it that the India bloc can do? Let me go straight to Vasudha, who's joining us live. We heard those chants on the floor of the House, unprecedented scenes we have seen in the past as well, soon after the UP victory, first in 2017, then again after that, Vasudha. The message is about celebration of the Prime Minister, but what prompted all MPs to stand up when the Prime Minister entered and then shouting all that sloganeering that we saw? Vasudha, if you can hear me.
Yes, Maria. So clearly, it is a very important winter session of the Parliament, and like you said, it's the first full session of the Parliament, and the government is making it very clear that it wants all the pending legislations to be cleared. And of course, there is, the most important thing would be, of course, TMC MP Mohammed Moitra's expulsion, possible expulsion. Mahua, we have covered this. We have actually reported on this extensively. The Ethics Committee has recommended the expulsion of Ms. Mahua Moitra, and today that report is going to be tabled, and the Speaker is basically going to direct for a debate of sorts, and then of course the motion will be moved according to the procedures that have been listed. The Ethics Committee has basically said that it has prima facie evidence of wrongdoing, at least with respect to illegal gratification and also unethical conduct, and it has also called for an institutional inquiry. Just a short while ago, we did see Ms. Mahua Moitra enter the Parliament, but Maria, like you said, all of this is happening in the shadow of what happened yesterday, because yesterday the BJP registered a massive, emphatic victory in three states of the Hindi heartland. Now it has reduced the Congress to just being in Himachal Pradesh, which accounts to just 4 seats of the Lok Sabha. So clearly a lot of introspection and reflection is needed from the side of Congress. It has a little consolation in terms of its victory in Telangana. It's forming the government for the first time in Telangana since the inception of the government. But with regard to the Hindi heartland states, the Congress has been wiped out. And this is what the Prime Minister also spoke about just a short while ago, said that, I did speak about, despite being in the government, I'm giving you advice for the opposition to use constructive form of politics. He said that when good governance combines with national interest, what happens is phrases and concepts such as anti-incumbency gets completely eroded. That is an important takeaway from the Prime Minister's speech today. It is entirely, at least from the point of view of the BJP, there was a lot of jubilation and celebration, because when we saw Arjun Ram Meghwal and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and Prahlad Joshi, who was in charge of Rajasthan, walk in, there was complete shouting of slogans. Like yesterday there was Ab Ki Baar 400 Baar. Today it was all about how the BJP has managed to register this emphatic victory. And of course then the Prime Minister spoke just a short while ago. The opposition MPs also met in Mallikarjun Kharge's chamber. So clearly we are setting up for a stormy session ahead. But clearly the focus of the session is also going to be some very important bills. Remember the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, and of course the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Samhita, replacing IPC, CRPC and Evidence Act, is also going to be placed, as well as the bill to replace the CEC, and also something that the former CECs have written about, eroding the authority of the body. So clearly a stormy session ahead is what we expect.
But the question is that what will the opposition be trying to corner the government on? After what we saw play out yesterday, there are a lot of questions that will be raised. Let's listen in to what's happening in the Lok Sabha
माननीय सदस्यगण, मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों से आग्रह करता हूं कि संसद के भवन के अंदर प्लेकार्ड लेकर आना हमारे नियमों के खिलाफ है। मैं फिर नियमों के तहत जो संसद में नियम बनाए उनके तहत आपको आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि आप सदन से बाहर चले जाएं। मैं फिर आपसे बोल रहा हूं, सदन से बाहर चले जाएं और सदन से ये अपेक्षा करता हूं, मैं सदन से अपेक्षा करता हूं कि हम नए सत्र में शुरुआत कर रहे हैं, नए अनुभव से शुरुआत करें। मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं, आप सदन से बाहर चले जाएं। मैं आग्रहपूर्वक कह रहा हूं आपको, और सभी सदस्यों से भी आग्रह करना चाहता हूं, इधर से भी और उधर से भी, कि प्लीज नो, सदन में प्ले कार्ड नहीं चलेगा। आप अगर सदन चलाना नहीं चाहते तो सदन नहीं चलेगा, लेकिन ये तय है कि इस नए भवन के अंदर प्ले कार्ड नहीं चलेगा। सदन की कार्रवाई 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
So the House has been adjourned till 12 noon, and thereafter the session will begin. What were these placards that opposition MPs were showcasing? We'll try and get that detail from Vasudha in just a bit. But soon after the Prime Minister arrived inside the Lok Sabha, we did see those images where BJP MPs were shouting slogans of Tisri Bar Modi Sarkar and Bar Bar Modi Sarkar, and a lot of jubilation and celebrations that we saw yesterday continuing even inside Parliament today. All those MPs who were sent to various states for contesting have come back. Several of them are victorious as well, so they have reasons to celebrate, certainly. But first up, let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said before he entered the Parliament.
आपका भी भला इसमें है कि आप देश को सकारात्मकता का संदेश दें, आपकी छवि नफरत की और नकारात्मकता की बने, वो लोकतंत्र के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। लोकतंत्र में विपक्ष भी इतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है, उतना ही मूल्यवान है और उतना ही सामर्थ्यवान भी होना चाहिए। और लोकतंत्र की भलाई के लिए मैं फिर से एक बार अपनी ये भावना को प्रकट करता हूं।
So, Parliament Day 1. This is the last full session of the 17th Lok Sabha, and then the leaders are all gearing up for the big elections of 2024, because next year the budget would be a vote on account, because elections will be held in the month of May. As we have seen in the last several decades. Vasudha continues to be with us. Vasudha, the Lok Sabha Speaker will be taking a sense of the House on Mahua Moitra's report, which has been submitted by the Ethics Committee of Parliament. But what were these placards that were being, flashed by the opposition MPs that led to this adjournment?
Well, Maria, we'll just find that out in a bit. I'm just trying to find that out. What we understand is that the opposition in the meeting has basically talked about certain issues like misuse of investigating agencies and also alleged authoritarian attitude of the government. And also, if you remember, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary had also talked about expulsion of Mahua Moitra being, sort of like very serious and non-proportional to the nature of the crime. So there are some issues that the opposition wants to flag, and this clearly, it could be one of those. We will just try to find out what the placards are saying. But I think the most important thing is what happened yesterday seems to overshadow the first day of the Parliament. And this is something I think the Prime Minister also expected, because he clearly said that don't vent your angst against the defeat of what you faced yesterday into the House. Don't bring that into the Southern. That is what he said in his speech today. And clearly the opposition, there is a lot of resentment, there's a lot of anger. And of course, they're also possibly trying to find out what really happened. And I think that is what, is something, that played out today. And I think that is going to play out the entire session, because it's going to be very stormy, not just with the expulsion of Ms. Moitra, because that seems to be a very small issue. There are important contentious bills coming up, including the replacement of IPC and criminal justice bills. Apart from that, there's also the CEC bill, which is coming up, which is something that the opposition has clearly said will erode the authority of this election body, because it also talks about the way election commissioners will be appointed in the country. It talks about many changes to the process. So clearly a stormy session ahead, but BJP has the strength of numbers. And today, I think it's going to be a spectacle of sorts. It's going to be the opposition showing its resentment and anger, and of course the BJP showing its entire mood of celebration. That's what I understand.
Yes, certainly, Vasudha. So today and perhaps for the next few days, it's a short winter session of Parliament. The session ends on 22nd, but I think the messaging that's coming from the Treasury benches is very, very clear, that what the Prime Minister also began by saying today, that don't, showcase your grouse of loss inside Parliament. Let there be constructive debates. And earlier today, the India Party is also met, where they tried to really chalk out their strategy. So let's see how events pan out. But the focus certainly will be on the winter session of Parliament. We will try and keep focus also on one state, the results of which have started coming in. In fact, is very clear that ZPM, which is Zoram People's Movement, has registered an emphatic victory. A quick word from Reema Sarmai, who's here in the studio, extremely patient. Reema, this victory, is that really a surprise? A new party, a young party, which is winning the way it has?
No, Maria, I would like to say it is not surprise. It was already understood since the beginning that ZPM will get the thumbs up victory, because ZPM is a new, fresh idea. ZPM is coming in the fray with a very new idea, fresh idea. That their agenda was very fresh. They touched the agriculture, farmers issues, drugs issues mainly, and this kind of things is really they addressed for the people, and people were looking for this drugs issue and farmer issue very badly, and ZPM is able to win their heart by following this kind of agenda, this main agendas, drugs and farmers. So ZPM and is a fresh idea. I'm repeating these things.
Reema, and there has been clearly no impact on what was seen as unrest in Manipur, which what made the talking point in these elections by MNF.
Yes. This is the Manipur violence is really impact on the election. That is impact on the MNS, because MNS, welcoming those refugees from the Manipur and Myanmar and other countries like Bangladesh. They open her arms, they welcome them, and public is very much upset over that it should not go like that influx in a state like Bangladeshi infiltration issue in Assam. So the Northeast has a very bad taste about the infiltration issues from the neighboring country and the state. So Manipur public is really was upset with the MNS, this Manipur Joramthanga's this policy, and so it is backfire to the Joramthanga. And next to that, Joramthanga is opposed to register that biometric registration. So for those refugees, this is also a region that people are upset that there is no registration about how much infiltration is coming into the state. Yeah.
Thank you. Reema, continue to be with us. We are slipping into a short break. We'll put focus again on Parliament. It's a crucial winter session. The government has lots on its agenda. How much of that will it succeed in ensuring the passage? It has numbers in both the houses. So number game certainly in favor of the BJP. Lots more when I return. Stay with us.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses, which is, you know, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make mistakes of business judgment, right? Those are honest mistakes. But stuff where you have been taking money out of the company, taking kickbacks,
I mean, that's
on an integrity issue. So really, when you're talking governance lapses, the big ones are where there's
Lok Sabha adjourned till 12 noon. This is the last full session of the 17th Lok Sabha. Crucial because we are seeing that fillip, certainly excitement in the BJP camp, which is the treasury benches, after the victory that was registered yesterday. A message that has gone loud and clear that be it the challenger or when the BJP is incumbent, it has and it's perhaps more equipped and is able to win the people's trust than its main rival, that is the Congress. The function of Prime Minister's appeal and popularity also reaching to states and his paper over the wear and tear in state units is also something that has been established after that overwhelming victory yesterday. But when we are looking at those visuals, we did see a lot of cheer, sloganeering by BJP MPs. Rajat Sethi is joining me, political analyst. We have Rakhi Rathore of the BJP, Matthew Antony of the Congress. Rajat, you know, these are unprecedented scenes, but we are seeing it more often in Parliament now. Days after victories, these scenes of sloganeering for Prime Minister Modi is it's becoming common.
I think this is, I mean, jubilation from all corners of the country, which are just getting registered in the temple of democracy. You know, there is renewed momentum that the BJP has, and they would want to carry on the positivity that has been, that they are blessed with by the people of this country, and they would want to carry it on in the last leg of this parliament session of this Lok Sabha. So I think the next few months you'll see jubilation on everything that the BJP does and succeeds in doing. And there'll be some few more critical bills that the BJP would be bringing in and ensuring that they have the momentum going forward into the upcoming elections. So yes. I think you will see this chorus of BJP and its allied forces together, you know, enthusing from the floor of the House, giving a clear-cut message to the public at large that they are one and united and going with all positive spirits, all gun-glazing towards the next
yes.
Lok Sabha elections.
And on government's agenda is 21 bills. which includes bills to replace the IPC and Indian Evidence Act and CRPC. They would have certainly wanted some discussion. Of course, the Business Advisory Committee of the Parliament will be meeting perhaps later today to slot discussion on these crucial legislations. And an important business to be conducted, because this is a brief session of Parliament, as I said. Rakhi Rathore, good morning to you. This jubilation that we saw inside the Lok Sabha before the arrival of the Lok Sabha Speaker, what does it mean for your party, particularly after the messaging that came from Prime Minister Modi at the BJP headquarters yesterday?
Each and every worker of our party, because yesterday, as Pradhan Mantri ji has said, that it is the win of each and every worker, whether it's from booth or from as Panna Pramukh. Everyone was involved so much in these elections, and it was Modi ji's face, his vision, which was put forward in this election. So it's a win, and that is why we are very much excited, and all our each and every member of our party is very much excited.
Just hold on to your thoughts. There's some disturbing news coming in now. 2 Indian Air Force pilots have been killed in action when their trainer aircraft actually crashed during routine sortie. And I'm going to go straight to Vishnu, who's joining me on the phone line. Vishnu, details, please.
Well, they were killed in an accident, Maria. This is a Pilatus PC-7 Mark II trainer aircraft. There was an accident today morning. This aircraft had taken off from the Air Force Academy near Hyderabad when there was an accident which took place. In a statement, the Indian Air Force says, "It is with deep regret that the Indian Air Force confirms that both the pilots on board have sustained fatal injuries. No damage to any civil life or property has been reported. There is a court of inquiry, which has been called in to look into this." The Pilatus aircraft, PC-7 aircraft, is a basic trainer aircraft of the Indian Air Force. It's a single-engine turboprop aircraft. There are ejection seats on board. This is a basic level of training that pilots undergo at the Air Force Academy before they graduate to advanced jet trainers and then on to fighter aircraft. Not clear at this stage what could have caused this. It could be months before we actually know the cause. But it is very sad that 2 lives have been lost in this accident.
Vishnu, you are saying that this was some kind of an accident, and it crashes during routine sortie. How does it actually work, in the sense that were precautions not taken?
Pure and simple, and we don't know the reasons. Sometimes, as I mentioned, a court of inquiry could take months. The courts of inquiry for the Indian Air Force are always kept confidential. That's also true of the other armed forces, so we may never know what caused this particular accident. It's also not correct to speculate on what could have happened, what could not have happened. But I'm just repeating the point that I mentioned. There are ejection seats on board this aircraft. For whatever the circumstances, the 2 pilots have died. Unclear whether they were able to eject or not at this stage. And these would be at least one of the 2 pilots on board would be a cadet officer learning to fly.
Vishnu, stay with us, because Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has also tweeted, and I'm quoting him, where he says, "Anguished by the accident near Hyderabad, it is deeply saddening that 2 pilots have lost their lives. In this tragic hour, my thoughts are with the bereaved families." Vishnu, have the families been informed? In fact, the Indian Air Force has also put out a detailed tweet on the incidents. It said that the 2 pilots on board the aircraft sustained fatal injuries. What was, Vishnu, do we know the names, and has it been communicated to their families?
Well, the way it usually works, Maria, is that the families are actually informed, and then information of this is officially released via the form of a public release. So that's what I read out to you, and that's what's been replicated in the tweet, which you just read out. So just in terms of details, that's all that we know so far. The Pilatus PC-7 is a relatively safe aircraft. It's a Swiss-manufactured aircraft. It is used for basic training of Indian Air Force pilots, as I mentioned. The Air Force Academy, from where the aircraft was operating in Hyderabad in a place called Dindigul, the aircraft had taken off, and there were Circumstances we don't know which resulted in this crash. We do not know if the pilot ejected. Fortunately, there's been no damage to property or to lives on the ground. But yes, tragic that two pilots, at least one of whom would most likely have been a trainee pilot, have lost their lives.
Okay. We'll try and connect with our reporters also in Parliament, because will Defence Minister Rajnath Singh be informing? Yes. So, okay, so that's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Earlier in Parliament, we did see him sitting next to the Prime Minister in the Lok Sabha. Let me go back to Vishnu again, because that's certainly a very, very depressing and a worrying news that's coming in this morning, Vishnu. Yes, there has to be a protocol that has to be followed to inform, for informing the family. But the news that came in, Vishnu, was also that there was no damage to any civil life or property has been reported. Where did it actually crash, and at what time did it happen?
It took place this morning. The aircraft had taken off, as I mentioned, from Dundigul to the Air Force Academy in the Greater Hyderabad region. Do not know the exact location where the aircraft crashed, but the fact that they mentioned that there is no damage to life or to property, this is a standard statement which accompanies all Indian Air Force press releases. In the event that there is no damage on the ground, it's the same this time around. So quite clearly a crash has taken place. Again, the circumstances of this we don't know. In terms of the families being told, they would have been told before there's a press release which is announced. Very often the names of the pilots emerge, and then the media, upon inquiring, are told not to report the names of the pilots until such time as their near and dear ones, their families, etc., are informed. In this case, I don't have the names of the pilots. So far, that will emerge at some stage. But these, at least one of them would have been a very young pilot. It's a twin-seater aircraft. It's the PC-7. There's a pilot in front. There's a pilot behind. The pilot behind is usually the officer training the pilot in front. Could be vice versa. We don't necessarily know. And there was an accident which took place. The PC-7 has an excellent safety record in the Indian Air Force. I don't, off the top of my head, remember when the last serious incident with the PC-7 took place, but it has happened now. And obviously, a court of inquiry looks into all aspects, whether it was mechanical fault, whether there was a human error, whether there was a mistake in communication, or anything else that comes up.
Okay, and Vishnu, the two pilots that have been killed in action are an instructor and one cadet, is what Indian Air Force has officially said, and a court of inquiry has been ordered. We are looking at those visuals that are coming in from Telangana, from the site of the crash, and there is fire still there. It appears certainly that that the aircraft has been completely destroyed.
Well, for starters, they've been killed in an accident. The use of the phrase "killed in accident" usually implies when there was an active operation taking place. At least one of these officers, as you mentioned just now, was a cadet learning to fly. There's an accident which has taken place. Very, very sad indeed. The aircraft will eventually burn out. Unclear at this stage, and this is the key point, whether the pilots were able to eject or not. It's got an ejection system. Usually if the Air Force, when one of the two pilots trigger the ejection system, there is a sequential launch of the ejection seat. Usually the pilot in the back goes off first, then the pilot in the front, but that depends, I believe, on the nature of the aircraft. These were equipped with a Martin Baker ejection seat, to the best of my knowledge, one of the most reliable such systems in the world, but it depends on the height in which the aircraft was operating, the attitude in which the aircraft was operating, whether it was in a roll, whether it was not in a roll, various circumstances. And, literally thousands of factors could have gone into an air crash. Very sad when a loss of life happens, but as any Air Force officer would tell you, this is part of the risks which accompany military aviation, but certainly one that the Air Force would like to get to the bottom of.
All right. Vishnu, thank you for joining us. We are slipping into a short break. We'll try and get more details on that story.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and Center, a show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Foodie Bay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listening site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him.
And we are going straight to Hyderabad, where Congress Party's CLP meeting is taking place at a hotel. That's where Pratibha is. We also have Uma Sudhir. Coming to you, Uma, a day after that victory in Telangana, what's the mood in the Congress camp and what made them hurriedly go to the, Raj Bhavan yesterday to meet the governor?
Very upbeat mood in the Congress for sure. They do know that even though they are having only 64 plus 1, 64 Congress and 1 of the CPI, Kottagudam, where they have also won. So that's the number that they took to Raj Bhavan. So they just wanted their base in a sense covered, should I say. And that's the reason why they decided to go ahead and say that this is the number of MLAs that we have. They did take a list as well of the MLAs that they have. And they also just informed her. It was actually a letter in which they informed her that we now have a majority, and we'll come back to you with the name of the CLP leader, who will then be invited by the governor to form the government. Three things are happening here. One is that very clearly Revanth Reddy is the front runner. If we thought of Uttam Kumar Reddy also in the race, we also thought of Batti Vikramarka in the race. Batti Vikramarka's brother himself, Mallu Ravi, has in fact said that he believes that Revanth Reddy is the man for the job, and he believes Revanth Reddy is going to get it as well. Batti Vikramarka, of course, the Dalit face of the Congress. He's been elected MP from Madhya. But I would point out that he is someone who was given about 6 tickets, and of which he was able to deliver only to Madhya and Vaira. Uttam Kumar Reddy, someone who said he's possibly most qualified for the jobs. He meant it in more ways than one. He has been an Air Force officer, someone who was close to Rajiv Gandhi, the father of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, and someone who has won 7 elections and has always been with the Congress party. So those are his qualifications. But Revanth Reddy, very clearly, the man who has led this campaign very strongly against the BRS, and someone who was able to challenge the Chief Minister, give the momentum for it, and also very importantly, he had, should I say, his own men, many of them who would be loyal to him among the MLAs, and he has been able to deliver a big score in terms of the number of people who have won from the camp that, in a sense, he heads. There is no camp as such. There are no divisions within the Congress. This time round, certainly, they seem to be presenting a united face with everyone, more or less saying that it would be Revanth Reddy. So what we are expecting is only possibly a single line statement that they will carry to the governor and carry to the leadership after the leadership gives its okay and okays the name, which we do understand that Revanth Reddy is someone who finds favor with both Priyanka as well as Rahul Gandhi. And then it will be just the process of when it should happen. Revanth, of course, announced the date of 9th December, not only because it is Sonia Gandhi's birthday, but is also the date on which Union Home Minister Chidambaram at that time had announced first the formation of Telangana in 2009. So those are two things. One other point about the Congress looking for talent from the BRS. We already know that several people, including ministers, are in touch with the Congress. That would be perhaps looking also at in preparation for the Lok Sabha elections, because the Congress in the city areas, Hyderabad and around, has actually not done well at all. Their strength has entirely come from rural Telangana. Back to you.
Okay. The question then is, who will be the Mukhyamantri or the Chief Minister? An answer to which will come in perhaps next 15 to 20 minutes, and will come from Pratibha, because she is standing right outside the CLP meeting. Is Mr. D.K. Shiv Kumar and others present in the CLP meeting? At what time did it begin, and what time are they likely to head to the Raj Bhavan to meet the Governor Tamilisai?
Well, initially the meeting was supposed to be scheduled at 10:30. It was supposed to commence at that point in time, but they were all waiting for D.K. Shiv Kumar, who seems to be the man leading the show with respect to the election as well as the decision on who will be the next CM of Telangana. And what we also understand from sources is that D.K. Shiv Kumar did have a closed-door meeting at the hotel where he was residing, which is the Hyatt in Hyderabad, where he was having a meeting with Uttam Kumar Reddy as well as Mr. Bhatti. Both of them who are contenders for the CM's post along with Revanth Reddy. What we understand is also that a unanimous decision would be taken. Most of them seem to be suggesting Revanth Reddy's name because, like Umar did point out, the kind of efforts that have been undertaken by Revanth Reddy has been phenomenal with respect to the Congress's victory in Telangana. And that apart, yes, we understand that D.K. Shiv Kumar has just reached. The meeting will commence shortly, and perhaps in about half an hour to an hour from now, we would have the answer to the question that you're raising: who will be the Chief Minister of Telangana?
Yes, so who will be the Chief Minister? A quick word on Revanth Reddy. He was a member of Parliament in the Lok Sabha from the Congress also. From Malkagiri constituency. During his student days at Osmania University, he engaged with the ABVP, so he has that ABVP background. Stepped into politics, he secured the MLC in 2007 as an independent candidate, then TDP, and then transitioned into Telangana Assembly with Kodangal constituency, which he represented from 2014 to 2018, and then in 2014 Reddy clinched victory in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly elections from the Kodangal seat. So, you know, it has been quite a journey for Revanth Reddy. So is it almost a done deal, Uma, or can there be a wild card entry? Okay, we'll try and connect with Uma in just a bit. But Pratibha, will you take that question? Can there be a wild card entry in the form of a loyalist that Uttam Kumar Reddy is, or a Dalit face in Bhatti Vikramarka?
In fact, it's almost a done deal as far as Revanth Reddy's name is concerned. This is what we're picking up from sources in the Congress camp. Most of them seem to suggest or acknowledge the efforts that have been taken by Revanth Reddy. In fact, he has been the front runner in terms of, you know, not just spearheading the movement or the momentum for the Congress in Telangana, but he's also spearheaded the Padayatra here, and several of these need to definitely be acknowledged and rewarded adequately. This is the answers that we are picking up from several leaders from the Congress. Of course, yes, there is a tinge of disappointment in the hearts of both Uttam Kumar as well as Mr. Bhatti. Both of them seem to be old-timers in the Congress, and they have been loyal to the Congress for a very long time. And especially people like Uttam Kumar do bear the badge of qualification for heading the CM's post in Telangana, mainly because one being a winner for at least 7 times times in the election, the MLA election, and 2 being a loyalist of the Congress camp. And we also see the winnability factor as well as the adorability factor in the Congress camp. But keeping all of these aside, Revanth Reddy's efforts seem to have a unanimous bearing as far as all the leaders are concerned. So more or less a done deal on that front. But yes, the answer to that question would lie in about an hour from now.
Okay, so let's wait for another hour when the picture will become clear. I'll keep coming back to you, we'll try and put those SWOT analysis of sorts on our television screens as well, as to what are the strengths and weaknesses of those who are seen as front runners, and of course the only front runner in this race of becoming the next Telangana Chief Minister is one man, that is Revanth Reddy. We'll try and come back and connect with Uma in just a bit. But before that, quick word from our panelists who have been extremely patient with us. Matthew Anthony, you have only one reason to celebrate, and that's the state of Telangana. But even here, it's not a very comfortable space that you are in. 64 is hardly the number that you would have wanted when you have a challenger in BRS, and most of your MLAs are imports of BRS. Mr. Anthony, if you can hear me, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Maria. First of all, our condolences to the pilots and their families who have lost their lives in the accident. On the Telangana issue, why should we not be comfortable with 64? And we have had a good victory there. At least allow us to celebrate the victory. Why do you want to question on that one? That's a convincing victory. And we are forming the government. The CLP meeting is happening right now. So we are pretty confident about what we are in Telangana at this moment of time.
Okay. Is it a done deal that Revanth Reddy, who added that much needed vigor in a state unit, which was almost down in the dumps like Telangana, nobody gave you a chance till a year ago, and look where you are right now. Will you give him credit?
It's a collective effort from the team, and he was a PCC president. He did his job pretty well. But the decision on the chief minister will be done by the leadership, and you will get to know in the next 1 hour's time from the leadership itself.
Okay. So we'll know about it in some time. But, Rakhi, while we look at Telangana, but it sends a limited number of MPs to the Lok Sabha, and all this is building towards the Lok Sabha. It's a win-win-win for the BJP in 3 states in Hindi belt, and their collective number is far higher than one state. My question is that what we saw play out in Parliament, will that be more about reliance on one person and one brand, that is Narendra Modi?
It is the best brand we have. In fact, the best brand on which the people of India, they trust. The only voice they listen to is the Narendra Modi ji's voice, and that has been established yesterday because the people of India, they believe the Modi ji's guarantees are the only guarantees which can be implemented on ground level, and that is why yesterday we got win in 3 states. And as far as Telangana is concerned, we have improved our last assembly's performance because our vote share was increased from 7% to 15% this time, and the seat from 1 to 8. So that is the reason why we firmly believe that the people of India, they will trust Narendra Modi because of the deliverance. They voted for a good governance yesterday, and that thing we will definitely is going to, we are going to put forward, and we are very happy that all our efforts were, we landed on a positive note, and that is why we got a very good victory in these 3 states. And as far as Parliament is concerned, it's a regular Parliament session. In fact, and despite all these issues, because in each and every session you have seen that the opposition party, they, whether it's Hindenburg's report or Adani or other issues are there, they are not concerned with the welfare points of our India, and that is the main problem here. But let's see what happens. But we are firmly, want to take our country to a next level, and that is why we are always determined to do so.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time, Rakhi and Matthew Anthony. Of course, this remains our top focus. In another few minutes, the CLP meeting in Hyderabad will be beginning, and then the Congress will decide on who will be the Chief Minister of the state of Telangana. And then the process of government formation begins. The CLP head will then be going to meet the governor to stake claim to form the government. That remains our top focus. We're slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates on the other side.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say BTech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd
And the process of government formation in 3 states that has been won by the BJP will begin today. There will be also the observers that will be decided by the BJP leadership, who will then be heading to the states to conduct the important, crucial legislature party meeting, and thereafter the leader of those assemblies will be chosen. Just look at those visuals that are coming in. It has been quite a victory for the BJP. Let me bring in Vedant, who's joining me from outside Okay, we'll try and connect with Vedant. We did see celebrations at the BJP headquarters where Prime Minister arrived in around 6:30, 7:30 p.m. last evening, and then he delivered the victory speech, also setting the roadmap for the future of his party and telling them not to be complacent. There's lots more that has to be done by the BJP going ahead, is the message that came from the Prime Minister for the cadres and the karyakartas of the BJP. So those visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving at the BJP headquarters, which I'll be asking my producer to put on our television screens, which we saw yesterday, in which the message was loud and clear. And those were the visuals. That is Mr. Balaknath, Baba Balaknath, who's seen as also the wild card entry, perhaps, in which the BJP could be looking at a completely different politics going ahead in the state of Rajasthan. Let's listen in to the Prime Minister. Yes. Among the 3 states that came as the most surprise, one would say, was the state of Chhattisgarh, where no pollster gave a chance to the BJP, but they won convincingly with 54 in the 90-member assembly. What worked for the BJP? Here's what we have for you.
The biggest upset, a result which trumped all pollsters. Congress lost out on a sitter, with BJP decisively claiming Chhattisgarh despite not having a face to take on Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel. Despite optimism by top leaders, Congress could not recover, losing to BJP.
निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में शहरी और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में स्पष्ट रुझान है और ये वोटों में जनता की आक्रोश परिलक्षित हुआ है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो आज रुझान दिख रहा है वो निश्चित रूप से आगे बढ़ के सरकार बनाने में सफल होगी। तीनों राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएगी।
Although Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel scraped through, but several of his ministers were not so lucky this time. The game changer was promise made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to women that they will get 12,000 per year. Something that the Congress tried to match up to by announcing rupees 15,000 aid for women. But the catch-up was too late. Secondly, paddy procurement was promised at a new rate of rupees 3,100 per quintal with an added benefit of payment of 2-year pending bonus. And lastly, the campaign was made Modi versus Baghel, where even though Congress promised a better rate of paddy procurement, people banked on Prime Minister Modi.
Of course, the major credit for this victory goes to what it is being described as Prime Minister Narendra Modi ki guarantee. And the game changer for them was 12,000 rupees per year, promise which was made to the women. And in the next few days, the BJP legislators will sit down. They are likely to authorize the party high command to decide the name of the next chief minister. But it is a really, well fought, well deserved victory for them. With cameraman Habib Ali, this is Manish Kumar for NDTV.
And it was a day of big celebrations. The BJP sending a message that even when they are incumbent or when they are challenger, they are better placed than the Congress to take on and ensure victories in these states. 3 states which saw bipolar contest, 3 states which have been won by the BJP. Let's listen into what the Prime Minister said yesterday.
कुछ लोग तो कह रहे हैं कि आज की इस हैट्रिक ने 24 की हैट्रिक की गारंटी दे दी है.
You heard what the Prime Minister said. He is setting perhaps another record for his party going ahead in 2024. It was clearly more than just another speech. It was a victory speech, but also setting vision for the future. What happened in Madhya Pradesh? Why did the BJP register one of its biggest victory ever? Here's what happened.
The Saffron Party didn't name its Chief Minister candidate, despite its longest-serving Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan heading the government in Madhya Pradesh, created history, and the Congress was far behind. So what worked for the BJP? The game-changer populist schemes like the Ladli Behna scheme, the Kisan Samman Yojana, overwhelming support of female voters besides the undercurrent of Ram Temple 2024 grand opening.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जन जन के मन में हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के मन में हैं. उनके प्रति अगाध प्रेम और विश्वास. डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो काम किए, चाहे वो केंद्र की योजनाओं का आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हो या मध्य प्रदेश में हमने बनाई लाडली बहना जैसी योजना हो, समाज के हर वर्ग का कल्याण किया और विकास किया, तो जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला.
The Madhya Pradesh Congress leaders were so confident of winning the assembly elections that even before the counting had started, some local Congress leaders and workers had even put up such posters in front of the Congress headquarters in Bhopal, congratulating Kamal Nath and even claiming that a Kamal Nath government is coming to power. But once the results started coming out, the Congress headquarters looked deserted and the local Congress leaders were shocked and disappointed.
वजह तो बाद में पता चलेगी जब इसका विश्लेषण होगा. अभी जो शुरुआती रुझान तो मैं नहीं कहूँगा, मिडिल लेवल रुझान है. 5-7 राउंड्स हुए हैं, 14 राउंड्स का इलेक्शन होता है. तो इसमें जो मैंने देखा वो मुझे जो मैंने ग्राउंड पे देखा था उसके अनुरूप ये रिजल्ट्स मुझे नहीं दिख रहे हैं. वो डिसअपॉइंटेड है क्योंकि जब पब्लिक रिएक्शन वोटिंग से मैच नहीं करता है तो कहीं ना कहीं प्रॉब्लम तो है.
A region-wise breakup reveals that while the BJP has held on to its 2018 bright spot, the 30 seats strong Vindhya region, it is now virtually wiping out the Congress in the saffron stronghold. In the tribal-dominated 38 seats strong Mahakoshal region, which also houses State Congress Chief Kamal Nath's home turf, the BJP has made significant inroads. This is in stark contrast to the 2018 polls when the Congress had won 24 seats in the same region. In the 34 seats Gwalior-Chambal region, the home turf of Union Ministers Jyotiraditya Scindia, Narendra Singh Tomar, State's Home Minister Narottam Mishra, and the State BJP Vice President V.D. Sharma, the BJP is leading. In the Malwa-Nimar region, which houses maximum 66 seats and has since decades been the nucleus of BJP and RSS, the Saffron Party seems to have left behind 2018 polls' dismal show.
इस जीत पर अगर मैं किसी को प्रथम मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं तो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के एक एक मतदाता को मैं देना चाहता हूं जिन्होंने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये सरकार बनाई है और उसी के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी, उनका मार्गदर्शन है और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं ने ये परिवर्तन लाया है।
प्रजातंत्र के इस मुकाबले में हम मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं का फैसला स्वीकार करते हैं। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस प्रकार जनता ने उन्हें समर्थन दिया है वो उस पर खड़े उतरेंगे।
So this was clearly Mama, Modi and Mahila for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, and that's why the party workers are so happy. In Bhopal, with camera person Rizwan Khan and Amritanshi Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
A debate. This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India because Ashoka University certainly most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big message ahead of the winter session of Parliament: anti-incumbency doesn't exist. Don't take out election loss. Anger in Parliament. Markets gain after assembly election results. New all-time high for markets. They surge over 1%. The counting for the 5th state, that is Mizoram, is currently on. ZPM crosses halfway mark. After winning 3 states, BJP to decide chief ministers in all 3 states will be sending observers for CLP meet. Congress will be holding its CLP meet in Hyderabad. Revant Reddy emerges as the frontrunner. Cyclone warning intensifies. The landfall in coastal Andhra on Tuesday. Rain red alert in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. 2 Indian Air Force pilots killed in crash. Indian Air Force trainer aircraft crashes in Telangana. The last full session of the 17th Lok Sabha coming at a time that the BJP has won emphatically 3 states. Only yesterday there was sloganeering inside the Lok Sabha before the session began, before the arrival of the Lok Sabha Speaker, Mr. Om Birla. The Prime Minister was seen seated next to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. BJP MPs shouted slogans of Tisri Baar Modi Sarkar. There was a lot of jubilation, clapping and celebrations inside the Lok Sabha. There are 21 bills that have been listed by the government. They are hoping that these bills will be passed before the 22nd, which is the last day of the winter session. We are going straight to the Lok Sabha, where BJP MP Nishikant Dubey is speaking. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Item number 7, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की कार्यसूची में क्रमांक 7 में अपने नाम के सामने उल्लेखित केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय अधिनियम 2009 में संशोधन करने के लिए एक विधेयक पेश करने की अनुमति देने का अनुरोध करता हूं।
517 रूट्स वर्तमान में प्रचलित हैं और इस उड़ान योजना की एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका हम देख सकते हैं। एक नया उड़ान का सफर मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में कल के दिवस में भी हो पाया है और इस सफर को हम प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आगे भी ले जाएंगे। दूसरे राज्यों में इसका विश्वास भी हम सदन को देना चाहते हैं। जहां तक प्रश्न कार्तिकेय जी ने आज इस सदन में पूछा है, मैं उनको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं नागर विमानन मंत्रालय से कि सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी हमारे मंत्रालय की प्राथमिकता है। सिक्योरिटी के लिए हमारी संस्था बीकैस, ब्यूरो सिविल एविएशन सिक्योरिटी, अपनी तगड़ी निगरानी सारे एयरपोर्ट्स पे रखती है और सेफ्टी के लिए डीजीसीए जो हमारी संस्था है, हर एक एयरलाइन और हर एक एयरपोर्ट के लिए कार जो सिविल एविएशन रूल होते हैं उसे इशू करती है ताकि हमारे यात्रियों की सुरक्षा, उनकी सेफ्टी और उनकी सुगमता का पूर्ण ध्यान रखा जाए। जो मुद्दा उन्हें उठाया है, कोई भी मिसट्रीटमेंट किसी भी पैसेंजर के साथ होगा जिसकी सूचना मंत्रालय को मिलती है, फौरन उस एयरलाइन या उस एयरपोर्ट दोनों को सूचित किया जाता है, जवाब लिया जाता है और जहां कोई भी एयरलाइन या एयरपोर्ट दोषी पाया जाए, पेनल्टी मंत्रालय के द्वारा पूर्ण रूप से फिक्स की जाती है।
सेकंड सप्लीमेंट्री, श्री कार्तिकेय शर्मा।
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Through you, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister whether the Ministry has considered opening of or increasing the number of pilot training institutes in the country given the increase in demand in the aviation sector.
Honourable Minister.
सर, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न कार्तिकेय जी ने उठाया है। हमारा नागर विमानन क्षेत्र की विस्तारता आने वाले दिनों में बहुत बढ़ने वाली है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस देश में 65 वर्षों में केवल 74 एयरपोर्ट थे, आज 149 एयरपोर्ट, हेलीपोर्ट और वाटरड्रोम प्रचलित हो पा रहे। हमने इस संख्या को दुगना से ज़्यादा कर दिया है 9.5 वर्षों में और हमारी प्राथमिकता है कि इसे हम आगे जाके बढ़ाएं। हमारे एयरलाइंस की भी पूर्ण क्षमता आगे बढ़ने वाली है। एयर इंडिया ने 470 प्लेन की ऑर्डर डाली है, इंडिगो ने 500 प्लेन्स की ऑर्डर डाली है और आने वाले दिनों में इस क्षेत्र को एक बैकबोन आवागमन के क्षेत्र में पूरे देश का हम बनाने वाले हैं। ये विश्वास मैं सदन में आपके द्वारा मैं देना चाहता हूँ।
डॉक्टर फौजिया खान।
Sir, the Udan scheme has been designed to make air travel more accessible to common man. But there are problems in bidding process, and that is why we are not able to operate the way we should be in remote areas, sir. Nanded Airport is an airport which was constructed because the Sikh communities have a sacred place there. But Nanded Airport is not functional. I had written to the minister and he very kindly replied to me saying that Nanded Airport would be available for bidding in the list of underserved airports. And if any airline submits a valid bid for the routes connecting Nanded, the same shall be considered as per the provisions of the scheme document. So I want to know what happened about the Nanded Airport flights, because that's the flight we take to come to Delhi.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, सांसद महोदय ने मेरे साथ पत्रचार इस विषय पर किया है और हमारे सलाहकार समिति में भी ये विषय उठी है। प्रश्न यहाँ है कि एयरलाइंस ने भी नांदेड़ में प्रचलन शुरू कर दिया था। कुछ एयरलाइंस जो इकोनॉमिक रिटर्न नहीं हो पा रही थी।
You heard from the Civil Aviation Minister, who's answering to questions being asked inside the Rajya Sabha. It has been a relatively peaceful day to begin with. Manisha Priyam, what do you think is the reason for both the houses functioning? We may not have seen this had there been a different result.
No, today is a very jubilant mood in the BJP. The party office is abuzz. People cannot get over the results last night and the euphoria of the Prime Minister having come to the party office. And today, Parliament meeting is only a logical culmination of what one has seen. And I would say that there had been some kind of a low spirit within BJP after the defeat in the Karnataka elections and the steps that were being taken to the 2024 general election. This indeed is the grand finale of this House, this Parliament. After that, the whole Parliament will be in election mode. So it is euphoria, and no other word describes the mood better.
Yes. And Manisha ji, I really appreciate your time. Let me go straight to Hyderabad, where the CLP meeting has begun with DK Shiv Kumar, who is in charge of the state of Telangana, present in that hotel where the CLP meeting is happening. We can see those visuals of 64 MLAs. All of them are seated with one CPI MLAs as well. Revant Reddy present there, also the leaders of the Congress party, all the MLAs who have all received their certificates. They have come to Hyderabad for this crucial CLP meeting. Remember, Congress played an important role in the creation of Telangana. It's the youngest state of India, but the BRS, a completely regional party, a party only, which was earlier called TRS, which is Telangana Rashtra Samiti, took the credit and in fact formed the government for good 10 years. We can see those visuals coming from inside the crucial CLP meeting that is taking place in Hyderabad. The newly elected members of the Congress party meeting the party observers who have been sent from Delhi as well. Remember, the Congress had issued a list of observers for each state. It's largely this state that they need those observers. DK Shiv Kumar, Deepa Das Munshi present along with Dr. Ajoy Kumar, KJ George and Mr. K. Muralidharan. All of them are present in that meeting which is happening at a hotel in Hyderabad, and Pratibha is where this meeting is happening, and so is Uma, my colleague who is present in Hyderabad as well. We'll try and connect with both of them. What is working for Revant Reddy and why is Uttam Kumar Reddy not the front runner, and what is working against Bhatti Vikramarka. Let me go straight to Pratibha, who's joining us. Pratibha, we are seeing those visuals come in now. Any moment the picture will become clear. Who is the new CLP leader?
That's right. In fact, right since morning, that has been the question doing the rounds. In fact, the CLP meeting was scheduled to commence at around 10:30 a.m. But the man of the show is definitely DK Shiv Kumar, who's been leading this entire process. And what we were told is that he did have a closed-door meeting at his hotel along with the other two front-runners. That is, apart from Revant Reddy, we have Uttam Kumar Reddy as well as Bhatti, who are the front-runners in top contenders for the CM's post. And Revant Reddy's efforts definitely need to be acknowledged, and most of them seem to suggest that it is definitely going to be a done deal. So we'll have to wait and see if Revant Reddy's name would actually be formally announced now that the CLP meeting is getting over.
Okay, so the meeting will get over, and thereafter the CLP head, who will be chosen, will be heading to the Raj Bhavan to meet Governor Tamilisai and stake claim to form the government. The swearing-in ceremony will be happening on 9th. So that is 5 days from now, who are likely to be inducted in the cabinet. That remains to be seen. But correct me, Pratibha, this is a bicameral legislature. There is also a legislative council, right?
That's right. I mean, that would the next steps would be suggested post this meeting. In fact, right now, what we are told is that the CM's post as well as the DCM's post would be finalized. And if it is Revant Reddy who will be the top contender for the CM's post, then perhaps Bhatti would be the likely choice for the DCM's post. And once the swearing-in ceremony is over, we will wait and see how the cabinet would actually take shape. So this would be the next steps in progress as far as the Congress government is concerned. And in fact, it has been quite a hurried set of steps that has been undertaken by the Congress. One, to project a show of strength, and two, to also keep its flock together, mainly because it is not a number that is a sweeping majority of sorts. It is just 4 above the majority mark, which is 60. And so with 65 MLAs, they did parade to the governor's office yesterday to say that all of them are in unison here as far as the Congress government's comeback is concerned in Telangana.
Okay. Uma is joining me as well. Uma, Bhatti Vikramarka, Uttam Kumar Reddy or Revant Reddy?
Very clearly, it appears that it will be Revant Reddy, though of course Uttam Kumar Reddy, Komat Reddy, Venkat Reddy and also Bhatti Vikramarka said to be in the race. Uttam Kumar Reddy, someone who has been 7-time MLA, most qualified for the job is what he himself had said. And yes, he is also someone who has been an Air Force pilot, who has always been with the Congress, and also someone who has been close to the Gandhi family. He used to know Rahul and Priyanka's father, Rajiv Gandhi, and was an associate of Rajiv Gandhi. And Bhatti Vikramarka is a Mala Dasri leader from the Dalit community and someone who had done Padyatras as well, has been, he's the CLP leader in the last house. The Komat Reddy, Venkat Reddy calls himself the senior most among the Congress leaders, someone who delivered all the seats in Nalgonda district, the erstwhile Nalgonda district. He and his brother Rajgopal also had won the election, and that is his certificate. He is also someone who claims to be quite close to the Gandhi family and would like to be considered in the race for CM as well. But yes, Revant Reddy, I must say, by far ahead in this race. Certainly the front runner, Mallu Ravi, who is the brother of Bhatti Vikramarka, himself says that he thinks Revant Reddy is the right choice for the Chief Minister, not just because of the way he has led this campaign very much from the front, campaigning across the state, heli-hopping, doing at least 4 constituencies in every day in the last few days and covering the maximum numbers. And the candidates that he had bagged or he had suggested also have delivered. And that's one reason why we do expect that Revant Reddy, who is in a sense you can consider new to the party, he had come only in 2017-18. His rise was quick. He became the leader of the party in 2021. And from then on is when the momentum changed, because he has changed the entire picture from a dismal picture for the Congress in Telangana to one of hope. Of course, other factors also contributed, but right now it seems quite clear that it will be Revant Reddy. We do understand that D.K. Shivkumar in the morning, in fact, had a meeting with these contenders, and certain negotiations were done in order to keep everyone happy. This election, Congress has managed a very united face. Otherwise, you do see a lot of divisions and multiple leaders speaking in multiple voices. But this time round, they did avoid a lot of that, and that culture that they have now imbibed with the winning streak as well, seeming to continue now as well.
Okay.
Back to you.
So has the Congress party got what has been Shuvendu Adhikari in the state of Bengal and also Himanta Biswa Sarma in Assam.
Could you repeat that question, Myra?
I'm saying, has the Congress party got a Shuvendu Adhikari kind of a figure or a political leader like what happened for the BJP in the state of in the state of Bengal, and also the Congress, the former Congress leader who went on to join the BJP and then become chief minister in Himanta Biswa Sarma in Assam?
So no, the Congress as of now will keep a united face. It does not even look like, the earlier fear was that if they were less than 65, the MLAs may have to be shipped, or rather there was instruction from the party high command. We were told to ship them to Bengaluru, and if they are between 65 and 70, they thought it was safe to keep them here. But what we do understand is that the Congress House seems to be safe with the number of MLAs that it has, 64 from the Congress itself, 1 from the CPI. Rather, they are going to be adding to their numbers. I've spoken to top sources in Congress as well as in the BRS who do know that there are going to be some MLAs, some of them ministers in KCR's cabinet who are going to jump ship. Interestingly, some of them may be having the Telugu Desam connection. What I'm trying to tell you is that when Revant Reddy was in the Telugu Desam, he did have close relations with many of these leaders who subsequently may have gone to the BRS and now were in also ministerial positions. Those are people with who we understand that Congress is in touch with. They have made the phone calls. We already saw Bhadrachalam MLA who has just been elected from the BRS. He came and met Mr. Revant Reddy. So officially, though I have not said anything, the Congress certainly preparing to strengthen the numbers that it has. Also in preparation, I would think, for the Lok Sabha elections, because the pattern that we see in Telangana is that the large numbers for the BRS have actually come from the urban areas. In fact, from Hyderabad area itself, they've got 17 out of their 39 MLAs, which means really that the Congress has not done too well in these areas. There's also the MIM that took away 7 seats. They held on to their bastion. And the Congress will need to strengthen its position in Hyderabad and around that area, because they literally drove a blank here, as was expected also, I must say, because they have not been seeing this as their strength. So there is a rural-urban divide in the way the voters seem to have voted. And if you were to see from the BRS prism, I would think that the BRS actually made a mistake in going with the same number of the same MLAs. 90% of the MLA candidates they repeated, and that seems to have played out in the form of a big anti-incumbency, because only the 10 seats that they had changed, in fact, 9 of them emerged victorious. And you would also note that the vote difference between the Congress party and the BRS party is only about 2%, which means the Congress actually came up by 10%. The BRS went down by 10% from the 2018 election. So the vote percentage difference is only 2%. And the thinking is that, as was being reported, KTR had suggested that in about 40 seats they should change the candidates. KCR had not agreed at that time. If he had agreed, perhaps the picture today would have been different.
Yes, so KCR has lost the political plot, and but hasn't really lost the base, one would say, because if there is just a 2% difference between his party and the victor, that is the Congress party, then what has Congress gained? Of course, it is forming the government, but the big picture also is GHMC. Uma, quick word on the urban versus rural divide that is visible also in Telangana.
Yes, indeed. K.T. Ramarao, most people in Hyderabad, the industry, the corporates, all of them seem to be happy with him. He was seen as the man who is, in many senses, inspiring the dreams of a Hyderabad and a youth along with that. But I must point out that the rural youth, many of who were depending on the Telangana State Public Service Commission, the government jobs, they were very disappointed with the BRS because there were exam leaks that happened. They had postponed exams multiple times, and the jobs promises that was made was not just about the corporate sector, but it was largely about the government sector. There are always huge expectations, and that's where the anger against the BRS government seems to have solidified, because I have met with some youngsters who actually showed me messages which seem to have been going around saying that when the TSPSC leak happened, and there was also a suicide death of a young woman that happened in Hyderabad, and she was here preparing for competitive exams, which subsequently got postponed, and all that frustration happened mostly among the youth who were coming into Hyderabad hoping to make it to the government job. So that is one big area that the BRS seems to have neglected. They were not able to change the perception. This is something that KTR has also admitted on camera, saying that the perception of the youth that the government was not able to do enough for them. And those youth, I do not mean urban youth, that has really worked against the BRS, I must say. The other part is the disappointment that in the Dalit Bandhu and the 2BHK schemes, the fact that some people got it, about 15% people got it, and that led to a lot of resentment among the rest that they were not being given and that it was being favored. The people who were closer to the MLA there, to the district MLA or the assembly constituency MLA, that really created a lot of anger, because of which this slogan of the Congress, which is saying that Marpu Kavali, Congress Ravali, means we need change and the Congress needs to come. So Congress was there at the appropriate time. Even otherwise, even if you see the SC seats and the ST seats, the maximum numbers have been taken in both those seats by the Congress party. Even traditionally, ST has been, voters have been inclined to vote towards the Congress. The SC vote also seems to have gone largely to the Congress as well, and of course there was a split in the Muslim vote outside of Hyderabad, and that is also reflecting in the numbers that we are seeing.
Okay, we will know about the big picture, but Uma, you have tracked the campaign trail of Revant Reddy. What made him stand out?
Revant Reddy, always known to be a very combative man, very fiery, and his speech in many senses, should I say, matches the sharpness and the acerbic quality of the speech that KCR himself makes. That was considered something that was almost patented by a KCR, and it was very popular wherever he goes and speaks. His speech style and his way of attacking his political rivals, that was considered very popular, and Revant Reddy was able to manage that. In fact, when we met him on the campaign trail and I asked him, this kind of a language in a campaign trail, why do you use it, and doesn't it not behove of the leader of the opposition? And he said, this is a style that's been authored by KCR, and I need to beat him in the same style, only then people will take me seriously. I remember, a few years ago as well, when I met Revant Reddy, he said this, that I cannot pitch myself against a KTR or any other leader. I have to pitch myself against a KCR, and that's what I'm working towards, and that's precisely what he did after coming into the Congress, using that opportunity in the last couple of years, every time attacking a KCR and doing it in the same style. That worked for him. The second important factor is also the Reddy factor. What we do understand in this election is that overall, even otherwise, all parties give big numbers of tickets, almost 40 tickets to the Reddys. That's what each party actually does, even though, those parties are not dominated by Reddys, and Congress has been a party which is identified with the Reddy community, who incidentally have only 6 to 8% population in Telangana, but politically they are a very significant group. And even in this election, it's probably the first election in which the maximum number of Reddys have been elected. That's about 43 people from the Reddy community who have got elected. The other important part about Revant Reddy is not just his style, his very combative political strategies. If we have some time, I can tell you about the political savviness of a Revant Reddy, because he had in fact started in the BRS. In 2001-2002, Revant Reddy was in the BRS, and then he thought he was not being given adequate space, and that's why he went to the TDP in 2006. And at that time, he was contesting a seat called the ZPT seat is called, so Zilla Parishad seat, and in that there were 21 rivals, and he has himself told us in a conversation saying that he ensured that most of those rivals actually got out of the race. And then there was one person who was left in the race who was called SN Reddy, and what Revant did was to get 15 SN Reddys in that very constituency and got them to contest, and therefore the voters became so confused that the vote entirely got split, and therefore Revant managed his first victory in the ZPTC. That's the kind of political savviness or acumen that Revant Reddy has, and that is something that everyone will credit him for being that kind of a very
it's also
ambitious,
interesting
very competitive
that from Kamareddy, he lost to a BJP's Reddy, that is Ramanna Reddy, and from Kama Reddy, he actually was third in that race. Uma, thank you for all those fascinating stories that you have shared with us and our viewers. We are going straight now to Mizoram, where the Chief Minister, in fact, has lost his own election. Over to you, Ratnadeep. What are the pictures that you have for us and our viewers?
That's right. In fact, this has been a big victory for the ZPM, a party which was established only 6 years back. And you can see here the ZPM supporters now celebrating. This is a landslide victory for them. And it's a party which largely has young people as its support base, and perhaps riding on the support of young voters, the party has been able to secure their first electoral victory in the 2018 elections. ZPM emerged as a political force, but that time they were not recognized party, so their candidates actually contested as independent. But this time, as a recognized party, already they are leading in 26 seats, and their chief ministerial candidate, Laldu Oma, has won his Sir Chief seat. So that's the big story. Laldu Oma has won the Sir Chief seat. The incumbent chief minister, Zoramthanga, is trailing. His deputy, John Luya, has lost. A lot of senior MNF leaders have lost. In fact, we'd like to go to some of the supporters of ZPM. This is a big victory for ZPM.
Yes.
You all are happy. Tell us what this victory means for you people.
Okay, first of all, we are very happy, and this is a blessing from above. Thank you, Jesus, for your blessing. And secondly, to the people of Mizoram for giving us your valuable votes. Now we already crossed the majority line mark. We already secured 26 seats. That means we are going to form a new government. Our newly elected MLAs, under the leadership of Mr. Laldu Oma, will be able to form a new government that will bring change to the state. So we are very happy. Thank you.
And what are the factors that led to this victory? Young voters has been a factor.
Actually, first of all, there is a wave of anti-incumbency wave that is strongly blowing inside Mizoram. And secondly, we are the first party that announced the candidates. So they started campaigning very early. So they are able to, visit all the households inside the constituency 2-3 times. That is our advantage.
Mizoram is preparing for Christmas, your biggest festival. It seems for you people it's an early Christmas already.
Yeah, we are celebrating. It's like Christmas already because we won this election. We are going to form a new government. We are very happy.
So there you are, you can see this sense of happiness among the ZPM supporters, the colors here, celebrations. All their winning candidates are reaching state capital Aizawl. In fact, this evening or late evening, Laldu Oma, their biggest leader, would also reach Aizawl. So you can see these are the pictures coming in from Aizawl. ZPM, a party which was formed only 6 years back, has completely, they have completely swept the elections, and parties like Congress, which were once a strong political party in Mizoram, as well as the Mizo National Front, have been decimated.
We are the friend of farmers, and we have to give them the top priority. After that, there will be a consolidation in finance. Financial reform is very necessary. For that, we are going to make a resource mobilization team comprising the expert members, and they'll look after the austerity measures, disinvestment measures, and manpower assessment and all that. After that, our main priority will be anti-corruption measures. For that, we are going to give a general consent to the CBI as soon as possible. And after swearing in, we will announce our top priorities for the next coming 100 years.
Your party, ZPM, is sweeping this election. What are the reasons why people have voted for you?
People want a change, change in a sense that it has to be a positive change. Mizoram was ruled by two parties for all those years after attaining the statehood. So people, they wanted to, they wanted to bring progress. They wanted a positive change. So that is what brings this result.
Also, like you, there are many candidates who are gaining, who are leading at this moment, who were not into active politics, not at all. They were not politicians. You are a football administrator. You have a JJ who was a national footballer. You have a radio jockey contesting as a candidate. You have a famous gospel singer. So, was there a pressure for you people taking on full-time politicians, veteran politicians?
I joined ZPM on the 1st of May, but from the day I joined ZPM, I started campaigning. So what happened is that, there are people who are saying that ZPM, they are not contesting the politicians. They are contesting Mr. A, who is into something X, Mr. B, who is into Y, Politics has to be played by, politics has to be run by a politician. That is the way the people perceive it. But what I'm thinking is that politics is vast. It covers everything. Sports, music, you name it. It all falls under the politics. So what I feel is that, even someone, if he's from a different background, but if he has that zeal, if he has that enthusiasm to become, to bring about positive change in one's, constituency, that is good enough, And apart from that, what I feel is that in Mizoram, especially with the coming of the internet and with the coming of this, modern technology and information technology, we are all, we are all exposed to the outside world. Then we know what is going on not only in the outside world, even in our neighboring states. Comparatively speaking, there are many areas in which Mizoram is lacking behind. That way, the youth of the Mizoram, they wanted to bring out a change. So if you look at the voters, I do not have the data with me. There will be lots of young voters, first-time voters, who are voting for ZPM.
And one last question to you is that what would be the priority areas of ZPM should you form the government? And at this moment, ZPM is neither with the NDA nor with the VPA. You have the 2024 general election coming. So what is ZPM thinking in terms of the larger alliance? There have been, media reports that ZPM have had some ties with BJP. So how do you see?
It is wrong. We do not have any tie-up with any political party outside Mizoram. This is a regional party with a national outlook. We can make a decision in Aizawl. We don't need to go to Delhi. We don't need to travel to Guwahati for any decision. We can make our own decision in Mizoram itself. So it's a regional party with a national outlook, but we do not have any alliance with any political parties.
Priority areas for you?
Priority areas, of course, it was already jotted down in manifestos and in the policies that the party hierarchy will take it forward. Personally, I can't comment on that. It's up to the political party to decide.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by MKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say BTech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, what is this? What have you done? This is fantastic, right? Now, that
11 p.m. now. There is heavy rainfalls that has happening. In fact, all schools have been shut as well. Waterlogging and power, internet disruption being reported from the city as heavy rains lashed the city this morning. Many flights have been cancelled or delayed at Chennai airport. And now news coming in that the Chennai airport has been shut till 11 p.m. IMD has said that that cyclone Migjog now lies at 110 kilometer east-northeast of Chennai, and it has moved at 10 kilometer per hour in the last 6 hours. It is expected to move in the north-west direction and intensify into a severe cyclonic storm by forenoon, and it may then move parallel to Tamil Nadu and south of Andhra Pradesh, and is expected to cross between Nellore and Machilapatnam by December 5th forenoon. So all precautions being taken now. Anna University, remember, has postponed engineering semester exams which were scheduled for Tuesday due to heavy rains, and the university has said that it will be announcing dates later. Hundreds of cars and trucks have been stuck in 2-kilometer long traffic jam on Chennai-Kolkata highway. And also the concerns are now of what happens next in terms of the precautions that have been taken. Schools and colleges have been shut. There is a breach in Narayanpuram Lake as well, which has caused floods in several parts of Chennai. We are going straight to Sam, who's joining me on the phone line. Sam, what is it that we know now? Several flights cancelled and delayed, but now Chennai airport has been shut down.
Well, around a dozen flights were cancelled, a few diverted, and since the downpour is continuous, they have decided to close the runway to make sure there'll be no landing, there'll be no takeoff. And things will improve only after the rain stops or reduces. The Met Office says at the moment some pockets of Chennai have received up to 29 centimeters over the last 24 hours. The rains will subside only after the cyclone Madhya would leave Tamil Nadu and head towards Andhra. That they expect around 3 o'clock. So till 3, the city will expect or experience very heavy rainfall. And Chennai airport closed, although they tried to at least allow landings, but now they decided the water stagnant in the airport is too heavy, that they're not able to pump out waters for landing. So as we speak now, earlier they had closed it till 11:30. Now it will be for some more time till the rains subside. The larger picture, Cyclone Madhya is triggering very heavy rainfall in Chennai, adjoining districts of Chengalpattu, Tiruvallur and Kanchipuram. It's a public holiday. Schools, colleges, government offices shut. Private offices advised to allow their employees to work from home. The Chief Minister, after a review, has appointed monitoring officers for every zone of Chennai Corporation because many parts of Chennai at the moment, people wade through anywhere between ankle-deep to knee-deep waters. Hundreds of cars lying in waters. That's a major challenge, major loss of property in that sense. And even the newly built stormwater drains have not been able to handle this quantum of water. People have been advised to stay indoors, not to step out unless it's absolutely important or unavoidable, and to follow the government guidelines. Around 700 people have been evacuated from low-lying areas, particularly from districts like Tiruvallur, Kadalur, and some from Chennai. Around 5,000 relief centers have been opened, and both NDRF and SDRF teams have been positioned, have been kept ready. So the moment the rain stops, they'll be able to intervene and help authorities in pumping out waters from low-lying areas. In other areas, authorities say once the rain subside or reduce or stop, in a matter of 2 hours, they say the stormwater drains will in away the water in most areas, and in low-lying areas, at least 500 pumps have been kept ready to pump out waters at the moment the rain stops.
Sam, Daniel, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. So the big breaking that is coming in is that Chennai airport has been shut down till 11 p.m. because around 4 noon is when the cyclone Madhya is likely to make the landfall. We are shifting focus now back to the big story, which is, of course, the emphatic victory of the BJP in 3 states in the Hindi belt, 2 of which they have won with a landslide. And clearly the message is that there is that fillip which we saw also in Parliament today. A lot of rejoicing happening. Rajasthan follows a revolving door method for 3 decades. They have roamed home despite internal differences and dissent. The Vasundhara Raje factor also playing out, but will she be the chief minister? Is there some dark horse waiting out there? What about Baba Balaknath? Lots being discussed right now. Let me go straight to Vedant, who's standing outside the BJP office in Jaipur. You saw celebrations yesterday, Vedant. You spoke to Jai Kumari as well. She has won with the highest margin in these elections. Many are saying that it was a safe seat, but just look at the margin of victory that she has had. But overall, are the celebrations continuing even today? Or now are the Karyakartas or the workers of the BJP waiting to see as to who will be the chief minister?
Well, absolutely, Madhya. Well, here at the BJP office, the focus now is completely shifted to government formation. In fact, the latest that we can tell you is that both CP Joshi as well as Arun Singh have left for Delhi. They left, a while back, and they will be meeting the party high command and the parliamentary board. In fact, we spoke to both Diya Kumari as well as Baba Balaknath, and the standard response is that we've left it to the high command and the parliamentary board. But just quickly looking at the CM probables, well, of course, course, the two names doing the rounds here in Jaipur circles who seem to be front runners. One, of course, Vasundhara Raje, former Chief Minister, two-time Chief Minister, somebody who has conducted the maximum number of Jan Sabhas here. In fact, very interestingly, she campaigned for 47 candidates and 31 out of them have won. And she is somebody who is seen as a candidate who enjoys mass popularity here in Rajasthan. The other name doing the rounds is Baba Balaknath, and given the fact that it is also OBC, it sort of ties in well with the BJP's larger national OBC push as well. So these are the two names that are being seen as front runners here in Rajasthan. In Jaipur, of course, Diya Kumari, a very popular figure. She is known as Jaipur ki beti, and she is, of course, comes in with that royal lineage, and the BJP fielded her sort of very cleverly to sort of balance the Vasundhara Raje dominance here in Rajasthan. The other names, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, he was here till late last night. We spoke to him as well, and he sort of held the fort for the BJP as a backroom strategist, and also as a farmer face. He's somebody who's very acceptable here, somebody who has ministerial experience as well. Very interestingly, he was he had locked horns with Gehlot on multiple occasions, including that Sanjeevani scam we all remember. He also defeated Vaibhav Gehlot earlier, so he is also being seen as a front-runner. CP Joshi, again a backroom strategist, somebody who helped accommodate all factions well here in the BJP. In fact, he was present in that particular rally where Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and Vasundhara Raje, both of them were present as well. So he is also being seen as a CM probable. Kiroli Lal Meena's name is also doing the rounds. In fact, now Arjun Ram Meghwal, he's also being seen as a front runner. But Mara, let me end by asking you, because now the focus shifts from Jaipur to Delhi, and as somebody who's covered the central BJP for so long, what do you think? Because now, the BJP is known for swinging surprises as well. So what is going to be the key factor according to you?
Yes, as you said, Vedant, nobody can really read the mind of Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, who will be playing the most decisive role in choosing who will be the next face of Rajasthan, because there are several factors at play. As you said, OBC factor. There is also kind of reimagining the state of Rajasthan. Will it be divided on caste lines? Will there be a religious factor at play, or Sanatan Dharma factor? All that makes a wild card entry not really impossible. But, as someone, as you said rightly, I've covered the BJP for so many years, Vedant, I will not be hazarding a guess on this one, because election after election we have seen that there are some other calculation that the BJP does, because they have 10 years in mind when they decide a leader, when they project a chief minister in that state. So thank you so much, Vedant, for joining us. And yesterday, the man of the moment in the state of Madhya Pradesh was also Shivraj Singh Chauhan. I did speak to him last night. Listen in to what he had to say. शिवराज जी, बहुत बहुत बधाई। इतनी बड़ी बहुमत बीजेपी को मिली है, 160 आपने पार किया है। मेरा सवाल ये होगा कि क्या आपको इतनी सीटों की उम्मीद थी?
मुझे पूरा विश्वास था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की भारी विजय होगी। जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद भरपूर हमें मिलेगा, लाडली बहनों का लाड़ भी मिलेगा और भांजे भांजियों का समर्थन भी मिलेगा। उसी के अनुरूप ये जीत हुई है।
आपने लाडली बहना योजना की चर्चा की, तो कितना आप मानते हैं कि महिलाएं आकर के उन्होंने आपका समर्थन दिया?
लाडली बहनों ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है, लेकिन भांजे भांजियों का प्यार भी मिला है, गरीबों का, किसानों का, समाज के हर वर्ग का समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला है, और बहनों ने तो भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया।
ये तो प्रो इनकम्बेंसी का चुनाव हो गया आपका। शिवराज जी, कांग्रेस बार बार एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बात कर रही थी, तो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कहाँ गया?
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कहीं नहीं थी। एक शगुफा था, एक वातावरण बनाने की कोशिश की थी। परिणामों से ये सिद्ध हो गया कि जनता सदैव हमारे साथ थी।
आपके खुद की चुनाव की बात करें, जहां पर से आप एमएलए का चुनाव लड़े हैं, बुद्धि से आपकी जीत 1 लाख वोटों से ज्यादा से हुई है। आप पूरे प्रदेश में जब प्रचार कर रहे थे तो आपने जनता को ये कहा था कि बुद्धि आपके हवाले। तो ये जो मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री आपका खुद का है, वो कैसा देख रहे हैं आप?
लगातार जो है लाडली बहना योजना चलती आई, और
मैं बुधनी की जनता को प्रणाम करता हूं। उन्होंने कहा था केवल फॉर्म भर के चले जाओ, फिर वोट डालने ही आना। मैं केवल फॉर्म भरने गया, फिर वोट डालने गया और जनता ने लाख से ज्यादा वोटों से जिताया। ऐसी जनता को मैं बारंबार प्रणाम करता हूं। अद्भुत है हमारी जनता और हमारे कार्यकर्ता।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, मेरा सवाल ये भी होगा कि केंद्रीय नेतृत्व जो सेंट्रल लीडरशिप है भाजपा की, उसने मध्य प्रदेश पे खास फोकस रखा था। 3 यूनियन मिनिस्टर, 4 MP और जनरल सेक्रेटरी जो थे, सब चुनाव लड़ रहे थे इस बार।
प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति अगाध श्रद्धा और विश्वास, उनके काम और उसके साथ साथ अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, भूपेंद्र यादव जी, शिव प्रकाश जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, उनका भी माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष VD शर्मा जी और हितानंद जी, उनके नेतृत्व में संगठन की पूरी टीम और कार्यकर्ताओं ने मेहनत की है, उसी का परिणाम।
सामूहिक नेतृत्व या कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप की बात की जाए तो कोई चेहरा नहीं था, कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप ने चुनाव लड़ा है। ये आप किस तरह से देखते हैं?
हम सब एक हैं, मिलकर साथ चुनाव लड़े।
आखिरी सवाल, जनता के नाम आपका क्या संदेश होगा? 160 से ऊपर की जीत और बहनों के खास करके आप उनको क्या कहेंगे? मध्य प्रदेश की बहनों के लिए क्या संदेश?
मैं तो बारंबार प्रणाम करता हूं। देवतुल्य जनता है, उसकी सेवा में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest on the cyclone that's brewing at sea. It's very, very close to the coastline, which is why it's bringing in very heavy showers towards Chennai. That's the area which is getting impacted the most when we talk about the last 24 hours. 250 millimeters of rainfall has been recorded in the airport area, which is why the airport has now been closed down till 11 o'clock. It has been inundated, which is why no flights will take off. Till about 11 o'clock, many flights have been impacted. So is the situation as far as the rail traffic is concerned. Many areas, low-lying areas, have been inundated. There is a rain holiday that has been announced in 4 districts of Tamil Nadu. When we talk about that rain red alert, it is not just for Tamil Nadu but adjoining areas of Puducherry, Rayalaseema as well as Andhra Pradesh. Between today and from tomorrow is when the landfall is expected, and that landfall is expected between Machilipatnam and Nellore in Andhra Pradesh just before noon. That is what the forecast says, that we can expect winds of 100 kmph at the time of landfall. 250 millimeters of rainfall has been recorded already. We are expecting more rainfall in the course of the day with the red alert warning that has been issued for the state. We have many, relief centers that have opened. Multiple centers have opened. The NDRF team is on standby. To get exactly what's the situation on the ground, my colleague Sam Daniel brings us the details.
Recently built a new set of stormwater drains. It couldn't really handle this quantum of water. The Met Office says this kind of downpour would continue at least till 3 o'clock this evening, till the cyclone moves away from Tamil Nadu. The wind speeds could touch between up to 75 to 100 kilometers per hour. And it's a public holiday in Chennai. All schools, colleges shut. Also government offices except essential services. Private companies have been asked to allow their workers do their work from home. Tamil Nadu government has opened nearly 5,000 relief centers in these districts, coastal districts, particularly Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram, Nagapattinam and Kadalur. As we speak, more than 700 people have already been evacuated to these relief centers. And authorities have advised people not to step out unless it's absolutely important, to abide by the instructions given by the Revenue Administration or the Disaster Management Department. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who had a review of the situation, has also allotted or allocated monitoring officers to all these districts and also to every zone in Chennai. In fact, the Met Office says the rains could continue well beyond this evening, although the very heavy rainfall could continue at least till 3 this evening. Boats have been deployed. NDRF and SDRF, the State Disaster Response Forces, have been deployed in many areas to make sure they'll be available on short notice, to make sure in case of any evacuation or in case of major incident, they'll be able to attend to it.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December. Come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case with 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses, which is, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make...
This is NDTV, and you're watching
NDTV 24/7.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vata. We're going to get you the latest from the ground as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. A rain red alert warning has led to cars being submerged. The airport has been inundated. The airport has been shut in Chennai till 11 o'clock. Lots of flights and even rail traffic has been suspended in Chennai. We'll get you all the details on the other side of the headlines. Rain red alert warning for Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry along with Rayalaseema over the next 24 hours. The airport in Chennai has been shut down due to inundation. Very heavy showers are expected in the area before that cyclone makes landfall tomorrow morning in Andhra Pradesh. ZPM searches ahead in Mizoram elections. The Chief Minister loses his seat. After winning 3 states, the BJP to decide the chief ministers, while the Congress unseats the BRS. CLP meet is expected in Hyderabad with Revant Reddy, the front runner in Hyderabad. And as the winter session of the parliament begins, the ethics panel report on Mahua is unlikely today. 2 Indian Air Force pilots have been killed in a crash. The Indian Air Force trainer aircraft crashes in Telangana. Let's get to your top story, and that's Cyclone Migjom, named by Myanmar, meaning strength or resilience, has caused heavy to very heavy showers in Tamil Nadu. You can see areas that are completely submerged when it comes to Chennai. A public holiday has been declared in 4 districts, including Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram, as well as Chengalpattu. Those are the districts in which all institutions have been shut. People have been asked to work from home. When we talk about the area, which is the airport area, Meenambakam, there 250 millimeters of rainfall has been reported in a matter of 24 hours till about 8:30 this morning, which has led to inundation of the airport, which basically means that the Meenambakam airport has been shut down till about 11 o'clock at night. No flights taking off. No flights can land as far as the Chennai airport is concerned. There you can see cars being submerged, low-lying areas being inundated when it comes to Chennai. Trees have been uprooted. Rail traffic has also been impacted. NDRF teams, multiple purpose teams, all on standby. This system, which is brewing at sea, is very, very close to the coastline as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. This system will make landfall, but that's only expected tomorrow in the morning. Right now, currently, it's about 90 kilometers away from Chennai. 170 kilometers from Nellore. Nellore is the point where landfall is expected between Nellore and Machilapatnam tomorrow in Andhra Pradesh. Now, this severe cyclone, which has now intensified while it stayed at sea, is causing very heavy rain. Rain red alert has been sounded off for Tamil Nadu, for Puducherry, Rayalaseema, as well as, of course, Andhra Pradesh, where landfall is expected tomorrow. Now, 21 teams for rescue and relief operations are on standby. 121 multiple purpose centers have been set up, along with 4,967 relief camps, with all basic amenities are all ready and are on standby. In Chennai alone, 162 relief centers are ready. 348 people have already been housed in one of those relief centers. 714 water pumps are ready for use in the low-lying areas. The Tamil Nadu Disaster Response Forces, 14 teams are on standby, comprising of 350 personnel. The National Disaster Response Force, 9 teams of 225 personnel have been stationed in coastal regions, while 1,500 workers are on standby. What is the impact of this storm at the moment? We can see, the power supply has been affected. Internet services have been suspended in certain areas. Of course, we spoke about the air and rail traffic, that has been impacted. But let's get you a sense of how bad the impact is on the ground with my colleague, Sam Daniel.
Chennai is under a sheet of water, many areas in well above knee-deep waters. I come to you from Tiruvallur, where this entire street is well above knee-deep waters. Hundreds of cars across the city remain in waters well above their tires. It's going to be a major challenge. The Met Office says because of the cyclone Migjom, heavy rains would continue at least post-noon till 3 o'clock, till the cyclone would move away from Tamil Nadu and head towards Andhra coast to make its landing tomorrow between Nellore and Machilipatnam. And this is what you see on this stretch behind me at Thiruvanmiyur. Entire stretch has well above knee-deep waters, cars completely in waters here. This car has water well above its tire level. And the Met Office has forecast heavy rainfall. It's a public holiday in Chennai, neighbouring districts of Chengalpattu, Kanchipuram and Thiruvallur. Private companies have been asked to allow their workers or employees work from home. In fact, as we speak now, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who reviewed the situation, has also appointed monitoring officers to every zone in Chennai Corporation and also to all these districts which are under heavy spell now. In fact, this is the season for the northeast monsoon, something very crucial for Tamil Nadu to meet its requirement, to meet its drinking water and irrigation requirements. But even the newly built stormwater drains in Chennai
and all the senior Congress leaders who came, campaigned, helped for them and guidance and contribution to the development of the party in the campaigning. The third is that all the members of the Congress newly elected party unanimously resolved to authorize the AICC President Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji to appoint the Congress Legislative Party leader. It was being moved by the PCC President Mr. Revant Reddy, seconded by Patti, Vikramaditya, Uttam Kumar Reddy, Damodar Raj, Kumti Reddy, Sridhar Babu, Ponnam Prabhakar, Sitaka, Prem Sagar, Gondal Sureka, Pal Nayak, Tumala Nageshwar Rao, Konrad Srinivas, Vedam Boja and Andi Srinivas. All these people seconded and it was being proposed by our PCC President Mr. Revant Reddy. This authorization will be sent to the AICC President Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge ji and all of them decided whatever the AICC President and the High Command decide, we will go by the decision of the party. This is the latest information to all of you. We will inform you, we are in a process. We will inform you, we are in a process. We also will meet all the legislators independently, seek their opinion, but still they have given their opinion that it should go to High Command, but still we will speak to all of them.
Well, we have Uma Sudhir joining us to get us more on this. Uma, we just heard DK Shiv Kumar saying how they are going to, in fact, come to that decision when it comes to the Chief Minister's position. Revant Reddy, the front runner there, is he the Chief Minister in waiting?
Yes, indeed, it does appear that Revant Reddy is very much the front runner, though DK Shiv Kumar did not mention him by name. What he has only said is that after the CLP met, Revant Reddy had proposed the leadership issue should be left to the party president, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, and therefore the resolution was proposed by Mr. Revant Reddy and seconded by a dozen leaders of the Congress, after which that is going to be sent to Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. And also he said that individually the opinion of the MLAs had also been sought privately, and that feedback would also be given to the leadership. But what I understand from my sources in the police is that arrangements are being made for this evening itself in Raj Bhavan for swearing in of not just a chief minister but also a deputy chief minister. As we have been saying, Revant Reddy very much the front runner in this race, but others in the race were also including Mr. Uttam Kumar Reddy, who has been 7-time MLA, has also been MP, is in fact a sitting MP from Nalgonda as well, and he is someone who has always been in the Congress, was an Air Force pilot earlier, and he is someone who was also close to the Gandhi family. He was close to Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, the father of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. So while his candidature was being spoken about, it was very obvious that it is Revant who would certainly be the chief minister. Even if you're talking about the other contender, Bhatti Vikramarka, he's the Dalit face of the party. He belongs to the Mala Dasari community, and he's someone who we are talking about as possibly going to be the deputy chief minister of the party. So this, the arrangements are being made at Raj Bhavan, even though Revant Reddy had earlier spoken about swearing in ceremony on the 9th of December. He had spoken about Sonia Gandhi's birthday, and that this would be a gift to Sonia Gandhi, and also that it would they would also do it on the day that Telangana was proposed by the by Mr. Union Minister Mr. Chidambaram. So, okay. So, what is the decision that's been taken, Andy?
Single-lined decision made by CLP. That is, AICC decision is final. That's it.
Mr. Revant Reddy is obviously the front runner. Are you also going to have a deputy chief minister?
Of course, there may be a chance. Maybe today evening it can reveal also. So Kharge decision is the ultimate decision.
So we do understand that arrangements are already being made at Raj Bhavan. The word has gone for the security and the chairs arrangement and all the other protocol. So we are going to see swearing possibly this evening.
Maybe today evening our Telangana people see news chief minister of the Telangana.
Okay, Mr. Revant Reddy had said that on December 9 he wants to give the birthday. So the birthday present is going to come in advance.
And on that day, full-fledged cabinet with Sonia ji. Sonia ji also we invited. Priyanka ji and Rahul Gandhi also participated in that meeting. We made a gift for. On that day, Telangana government runs her blessings only.
One question, Andy, when you have thought about, you have the 64 number, why did you want to yesterday go and stake claim and today advancing this date that was earlier announced by Mr. Revant Reddy himself?
State required CM immediately. That's why we preponed to the date of 9th December also is there a big meeting. On that day, we reiterating our 6 guarantees on that day only.
And was the decision, opinion also taken in this? Did others like Mr. Uttam Kumar Reddy or Bhatti Vikramarka say we would also be in the race?
Yes. Personally, they take the names also, but ultimately they depend upon AICC decision. Easily, that's why they send a single note, sealed cover note to the AICC.
So all the conversations have taken place so that there is no rebellion, no dissension, nothing this time around?
No. What we call it as ekagriva bole to kya hai? Unilateral decision. We bound on AICC decision.
Okay, thank you so much and congratulations on getting in the news. Should we say it is Mr. Revant Reddy indeed?
Yes.
Okay, so this leader, Mr. Adanki Dayakar, known to be very close to Mr. Revant Reddy, and he is someone who is telling us that the opinion of the leaders was taken, of the others was taken, and ultimately a unilateral line was sent. Everyone had decided together and there was no dissent and there was no second opinion on this, that they would allow Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge to take the final call on who would be the Chief Minister of Telangana. The more interesting question was why they have advanced this date, because it was meant to be on the 9th of December. Mr. Dayakar in fact saying that Telangana needed a CM immediately, and they did not want to wait for so many days for that to happen. And that's the reason why yesterday itself they had gone to stake claim even when a CLP leader was not elected. Because the usual procedure is that the governor invites the leader of the largest party to come and form the government. In this case, they had not yet elected a leader, and yet DK Shivkumar, along with his MLAs, whoever was present, went in and met the governor, handed over the letter to her. And now what we understand is that even though the CLP has not elected its leader in that formal sense, they have authorized Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, the president of the party, to take that call. While this is happening, I did ask this question about Uttam Kumar Reddy and Bhatti Vikramarka, and the Congress leaders saying that those concerns have also been addressed, and there is going to be no voice of dissent that we will see. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma, for joining us with all those details. We will keep tracking this story and coming back to you for more on that. Moving on to Mizoram now, where counting is taking place. The Mizoram mandate, Zoram's People's Movement, crosses the halfway mark. While the alliance of six party takes clear lead over MNS, and the ruling MNF falls behind in Mizoram. The Chief Minister loses his seat. So Zoram's People's Movement, the ZPM, was racing towards power in Mizoram, having already won 12 seats and leading in 15 others as votes were being counted for assembly elections. Now, according to the Election Commission, the ruling Mizo National Front, that is the MNF, has won 2 seats and was leading in 8 others. But several of its senior leaders, when we talk about their senior leaders, they were either trailing or have already lost. To get more on this, we have my colleague Ratnadeep joining us, in fact, to get us more on this. Ratnadeep, take us through the reasons behind, how come the ZPM has got such a huge response.
That's right. It has been a huge response for the ZPM, a huge victory for a party which was formed only 6 years back. In the 2018 elections, they fought as independent because their party was not registered, but within the last 5 years, they have reorganized themselves. They have taken the space of the main opposition. They have raised several issues which were important for the people. And in the run-up to the elections, their campaign was seen as the most intense campaign among all parties. And therefore, the results, party insiders say that they are not surprised with the results because there was a wave in their favor, and they say that it was an anti-incumbency wave against Chief Minister Zoramthanga, who has also lost. The Chief Minister has lost from his Aizawl East 1 constituency. Remember, Zoramthanga is a 3-time Chief Minister. He is one of the biggest political names, not only in Mizoram, but in Northeast India. And not only Zoramthanga, his deputy, Taunluya, has lost. In fact, out of the 12-member Council of Ministers that the MNF government had in Mizoram, only 2 ministers could win. Rest 10 ministers have lost. So this is the kind of, this is the kind of mandate that the people of Mizoram have given. In fact, another party which used to have a stronghold in Mizoram, the Congress, in the last election, they lost power. They were able to win only 5 seats, and this time the Congress has been able to manage till now only 1 seat, and their state chief, Lal Sota, has also lost. So therefore, in fact, in Mizoram's firebrand leader, Rajya Sabha MP, Vanlal Veena, who was brought back to the state politics and given ticket, he's also trailing. That's what we are given to understand. So most of the top leaders of the MNF have either lost or they are trailing. Whereas if you look at ZPM, you have ZPM where there are a lot of candidates who were not even career politicians. They were, there are people who have been footballers, national footballers, football organizer, to radio presenter, to gospel singers, all of them from different walks of life, even a media baron, a media entrepreneur, all of them contested and they have won. In fact, at least 20 ZPM candidates who have won are first-timers. They have contested for the first time and they have won for the first time. So perhaps the people of Mizoram were looking forward to a not only change but to give scope to a new party, because ever since statehood, Mizoram has seen switching of power largely between the Congress and the MNF, and always power switched after 10 years, but this time only within 5 years the MNF government has lost, and perhaps the people have voted to this call for an alternative politics, an alternative way of governance, that ZPM's top leader Lal Duama, who is the chief ministerial face and who has won the election in Sarchip, he gave this call, and it seems that the people of Mizoram have responded. All the ZPM winning candidates have been asked by the party leadership to reach state capital Aizawl. Some of the candidates are in remote area, so therefore, including Lal Duama, many of the candidates will only reach late at night. There would be an executive committee meeting of the ZPM, and where they will elect their leader, and in all likelihood it is going to be Mr. Lal Duama, because he has been declared as the chief ministerial face. We'll have to wait and watch in terms of what would be the response from Mr. Zoramthanga. There is no word from MNF or Mr. Zoramthanga as of now, and the Congress, for them it was a make or break election, but very dismal performance. For the BJP, it seems that BJP is going to get at least 2 seats, and if that happens, it would be a better performance for the BJP. One would also have to wait and watch to see whether, like other states in Northeast, BJP is able to be part of the government, even if they have won 2 seats, like in Meghalaya, they have only won 2 seats, but they are part of the government. So BJP would like to, some way be part of the government, but the ZPM clearly is having a mandate with them to form the government of their own.
Thank you so much, Ratnadeep, for joining us with all those details. Well, Ratnadeep also got us some of the political reactions.
Joining us at this moment is young Congress leader, party candidate, Dr. Malsam. Sir, you are a young leader. Congress used to be very strong here.
Yeah.
In the last election, you won only 5 seats.
Yeah.
This time you have a multi-corner fight. How hopeful are you in Mizoram?
What we are expecting is to get much better results than what the exit polls are indicating. Ultimately, it's on the hands of the people. They voted, so we will respect whatever mandate the people of Mizoram hand out to us or to whatever government that forms. But I'm hoping that we will do much better than what a lot of the polls are saying. I have that confidence because the Gandhi family, in a lot of ways, the people of Mizoram hold them very dear, because they were the people who gave us statehood and brought lasting peace.
Joining us live at this moment is the state BJP chief, Mr. Valnal Mwaka. He's also a candidate in this election. Mr. Mwaka, thanks a lot for talking exclusively on this broadcast to NDTV. You're fighting in 23 of the 40 seats. What is your expectations? What is your predictions?
This time BJP will increase its number. From earlier 2018 we got only 1. This time we'll make it into we'll win in 3 to 5 seats. This time that is our expectation, and it can happen more than that also.
You're saying more than that, so are you also seeing a situation, depending on results, that you might be a important party which the regional party would look forward to forming an alliance should none of the regional party get a clear majority?
This time you see in Mizoram, the general perception is that there will be hung assembly. No party will form the majority. So in that case, BJP will be the kingmaker, and we are expecting that.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6
sense of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change. By mid-century, India's economy would grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
I think the first thing is one very important question. When I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yeah, Deepinder, the idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male.
Rajasthan, which follows the revolving door process and it has done so in the last 3 decades, doing it again. It was Rivaj continuing in the state where all the efforts by Ashok Gehlot did not really work, and the BJP emerged victorious in the state, winning over 100 seats. BJP stealing the show. It clearly is an important victory because particularly in the tribal belts of Rajasthan, there has been a lotus bloom. I'm going straight to Vedant, who's joining us. Vedant, you know, the former chief minister is very much in Rajasthan and in Jaipur, that is Vasundhara Raje. And other leaders who have moved to Delhi are largely those who are members of parliament because the parliament session has begun today. You know, in terms of consultations, are you seeing some movement outside any office to say that, you know, there could be a wild card entry?
Well, Madhya, as you rightly pointed out, you know, all the major leaders, the MPs who were in the fray as well, all of them are in Delhi for Parliament, including Rajavardhan Rathod, of course, CP Joshi, Arun Singh, they're all in the national capital. Here it's pretty quiet right now in Jaipur, all the leaders inside their homes. In fact, interestingly, you know, I also, you know, met Mr. Pilot this morning, unwilling to sort of really come out and speak to the media. In fact, the Congress was also in a huddle till late last night. We saw Mr. Gehlot also having his own introspection meeting, his own introspection huddle with the Congress observers. And you know, he sort of introspected on what went wrong with the party. Division of votes was one factor that was being considered by them. Whether there should have been a pre-poll alliance in the tribal seats, that was being considered. So the Congress also in its own huddle introspecting what's happening. In fact, the latest as far as the Congress is concerned is that Mr. Pilot has left from Jaipur and he will be going to the Congress office in Tonk, his constituency, at about 2 p.m. this afternoon. Now, as far as the BJP is concerned, well, yes, as you rightly pointed out, Vasundhara Raje is here in Jaipur. After her victory, she didn't really sort of come out in a big way. She just gave a small sort of soundbite at the BJP office yesterday. She's not speaking to the media today either. Diya Kumari has also been rather tight-lipped. She's also being seen as one of the sort of top contenders for the top job. But as far as the wildcard entry is concerned, well, as far, you know, here in Jaipur circles, as I said, as I told you earlier as well, 2 names that are doing the rounds One, of course, is Baba Balaknath, who also is he has been in his constituency. He's not come to Jaipur at all. And the second name, of course, is Vasundhara Raje, two-time Chief Minister, a tall leader here for the BJP here in Rajasthan. So these are the two names doing the rounds here in Jaipur. Now the story has shifted entirely to the BJP also, of course, because there were so many MPs in the fray that now they are in Delhi. So perhaps there could be some sort of talk there on the sidelines. But there's no official word on that. But what we are hearing is that by the 6th or 7th, later this week perhaps, is when things would be clearer as to who will form the government. Unlike the Congress states, because we saw in Himachal Pradesh, similarly in Telangana as well, that as soon as the Congress comes to power, it stakes claim to form the government, doesn't want to leave any room for any sort of chancing. But as far as the BJP is concerned, well, it takes its own sweet time. Consultations with the High Command and the Parliamentary Board likely to happen later, perhaps later this week, as I said. But many contenders, Kiroli Lal Meena's name is also now coming up in a big way. Arjun Ram Meghwal, given the fact that he was made law minister perhaps months ahead of the crucial Rajasthan polls. So it remains to be seen which way the BJP actually wings it this time. But, the Vasundhara factor is something that many political pundits here in Rajasthan say the BJP cannot ignore.
Yes, absolutely. And 25 seats in the state of Rajasthan. It has been a complete sweep election after election in the Lok Sabha, Vedant. And that is the reason why the BJP cannot afford not to have a 100% result from this state. That could be one of the reasons that Vasundhara Raje cannot be ruled out from this battle for the big crown of Rajasthan. But Vedant, talking about the other side, one of the reasons why the Congress did not do well is the Gujar pockets, where the Gujars were perhaps upset and angry of the manner in which Ashok Gehlot had treated or mistreated Sachin Pilot. Are there knives out in the Congress group?
Well, you're absolutely right, Maria. In fact, one of the Congress observers I was speaking to, yesterday, and he made that point. He said that, we got the caste arithmetic wrong, and that is something that we have to acknowledge. In fact, 3 factors is what the Congress is looking at. One, as I said, is the caste factor, getting the caste arithmetic right. Because remember, the BJP got that bang on right because Hanuman Beniwal, a Jat strongman from the RLP, he lost to the BJP's, Jat strongman. That means the BJP was doing something right in terms of getting, the caste arithmetic right. In that eastern Rajasthan, the Gujar belt, the BJP has made significant inroads, and the Ashok Gehlot's last-ditch effort to sort of show a united face with that tweet that he had put out with Sachin Pilot, that didn't really work, because that sidelining of Sachin Pilot throughout the campaign was something that has not gone down too well with the Gujars. And also, the Congress is looking at how well it perhaps could have taken on board the others, whether it was the RLP or the Azad Samaj Party or the BAP. The BAP has done very well as well. So that is something that the Congress is looking at. And the third, thing, Madhya, and this is something that Ashok Gehlot told me on the campaign trail. He said that I have very high hopes from the rural seats, because he had expected that his welfare schemes, the Mehngai Rahat campaign, would resonate as far as the rural seats are concerned. But the BJP has done very well there as well. So the BJP has gotten the caste arithmetic, the tribal arithmetic, the urban-rural arithmetic, all of it right. Apart from, of course, the fact that the double-engine plank worked, and also the revolving door of politics, which many say is the main reason as to why Congress was decimated. Ashok Gehlot also made an important point yesterday. He said that it was what he calls a polarization campaign of the BJP that might have worked on the ground. He said that you had union ministers and MPs come and sort of give provocative speeches, and that could have worked on the ground as well. But of course, the end result is that the Congress has lost its fort, and Ashok Gehlot's future at 72 is something which is extremely precarious now. So he is doing a lot of Atmachintan, is what I'm being told by sources close to him. He's not speaking to the media at all. So a time for introspection for the Congress indeed in Rajasthan.
All right, Vedant, thank you so much. And shifting focus to Madhya Pradesh, where though the vote share gap between the Congress and the BJP, I should not say even though, it is huge, and it has translated into 100-seat difference between the BJP and the Congress. BJP registering its biggest and most emphatic victory in the state of Madhya Pradesh, a state which is often seen as the laboratory of the Sangh Parivar. Earlier today, in fact last evening, I spoke to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the incumbent Chief Minister, and he had to say only one factor, which is Ladli Behna, as the X factor for the victory. शिवराज जी, बहुत बहुत बधाई। इतनी बड़ी बहुमत बीजेपी को मिली है, 160 आपने पार किया है। मेरा सवाल ये होगा कि क्या आपको इतनी सीटों की उम्मीद थी?
मुझे पूरा विश्वास था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की भारी विजय होगी। जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद भरपूर हमें मिलेगा, लाडली बहनाओं का लाड़ भी मिलेगा और भांजे भांजियों का समर्थन भी मिलेगा। उसी के अनुरूप ये जीत हुई है।
आपने लाडली बहना योजना की चर्चा की, तो कितना आप मानते हैं कि महिलाएं आकर के उन्होंने आपका समर्थन दिया?
लाडली बहनाओं ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है, लेकिन भांजे भांजियों का प्यार भी मिला है। गरीबों का, किसानों का, समाज के हर वर्ग का समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला है और बहनों ने तो भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया।
ये तो प्रो इनकम्बेंसी का चुनाव हो गया आपका। शिवराज जी, कांग्रेस बार बार एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बात कर रही थी, तो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कहाँ गया?
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कहीं नहीं थी। एक शगुफा था, एक वातावरण बनाने की कोशिश की थी। परिणामों से यह सिद्ध हो गया कि जनता सदैव हमारे साथ थी।
आपके खुद की चुनाव की बात करें, जहां पर से आप एमएलए का चुनाव लड़े हैं, बुद्धि से आपकी जीत 1 लाख वोटों से ज्यादा से हुई है। आप पूरे प्रदेश में जब प्रचार कर रहे थे तो आपने जनता को ये कहा था कि बुद्धि आपके हवाले। तो ये जो मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री आपका खुद का है, वो कैसा देख रहे हैं आप?
मैं बुधनी की जनता को प्रणाम करता हूं। उन्होंने कहा था केवल फॉर्म भर के चले जाओ, फिर वोट डालने ही आना। मैं केवल फॉर्म भरने गया, फिर वोट डालने गया और जनता ने लाख से ज्यादा वोटों से जिताया। ऐसी जनता को मैं बारंबार प्रणाम करता हूं। अद्भुत है हमारी जनता और हमारे कार्यकर्ता।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, मेरा सवाल ये भी होगा कि केंद्रीय नेतृत्व, जो सेंट्रल लीडरशिप है भाजपा की, उसने मध्य प्रदेश पे खास फोकस रखा था। 3 यूनियन मिनिस्टर, 4 एमपी और जनरल सेक्रेटरी जो थे, सब चुनाव लड़ रहे थे इस बार।
प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति अगाध श्रद्धा और विश्वास, उनके काम और उसके साथ साथ अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, भूपेंद्र यादव जी, शिव प्रकाश जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, उनका भी माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वीडी शर्मा जी और हितानंद जी, उनके नेतृत्व में संगठन की पूरी टीम और कार्यकर्ताओं ने मेहनत की है। उसी का परिणाम।
सामूहिक नेतृत्व या कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप की बात की जाए तो कोई चेहरा नहीं था। कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप ने चुनाव लड़ा है, ये आप किस तरह से देखते हैं?
हम सब एक हैं, मिलकर साथ चुनाव लड़े।
आखिरी सवाल, जनता के नाम आपका क्या संदेश होगा? 160 से ऊपर की जीत और बहनों के खास करके आप उनको क्या कहेंगे? मध्य प्रदेश की बहनों के लिए क्या संदेश?
मैं तो बारंबार प्रणाम करता हूं। देवतुल्य जनता है, उसकी सेवा में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
And my colleague Anurag Dwari spoke to Jyotiraditya Scindia and listened to what he had to say.
सर, आज की इस जीत पर क्या कहेंगे? ऐसी जीत की उम्मीद थी क्या?
अनुराग, मैंने आपको कहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होगी और आपने भी उस दिन मुझे कहा था कि मुझे भी लग रहा है कि यही होगा। आपकी सोच और हमारी सोच पूर्ण रूप से सत्य निकली। इस जीत पर अगर मैं किसी को प्रथम मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं तो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के एक एक मतदाता को मैं देना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये सरकार बनाई है। मैं उनके सामने मैं प्रणाम करता हूं, नतमस्तक हूं और उनके पैर छूता हूं। और उसी के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, जो एक पूर्ण रूप से लक्ष्य के साथ उन्होंने कार्य किया है मध्य प्रदेश के विकास के लिए, देश के विकास के लिए। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी, उनका मार्गदर्शन, हमारी जो हौसला अफजाई हुई, और प्रदेश के अंदर अगर किसी को श्रेय जाता है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता जिसने खून पसीना एक करके इस पार्टी को इस स्थान पे लाया है, और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं ने ये परिवर्तन लाया है, और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष BD शर्मा जी।
और ये छत्तीसगढ़ में क्या हो गया? आप तो वहाँ भी
प्रधानमंत्री जी का देश की जनता के दिल में जो जादू है, राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, एक इतिहास प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के अंदर जो कायम किया है उसी का एक रिफ्लेक्शन है कि एक एक राज्य में जनता उनके साथ जुड़ी है।
बस एक आखिरी सवाल, मुख्यमंत्री चेहरे को लेकर बहुत सवाल हो रहे हैं।
मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता था, आज हूं और जिंदगी भर रहूंगा। उसी सोच और विचारधारा के साथ, उसी श्रेणी में मैं कार्य कर रहा हूं।
And with this emphatic victory, there is a lot of celebrations and jubilations that are happening in the BJP camp. 3 states that they had lost in 2018, 3 states they have won just before the big Lok Sabha elections of 2024. What is going to be the impact of these elections on the Battle of Lok Sabha? Here's our editor-in-chief Sanjay Pugalia decoding the BJP victory.
We'd get a couple of key questions on a couple of editor's take, as it were. So question number 1, these elections are done. Let's look at next year. Is the BJP, Sanjay, likely gunning primarily, number 1, at a 50% vote share?
Absolutely. After Gujarat verdict, this thought did come into my mind, the way you make bipolar election into an election of 45%, 50% vote. Mr. Modi must be now planning to do something unthinkable, which is to aspire for. मेरे हिसाब से मोदी जी ने अपनी पार्टी को ये टारगेट सेट करके दे दिया है कि भाई आप लोग काम करिए 50% वोट शेयर के लिए, जिसमें बीजेपी का अकेले का 45 होना चाहिए, 50 एनडीए का होना चाहिए। और ये एक प्रोवोकेटिव थॉट है। साथ ही साथ इसका मतलब सीट शेयर पे क्या होगा? सीट शेयर पे ये होगा कि मोदी जी को बीमारी है अपना रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने की। वो कहेंगे कि 303 नहीं, 304 प्लस बीजेपी को अकेले चाहिए। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि एनडीए के लिए 350 से 400 सीटों की बिसात वो बिछाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने का उनका ऑब्सेशन वैसा ही है जो किसी बच्चे का किसी खिलौने की जिद को लेकर के होता है, विष्णु। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि ये एक लाइन का टारगेट है, एक लाइन का मैंडेट है, 50%, 350 सीट्स इन 2024 इलेक्शंस। और इसके पीछे जो बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन और प्लानिंग चाहिए, उसके तो डिटेल्स हम रोज देखते ही रहते हैं।
Sanjay, one final question. The development plank, will 2024 be fought, based on what you heard today, likely on the plank of development?
Absolutely. इसीलिए उन्होंने एक नया फ्रेज दिया, कुछ ही दिन पहले दिया, विकसित भारत का। क्योंकि दरअसल दुनिया भर की परिस्थिति कुछ इस तरह की हो गई है, सिचुएशंस ऐसी हो गई हैं कि इंडिया के एडवांटेजेस बहुत सीरियस हो गए हैं। एक तरफ एशियन कंट्रीज़ के बीच में, दूसरी तरफ अमेरिका की जो सिचुएशन है, यूरोप की जो सिचुएशन है, तो ग्लोबल ऑर्डर जो रीसेट हो रहा है उसमें इंडिया का रोल, जितना हम लोग अभी पब्लिक कन्वर्सेशन में बात नहीं कर रहे हैं विष्णु, और आप डिफेंस और स्ट्रेटजिक अफेयर्स कवर करते हैं, ग्लोबल चीज़ों पर नज़र रखते हैं, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि भारत एक बहुत यूनिक पोजीशन में है। तो जिसको कहते हैं ना कि सारे स्टार्स भी कोलाइड और कॉन्स्पायर कर जाते हैं, जिसमें कि पॉलिटिकल प्लेयर अपना फ़ायदा उठा सकता है, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान एक बहुत ही शानदार ट्रैजेक्टरी पर है, डिस्पाइट इनइक्वालिटीज़, डिस्पाइट कंट्राडिक्शंस, despite issues cultural and social both, we are on a trajectory and Mr. Modi will be milking it.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now it'll probably be classified as AI, okay, or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say BTech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many unarticulated criteria which the recruit manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes. Right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the
Welcome back. Today is the first day of the winter session of the Parliament that started at 11 o'clock this morning. This is the last full session of the Modi government ahead of 2024. With ruckus in the Lok Sabha, the House has been adjourned till noon. The stormy winter session on the cards, with the BJP likely to raise the Mahua ethics panel issue. Well, that is unlikely to happen today. The BJP MPs chant victory slogans as far as the Parliament is concerned, and the BJP MPs standing ovation for the Prime Minister in the House. The Prime Minister takes on the opposition day after election results. He said, don't take out election anger in Parliament is what the Prime Minister said, and anti-incumbency doesn't exist. Let's listen in to what Prime Minister Modi had to say.
आपका भी भला इसमें है कि आप देश को सकारात्मकता का संदेश दें, आपकी छवि नफरत की और नकारात्मकता की बने, वो लोकतंत्र के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। लोकतंत्र में विपक्ष भी इतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है, उतना ही मूल्यवान है और उतना ही सामर्थ्यवान भी होना चाहिए। और लोकतंत्र की भलाई के लिए मैं फिर से एक बार अपनी ये भावना को प्रकट करता हूं।
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study.
Welcome back. Let's get you an update on the cyclone. The name has been given by Myanmar. It means resilience. That is the cyclone which is brewing at sea called Migdron. Strength or resilience is the meaning. Heavy to very heavy rain in Tamil Nadu has in fact resulted in a public holiday that's been declared in 4 districts, including Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram and Chengalpattu. In Chennai, the Meenambakam area, which is the airport area, has received 250 millimeters of rainfall in the last 24 hours till about 8:30 this morning, which has led to the inundation of the airport. and which is why all operations have been suspended. Several flights have been, in fact, impacted. There you can see that, rainwater entered the runway as far as the airport is concerned, which has prompted authorities to close the airport till about 11 o'clock tonight. We also have adjoining areas where 230 millimeters of rainfall has, in fact, been reported in adjoining areas as well. So this is the situation on the ground as internet services have been impacted. Power outage, in fact, due to the kind of rainfall that it has received. When we talk about a normal day during the northeast monsoon, it rains about 10 to 12 millimeters in the course of 24 hours. When we talk about 250, you can see the impact on your screen of how cars have been submerged, power outages, internet services have been impacted. Nangambakam, 230 millimeters of rainfall has been recorded. Air and rail traffic has been impacted. 118 trains are going to be impacted in the state of Tamil Nadu till about the 6th of December. 90 kilometers away from Chennai is where the system is at sea. It is gathering strength and speed. Let's just get you a clearer picture as to what kind of impact is this system going to make. We do know that landfall will take place only tomorrow morning, and that too not in Tamil Nadu. It's going to move towards Andhra Pradesh, and the landfall will take place between Machilipatnam and Nellore. We have JP Sharma of SkyMed joining us. Sir, very good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast. Take us through how different is this cyclone given its devastating impact being felt in Tamil Nadu in the last 24 hours, way before landfall, and that too very far from the point of landfall.
Yes, Divya, this cyclone, as you rightly said, it's a little different. You see, it has been maintaining a track which is not normally seen, moving from south to north, keeping even north Tamil Nadu coast, capital city Chennai also, onto its left. Though it has already crossed the beam Chennai, and then I will say even Nellore, that is south coastal Andhra Pradesh, but then it is not, there is no let up in the inclement weather conditions even as of now over Chennai and adjoining area. Can you imagine? There has been almost about 500 millimeter, 50 centimeter of rainfall over Chennai in the last about 18 hours or so. Huge. It's raining at the rate of almost about 100 millimeter in 3 hours. The coastal inundation is phenomenal. Storm surge is phenomenal, and then by virtue of its proximity to the coastline, which has been there for the last almost about 18 hours now. Okay, it is spending more time than the usual storms along the coastline. You remember last year we had a similar storm, Mendos was there, which again crossed Chennai. That was on 9th of December 2022, but it had made, but the coastline head on. Okay, so it did not last very long. It weakened also, but this storm is becoming peculiar by keeping its intensity, becoming rather severe even, and then just about 100-150 kilometers off the coast, and then moving from south to north, and it's likely to continue. I will say it is still intensifying. It will possibly peak around sometime in the evening or about 6 o'clock, 6:30 or so, wherein the speed will keep on adding. I will not be surprised even if the coastal speed exceed 100 kilometers per hour, maybe reaching even 120 kilometers. Okay, so that is the severity of this system. It's a totally a little indifferent.
So when you talk about, breaking up that kind of rainfall, we've seen 250 millimeters just around the airport area. Can we expect more than 250 millimeters of rain in Andhra Pradesh? Like you mentioned, it's 500 millimeters. So can we expect more than that between tonight and tomorrow morning up until landfall?
Oh yes, oh yes. You see, Nellore already, like while Chennai recorded 200, 250, Nellore in Andhra Pradesh recorded 195 millimeter, not very far behind. Okay, all this coastline starting with Ongole, Nellore, Kavali, Bapatla, going up to even Machilipatnam, they have the chances of having similar intense rainfall while the storm moves over that area in the next about 24 hours or so. Okay, right. It is only sometime late in the evening. When I say the proximity of the land always erodes the system a bit before it makes a landfall. Absolutely. That may happen, but
yes,
then we should not be lowering the guard. And
right,
okay,
absolutely, sir. The storm is gaining speed and strength while it stays at sea, while it remains dangerously close to the coast. Thank you so much for getting us all those details.
Thank you.
Moving on, adolescents and young people represent a growing share of people living with HIV worldwide, and the greatest impact of HIV is also on young people. The Birds and Bees Talk, a comprehensive age-appropriate life skills curriculum that educates adolescents and helps them transition as they become adults.
मैं पहले ही नशा करता था, ये इंजेक्शन लेता था, ऐसे ही शेयर कर लेते थे हम एक दूसरे से। उसके चक्कर में मेरा HIV हो गई, मुझे जब भी पता नहीं चला। मैं फिर घर पे रहता रहा, नशे करता रहा, तो मेरा क्या हुआ, मैं कमज़ोर हो गया, बहुत ख़त्म से होने वाली हालत हो गई। मेरी मम्मी ने आखिरी देख के नशा मुक्ति में भेज दिया मुझे। नशा मुक्ति में जाते ही वो कराता है, वो ब्लड टेस्ट कराते हैं। ब्लड टेस्ट में मुझे पता चला मेरा HIV है। उसके बाद मैं रोया हुआ। पहले नहीं पता था इससे क्या होता है, क्या बीमारी, क्या नहीं है, पहले नहीं पता था, इसलिए थोड़ा रोना आता था। अब पता चल गया तो जीने की उम्मीद है।
This World AIDS Day has a lot of significance to me, and we know that India has been doing very well. If you compare from 2010 to 9, there has been a 37% reduction. It's a very effective reduction, but a lot needs to be done, and especially programs like this. I feel very happy and honored to be invited for this.
For children living with HIV and the challenges they face. This year, World AIDS Day was the day they got to enjoy. It was planned and celebrated in a unique way to create joy, entertainment and support for these resilient young individuals.
आज का दिन मेरे लिए बहुत ही अच्छा था। वैसे जो मैंने और इस टॉपिक के बारे में भी जाना, HIV के बारे में, और जो मूवी वगैरह थी, इतने सारे शो हुए, उससे भी मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा और मैं चाहती हूँ कि आगे भी ऐसे होते रहे।
To build a more inclusive, protected and aware society, Asacham Foundation with their CSR partner Reckitt, in collaboration with PBR Nest, organized a special program to commemorate World AIDS Day.
In our whole program today, the day started with showcasing the movie which has been chosen by the kids themselves. It's called Avatar. Followed by that, we actually, we arranged 3 other programs for them. The first program is with Rais Khan, who has performed on the folk songs and giving the messages on hygiene. The second program which we did was on empathy, on equity and equality. This program we have done with the characters of the Sesame Street by the Muppets. And the third one what we have done with the Moko Koza, who has flown specially from the Nagaland to Delhi today to perform in between the kids. There's a health kit which has been given to these kids. The kit has various things like it has Dettol soap, it has sanitizer, it has a clean towel, it has a nail cutter. It has a self-care directions for the kids so that they have a healthy and hygienic life.
Public-private partnership has been the epitome, in fact the central component of the way we look at our programs. First of all, they become more warmer, more meaningful and more and touching more lives because you have this large network which you are able to access while you partner. So this is a very, very critical way to look into any program development if it is for this large Indian community we are looking at, especially the children. And these partnerships land up creating huge impacts, huge objectives which are required for the development of these programs.
Everyone has a role and responsibility to ensure that children's rights are protected in communities affected by HIV and AIDS. Only when all stakeholders work together can we ensure no one is left behind.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail. where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NK Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time,
this is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Cyclone Miksham lashes Tamil Nadu. Chennai airport shut till 11 p.m. Many parts of Chennai inundated amid heavy rains. Rain red alert issued in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. ZPM surges ahead in Mizoram elections. CM Zoramthanga loses his seat. After winning 3 states, BJP to decide CM's suspense over the CM faces in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. Congress unseats BRS to take a call on the CM. Revanth Reddy is a front-runner to be the CM. DK Shivkumar says the High Command will decide. Markets are at an all-time high after the Assembly election results. New all-time high for markets with a surge of over 1.5%. Winter session of the Parliament begins. Ethics panel's report on Madhya is unlikely today. Two Indian Air Force pilots killed as an IAF trainer aircraft crashes in Telangana. Our top focus now, cyclone storm Miksham has in fact lashed Tamil Nadu and parts of South India. Now, of course, talking about Tamil Nadu, a public holiday has been declared in 4 districts, which includes Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram and Chengalpattu districts. Now, in Chennai's Meenambakkam, where the airport is 250 mm of rainfall has been recorded and the airport is shut as of now till 11 p.m. is what we're learning. Now, rain, of course, has lashed several areas. In Nungambakkam in Chennai, it has recorded 230 mm in the last 24 hours. Now, visuals, of course, coming in from Tamil Nadu, various parts of Tamil Nadu, especially Chennai, where we're seeing different areas where, of course, the main highways are not as inundated as the local areas. Or the heartland of Chennai, in fact, which shows, of course, cars are completely inundated and unable to move even. I have my colleague Parimal, who in fact had spoken to the meteorological department. Let's listen to what they have to say.
चक्रवात अभी एक भीषण चक्रवात यानी सीवियर साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म के हिसाब से पश्चिम केंद्रीय बंगाल की खाड़ी में चेन्नई से लगभग 90 किलोमीटर ईस्ट नॉर्थ ईस्ट दिशा में केंद्रीभूत है। इसके सेंटर में अभी विंड स्पीड 85 to 95 किलोमीटर पर आवर, गस्टिंग टू 105 किलोमीटर पर आवर है चेन्नई तट पे यानी नॉर्थ कोस्टल तमिलनाडु की तट पे विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 80 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा अभी चल रहा है। यही विंड स्पीड तमिलनाडु कोस्ट के लिए जारी रहेगा नेक्स्ट 6 आवर्स। इसके बाद विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे कम होगा। मगर दक्षिण आंध्र प्रदेश की जो कोस्ट है वहाँ अभी नेल्लोर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के आसपास विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 80 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा चल रहा है। और प्रकाशम डिस्ट्रिक्ट से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक विंड स्पीड अभी 45 से 55 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 65 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा चल रहा है। ये विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे बढ़ेगा नेल्लोर से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक, और आज शाम से शुरू करके कल दोपहर तक पीक विंड स्पीड रहेगा, वो है 90 to 100 किलोमीटर पर आवर, गस्टनेस पे 110 किलोमीटर पर आवर। यही विंड स्पीड के साथ 5 तारीख पूर्वाह्न में यानी फोरनून में आंध्र प्रदेश कोस्ट को नेल्लोर और मछलीपट्टनम के बीच में बापाटला के आसपास हिट करेगा, और इसके बाद जब लैंड पर चला जाएगा धीरे धीरे वीक होगा। और इसके साथ साथ जो तटीय इलाका है और एक्सट्रीम सदर्न पार्ट है जैसे कोरापुट, मलकानगिरी, नबरंगपुर वगैरह डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहाँ विंड स्पीड हम 35 to 45 किलोमीटर पर आवर, कभी कभी 50 किलोमीटर विंड स्पीड गस्टिनेस में हो सकता है।
ये पूरा जी।
इसलिए स्ट्रक्चरल डैमेज ओडिशा के लिए नहीं है, मगर हेवी रेनफॉल की वजह से वहाँ भी जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है, पैडी है, बहुत सारे क्रॉप्स हैं, इस पे इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। इसलिए हम जो चेतावनी और एडवाइस दिए हैं कि जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है ये सभी को अमल कर लेना चाहिए, हार्वेस्ट कर लेना चाहिए, और कोई फिशरमैन समुद्र के अंदर नहीं जाना चाहिए 6 तारीख तक, क्योंकि समुद्र अशांत है और 6 तारीख के बाद समुद्र का कंडीशन जो है इम्प्रूव होगा।
Right, now a public holiday of course has been issued in Tamil Nadu which helps the residents, but the big question is how are essential goods and services being transported? This is a situation in Tamil Nadu as of now where of course transportation is becoming a major issue. People of course have been advised to stay indoors. The TN Disaster Response Forces 14 teams which comprises 350 personnel and National Disaster Response Forces 9 teams of 225 personnel have been stationed in the coastal regions, while 1,500 workers are on standby. A stock of more than 3 lakh electricity poles is part of the inventory that is being made. Now I have my colleague Sam joining us live from Chennai. Sam, what's the ground situation like? You in fact yourself are knee deep in water. Take us through the situation there. People of course are indoors, but how are they managing to get groceries and essentials?
Well, people hope that this heavy downpour would stop tonight and they'll be able to continue with the I'm 5'2" and
this is what you see. The entire stretch, almost half a kilometer, people have to wade through knee-deep waters, and all along you see many cars completely stranded here with waters well above the entire level, and that's going to be a major challenge across Chennai as hundreds of cars have become targets of this fury. With me, a few residents here. Thank you very much. I'm sorry you are in the situation. Tell me what you went through the whole of today.
Today, the entire city has come to a standstill. Every junction, every corner we have to cross only by walking, because we parked our vehicle near the corner, near the junction, because we cannot come from there. I'm actually heading towards the hospital now. I admitted my father there, so now if I have to go there, I have to go only like this, walking from here.
I'm sorry, hope your father gets well soon. And this is the situation in almost many low-lying stretches across Chennai. In fact, recently, over the last 2 years, the Chennai Corporation, the Tamil Nadu government had built stormwater drains, but they are just not able to handle or cope with this kind of quantum of waters. Met Office says Perangudi received 29 centimeters rain over the last 24 hours. Here is an ambulance that's stuck in this water. Hope it will make it to the hospital that's a quarter kilometer away from this place. And they say that till 3 this evening there could be heavy downpour. One cyclone is on Tamil Nadu coast, then they expect the rainfall to come down and then it could be easier. Tamil Nadu civic authorities say once the rain stops, it's just a matter of 1 or 2 hours for water to recede in most of the areas. In low-lying pockets, they have deployed more than 500 giant water pumps to be able to pump out these waters. It's a public holiday today. Schools, colleges, government offices are all shut. Private companies have been asked to encourage their employees work from home. The Chennai airport is shut now because the runway is beyond manageable limit. It's fully flooded. And in the morning, 12 flights were cancelled. A few were diverted. And all eyes would be on this particular cyclone, Migjon. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who reviewed the situation, has assigned one IAS officer to every zone in Chennai Corporation to be able to work on mitigating the hardships people go through. And as we speak, more than 4,000 relief centers have been activated across Tamil Nadu. At least 700 people have been evacuated, particularly people from Tiruvallur, Kadalur, and some from Chennai district. And around 400 or 500 teams, 20 to 30 teams of both NDRF and SDRF personnel, accounting for around 500 personnel, have been deployed in vulnerable locations to be ready so that if required, they can actually work and help people in rescue and in providing relief. As we speak now, in several pockets of Chennai, we hear water also has entered several homes. And authorities say people should not come out unless it's absolutely unavoidable, and they should follow government guidelines. If they're asked to move to safe locations, they have to abide with instructions. And they've also advised people to have enough stock of drinking water, food, medicine, so that if this continues, they'll be able to manage. At the moment, things are under control, but certainly the loss and the damages appear to be really huge for many. This brings back memories of the 2015 floods.
Right, Sam, we'll allow you to get to a sheltered place, but thank you for bringing us those updates from the ground. That is the situation in Chennai and in Tamil Nadu as of now. We'll continue tracking the story, of course, as it develops. But now the latest is that people have been asked to stay indoors and wait it out. Shifting our focus now, Congress unseats the BRS in Telangana and is set to take a call on the CM. Now, Revanth Reddy is a front runner to be the CM. DK Shivakumar, in fact, says that the High Command is the one that will decide on the CM face. Now, my colleague Uma, in fact, joins us to bring us latest details. Before that, let me take you to the latest details. Of course, the CLP meeting is, of course, taking place in Hyderabad. The big decision here is who is going to be the CM of Telangana, because the Congress has, in fact, managed to unseat the BRS from Telangana, taking away the winning streak from KCR. I have my colleague Uma with us. Uma, take us through now what's coming out of the CLP meeting. Is there a consensus on the CM face yet?
So the CLP meeting is over, and it is after the CLP meeting that Mr. DK Shivakumar, who is not just the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka and the State Congress Chief of Karnataka, but a very important AICC observer for the process of forming of government here in Telangana. He, along with Manikrav Thakre and others, came out and addressed and said that we have taken a unilateral decision to leave the decision to Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. And he said individual opinions of MLAs had also been sought and taken, and everybody had agreed. And the proposal for this resolution was moved by Revanth Reddy, and it was seconded by a dozen other leaders whose names also he read out. And he said that once the name indication comes from the centre, they would go ahead with the process of formation of government here. They would go and stake the claim. As you know, late last night at around 9 p.m. is when the Congress leaders, including Shiv Kumar and others, had gone, Revanth Reddy, Manikrav Thakre and others had gone to Governor Tamilisai Soundararajan, saying that we have the largest number of MLAs. But by that time, they had not elected a CLP leader, and the requirement is that it's the governor who invites the leader of the single largest party to come and form the government. But they had not elected a leader, but they informed her that we have the support of 65 MLAs, that is 64 of the Congress and one from the CPI Kothagudam, with who they had an alliance. And they gave all those names to the governor and said that we will be meeting, the CLP will be meeting, and once we take a decision, we will intimate you. But what I understand now from my sources in the police is that and at Raj Bhavan is that arrangements are being made at Raj Bhavan, in fact, for the swearing-in ceremony that is to happen at the Raj Bhavan this evening. And we are being told, in fact, that not just a chief minister but also a deputy chief minister may actually be sworn in. As you can see, that's the gate of the of the Ella Hotel, Hillridge Springs, which where there is a crowd that's gathering there. So we are just finding out what is really happening, because that's the group of all journalists, media houses, media cameras, as well as the supporters of the Congress leaders who are hanging around there. What we do understand is that once the word comes from Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, it is just Mr. Oh, that's Jagga Reddy, who is one of the candidates. I think he in fact lost the election, if I'm not mistaken, from Sangareddy, and he's in fact a very popular Congress leader, but one of those few who seems to have lost despite being someone who was thought of as a winner. But anyways, the front runner certainly is Revant Reddy, and what we do understand is that I did ask some senior Congress leaders about Uttam Kumar Reddy, Damodar Raj Narasimha, who happens to be from the scheduled caste, Batti Vikramarka, who also happens to be scheduled caste, all of who were also thought of as contenders for the chief minister's post. What we understand is that there have been talks that have been held with these leaders to tell them that their aspirations would be taken care of. Uttam Kumar Reddy is seen as the strongest contender after Revant Reddy for this. He is someone who has been 7-time MLA, always been in the Congress, and someone who is seen as close to the Gandhi family. He used to be an Air Force pilot, and someone who has been close to Rajiv Gandhi as well, the father of Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. And he in many senses could be called the most qualified, as he himself put it once when I asked him about his chances to become chief minister. He said, I'm possibly the most qualified to become the chief minister. But in any case, there is going to be no open revolt as far as we can see. Komatreddy Venkat Reddy is the other contender who has about 12 MLAs with him, and he's someone who has delivered all the seats in the erstwhile Nalgonda constituency. His brother Komatreddy Rajgopal Reddy was the one who had the bipole in Munugod. He had resigned the Congress MLA seat in 2018, which he had won, and then came back to the Congress just before the election, just before the name announcement, and then became the candidate and has won that as well. So on the one side this is happening, on the other, I asked the Congress leaders also why such a hurry, because Revant Reddy has been very famously saying that we will be forming a new government, or swearing in will happen on the 9th of December, which happens to be the birthday of Sonia Gandhi, and he said that it's a birthday present to Sonia Gandhi that we are doing. And he had also said that 9th December is also special for Telangana, because that is the date on which then Union Home Minister P. Chidambaram had in fact promised that the process of formation of Telangana would start. And this was in 2009 when he had made that announcement here in Hyderabad itself, after in fact going in and meeting KCR inside the hospital at NIMS. He had made that announcement, and subsequently, of course, whatever has happened is history. But this time round, the Congress feeling that the Telangana people, Revant Reddy had specifically appealed, saying that you've given 2 chances to KCR, who has claimed to form Telangana. And this time they've said that it's Sonia is getting her due credit with the kind of vote that they have got. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Uma, for joining us and bringing us those latest details. Shifting our focus now to Mizoram. The Zoram People's Movement, the ZPM, was racing towards power in Mizoram, having already won 12 seats and leading in 15 others, as votes were being counted for assembly elections on Monday, according to the Election Commission. And the ruling Mizo National Front has fallen flat on its face, as Chief Minister Zoramthanga has lost to ZPM's Laltan Sangha after 3 rounds of counting. Now, this is in the Aizawl East 1 seat, is what we're learning. Earlier, of course, he was trailing. Celebrations already had begun in the ZPM headquarters. Supporters, of course, saying that they had expected this. This is, of course, remember, a new party, a young party that has come forward. The Zoram People's Movement now going to be seeing a huge win in Mizoram, as far as the trends are indicating as of now. We'll continue tracking these stories for you. For now, we take a short break.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but the kind of startups that excite you today, because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV. Of course, the big focus at this point is how the markets are at an all-time high. This, of course, comes after BJP wins 3 states in the state elections. Take a look at how the markets are surging over 1.5%.
Marvelous Monday for the markets, truly a marvelous Monday for the markets, with both the Nifty, the Sensex, the mid-cap index all at a record high. And of course, investors believe and experts believe this is after the BJP won 3 states in the assembly election results. The Nifty Sensex surged over 1.5% in trade today. At one point, we saw the Sensex zoom over 1,000 points and the Nifty surge over 300 points as well. Now, experts essentially believe, and they of course have explained this to NDTV and to all of us, that economic stability, political stability also essentially reflects on the reforms coming into place, and then we see economic sensitive stocks outperform, and that's exactly what we've seen in trade today. We've seen stock markets celebrating essentially the political stability, the economic outperformance. Many analysts also saying, look, we've had strong economic data and we cannot ignore that. Remember, Q2 GDP data outperformed expectations. So all of these factors coming into play. And what's really interesting, of course, is the fact that it's not just restricted to heavyweight stocks and indices. Experts are saying this is now a broad-based rally. Small and mid-cap stocks have also outperformed. So clearly a celebration of political stability and economic clarity and growth at the moment.
Now, adolescents and young people represent a growing share of people living with HIV worldwide, and the greatest impact of HIV is also on young people. Now, the Birds and Bees stock, the TBBT, a comprehensive age-appropriate life skills curriculum that educates adolescents and helps their transition as they become adults.
मैं पहले ही नशा करता था, ये इंजेक्शन लेता था, ऐसे ही शेयर कर लेते थे हम एक दूसरे से। उसके चक्कर में मेरा HIV हो गई, मुझे जब भी पता नहीं चला। मैं फिर घर पे रहता रहा, नशे करता रहा, तो मेरा क्या हुआ, मैं कमज़ोर हो गया, बहुत ख़त्म से होने वाली हालत हो गई। मेरी मम्मी ने आखिरी देख के नशा मुक्ति में भेज दिया मुझे। नशा मुक्ति में जाते ही वो कराता है, वो ब्लड टेस्ट कराते हैं। ब्लड टेस्ट में मुझे पता चला मेरा HIV है। उसके बाद मैं रोया हुआ, पहले नहीं पता था इससे क्या होता है, क्या बीमारी क्या नहीं है, पहले नहीं पता था, इसलिए थोड़ा रोना आता था। अब पता चल गया तो जीने की उम्मीद है।
This World AIDS Day has a lot of significance to me, and we know that India has been doing very well. If you compare from 2010 to 9, there has been a 37% reduction. It's a very effective reduction, but a lot needs to be done, especially programs like this. I feel very happy and honored to be invited for this.
For children living with HIV and the challenges they face. This year, World AIDS Day was the day they got to enjoy. It was planned and celebrated in a unique way to create joy, entertainment and support for these resilient young individuals.
आज का दिन मेरे लिए बहुत ही अच्छा था वैसे जो मैंने और इस बार इस टॉपिक के बारे में भी जाना HIV के बारे में और जो मूवी वगैरह थी इतने सारे शो हुए उससे भी मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा और मैं चाहती हूँ कि आगे भी ऐसे होते रहे.
To build a more inclusive, protected and aware society, Asacham Foundation with their CSR partner Reckitt in collaboration with PBR Nest organized a special program to commemorate World AIDS Day.
In our whole program today, the day started with showcasing the movie which has been chosen by the kids themselves. It's called Avatar. Followed by that, we actually, we arranged 3 other programs for them. The first program is with Rais Khan, who has performed on the folk songs and giving the messages on hygiene. The second program which we did was on empathy, on equity and equality. This program we have done with the characters of the Sesame Street by the Muppets. And the third one what we have done with the Moko Koza, who has flown specially from the Nagaland to Delhi today to perform in between the kids. There's a health kit which has been given to these kids. The kit has various things like it has Dettol soap, it has sanitizer, it has a clean towel, it has a nail cutter, it has a self-care directions for the kids so that they have a healthy and hygienic life.
Public-private partnership has been the epitome, in fact the central component of the way we look at our programs. First of all, they become more warmer, more meaningful and touching more lives because you have this large network which you are able to access while you partner. So this is a very, very critical way to look into any program development if it is for this large Indian community we are looking at, especially the children. And these partnerships land up creating huge impacts, huge objectives which are required for the development of these programs.
Everyone has a role and responsibility to ensure that children's rights are protected in communities affected by HIV and AIDS. Only when all stakeholders work together can we ensure no one is left behind.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be.
Hey, good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. Let's get to your top story, and that's the participants at the United Nations COP28 climate talks filed on a Sunday for another day of talks and found themselves greeted rare sights in the UAE. Protests and public demonstrations were taking place. On Sunday afternoon, over 100 demonstrators held a pro-Palestinian protest over the Israel-Hamas war near the Israeli pavilion at the summit. They waved watermelon flags, a pro-Palestinian symbol, and other placards as well, with some chanting, "Free Palestine." A woman reading the names of children and elderly killed in Gaza Strip wept as they commemorated the dead. Others cried as they listened at the COP28 venue. Activists allowed into the UAE can demonstrate under strict guidelines in this autocratic nation. Others from organizations long banned by the country also have been let in, providing them the opportunity for the first time in about a decade to offer criticism, though many acknowledge that it may see them never allowed back in the country. The UAE, a federation of 7 fiefdoms, this is led by Abu Dhabi's ruler, bans political parties and labor unions. All power rests in each emirate's hereditary ruler. Broad laws tightly restrict speech, and nearly all major local media are either state-owned or state-affiliated outlets.
Just like self-centered.
Now that peaceful protest that was taking place, calling for a ceasefire, this was taking place in Dubai. Around 25,000 people gathered on a Sunday. This was around 25,000 people gathered in the afternoon in Brussels to march against climate change in action. The demonstration kicked off at about 1:30 in the afternoon at the North Station. Then protesters marched through central Brussels and into the European Commission district. Protesters carried signs reading, "We need to save our planet. It's only one where there is we have to act," and the expression there with frustrations over inaction when it comes to Europe on tackling climate change. And former California governor and action movie actor Arnold Schwarzenegger hosted a meeting with family members of Israeli hostages at his Santa Monica, California office, where he listened to their stories and pledged his ongoing support. Let's listen in.
To have a barbaric, unprovoked attack on Israel, absolutely innocent people, they were minding their own business, from one minute to the next were butchered, babies slaughtered, people burned alive, brutally attacked, mutilated. I mean, who does that?
Israeli airstrikes have destroyed a block of apartment buildings in the Shijaya neighborhood of Gaza City, and those strikes destroyed about 50 residential buildings, according to the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Over 60 people were killed and more than 300 people were buried under rubble, citing initial reports by the Palestinian Red Crescent. However, a Red Crescent spokesperson has gone on to say that more than 300 people had been killed in that area. Israel's offensive in the Gaza Strip continues to expand the targeting of civilians, is what the health ministry in Hamas-ruled Gaza had to say on Sunday. Emergency crews have only been able to recover 316 mortars and 664 wounded people, is what the spokesman for the ministry had to say. speaking from Khan Yunis, adding that the majority of victims are still under rubble. Al-Qidra said that the death toll from the Israeli aggression against the Gaza Strip since 7th of October until this moment rises to 15,523 martyrs and the injury of over 41,000 citizens with various injuries. Ambulances and civilian cars ferried wounded people to the Nasser hospital in Gaza's Khan Yunis city after reported Israeli airstrike in the area on Sunday. Israel's military on Sunday ordered more areas in and around Gaza's second largest city of Khan Yunis to evacuate as it shifted its offensive to the southern half. This is the southern half of the territory, where it says many Hamas leaders are hiding. Heavy bombardments were reported overnight and into Sunday in the area of Khan Yunis and the southern city of Rafah, as well as parts of north, and that had been the focus of Israel's blistering air and ground campaign. Many of the territory's 2.3 million people are cramped in the south after Israeli forces ordered civilians to leave the north in the early days of the 2-month-old war. Workers at the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis struggled to keep up with the arrival of the injured and the dead on Sunday. A large amount of victims were brought to the facility as Israel extended its military operation to the south of the Gaza Strip. A lack of beds meant staff treated patients on the floor, which was streaked with blood and scattered with abandoned belongings. Bodies covered with blankets and sheets were laying next to those receiving medical attention. Heavy bombardments were reported overnight and into the area of Khan Yunis and the southern city of Rafah. Israel ordered more areas in and around Khan Yunis, Gaza's second largest city, to evacuate. Bodies pulled out from the buildings hit by Israeli airstrikes in the Gaza City area were brought to a hospital on Saturday. Families and relatives gathered outside the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital to pray around the remains before taking them for burial. They were emotional scenes as a man carried the body of a young boy, Muhammad Khalid, who was killed during the strikes. His brother, with his face still covered in dust, was inconsolable, saying that his neighborhood had been completely destroyed. Palestinians in Khan Yunis city in the besieged Gaza Strip mourned their loved ones who were killed in that Israeli bombardment on Sunday morning. Bodies wrapped in white sheets continue to arrive at the morgue at the Nasser hospital. The United Nations Human Rights Chief urged for an end to the war, saying that the suffering of civilians was too much to bear. Senior Hamas official Osama Hamdan has gone on to say that resuming talks with Israel on further exchanges of hostages and prisoners must be tied to the end of aggression and a ceasefire. Now, we affirm that the resumption of prisoner exchange negotiations is contingent upon the cessation of aggression and a ceasefire, is what he told reporters in Beirut. Prior to that, there's no discussion about it. Hamdan went on to say that Israel's stubbornness and procrastination, despite efforts from mediators that includes Qatar, Egypt and the United States, led to the breakdown in the week-long truce. Both sides have blamed each other for the ceasefire not being extended, with Israel claiming that Hamas violated the terms of the truce. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has gone on to say that Hamas had not met its obligation to release all of the female hostages. Hamdan said that following several exchanges of detainees, Israel claimed that Hamas still had Israeli women to release, but he said the list submitted contained more people in the Israeli military and not civilians. Iran's foreign minister said on Sunday that a deep expansion of war across the region was imaginable as the Israel-Hamas war resumed after the culmination of a temporary truce. Hungary will not support any European Union proposal on the revision of the EU budget and to begin talks on making Ukraine a president. This is a member of the bloc, is what the government minister had to say. Galias, the chief of staff to the Hungarian Prime Minister, Orban, has gone on to say at a news conference in Budapest that Hungary would not consent to opening these discussions when EU leaders meet in the middle of December. Earlier this month, the EU's executive arm recommended allowing Ukraine to open membership talks once it addresses governance issues that include corruption, lobbying concerns, and restrictions that might prevent national minorities from studying and reading in their own languages. but they need a unanimous vote among all EU member nations. That is required on matters involving the admission of a new country, giving the nationalist Orban a powerful veto. His government has long taken an the approach to, as far as Ukraine is concerned, arguing vehemently against EU sanctions on Russia over its invasion and holding up financial aid packages to Kiev. And Ukrainian President Zelensky said on Thursday that the war with Russia was in a new stage, with winter expected to complicate fighting after a summer counteroffensive.
І це факт. Війна складна, зима в цілому це нова фаза війни. Або війна зимова, вона відбувається не тільки на лінії фронту і всередині міст, через велику кількість застосування ворогам дронів, через велику кількість застосування ракет, включаючи балістику тощо. І тому зимова війна, вона складна.
The Russian military is building training grounds on Ukrainian territories, is what Russia's defense minister had to say at a meeting with top military brass on Friday. Well, 7 modern training grounds are being equipped in the special military operations zone, 2 of which have been fully completed. In 2024, Russia is planning several military drills, about 20 of them with participation of foreign states, is what he added, speaking about the plans for the year ahead. Relatives and supporters of a group calling for the release of soldiers taken prisoner by Russia after fighting for Ukraine in Mariupol took to the streets on Kiev on Sunday. Hundreds gathered in Independence Square, holding banners and signs aloft as they chanted for the release of their loved ones. The demonstration was organized by the family's organization, which continues to call for the prisoners' release. Now, Venezuelans are voting in a referendum called by the government of the president. This is to claim sovereignty over a large swath of neighboring Guyana. Venezuela argues that the oil and mineral-rich territory was stolen when the border was drawn more than a century ago. Less than 2 hours before polls were originally scheduled to close, the turnout appeared to be low at voting centres, and long lines, typical of electoral events, did not form outside centres. But the country's top electoral authority went on to announce that the polls would remain open for 2 additional hours, and this is because there was a low voter turnout. A man killed 4 family members, including 2 children, at their Queens home in New York City and stabbed 2 policemen who then shot him dead on Sunday morning. The suspect was identified as Courtney Gordon, a 38-year-old Bronx resident who had been visiting family at their home in the Far Rockaway neighborhood. Among the victims was a 12-year-old, and then there was also a 44-year-old and a male in his 30s and an 11-year-old girl. The police officers, one was stabbed in the neck and another slashed in the head. Former President Donald Trump mocked the governor, Ron DeSantis, at a large rally, saying that the Florida governor's campaign was falling like a very seriously wounded bird. Let's listen in to what Trump had to say.
And we hit him very hard, and he's been falling out of the air like a very seriously wounded bird, right, to the ground. And it's a very pleasant thing to see. Now, it looks like he's gonzo, but we never want to say that. We got to get this thing finished. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Iowa. God bless you.
A mother and her 14-year-old daughter are advocating for better protection for women and girls after AI-generated nude pictures of the teen and other female classmates were circulated among high schoolers in New Jersey in the United States. The incident in Westfield, a town close to New York City, is putting a spotlight yet again on explicit AI-generated material that overwhelmingly harms women and children and is booming online at an unprecedented rate. Researchers have been sounding the alarm this year on the explosion of AI-generated child sexual abuse material on the so-called dark web, and its potential to overwhelm law enforcement if something is not done to stem the tide. Meanwhile, celebrities, public officials, and even average adults are increasingly becoming targeted by those who manipulate their images using new AI models or the plethora of apps and websites that openly advertise their services. Though the images have been around for a few years, advances in AI are making it almost impossible to discern what's real and what's not. A patchwork of state laws have already been implemented to criminalize sharing this type of content, but advocates and experts who study the issue are also calling for a federal fix that can provide prosecution. This is protection as far as the country is concerned and send a strong message to the current and would-be perpetrators. And Billie Eilish, Olivia Rodrigo, as well as Sabrina Carpenter were among those honored at Variety's 7th annual Hitmaker. This is a celebration in Los Angeles. The event celebrates the year in music and recognizes the writers, the producers, publishers, managers, as well as executives who helped make the 25 most consumed songs of the year.
You know what? I actually didn't make that decision. I've been trying to shine since I moved to LA, but I think it's always God's plan is the best plan, and I had to exercise a lot of patience, and so now I feel like I appreciate everything so much more because I had to wait for it in the wings a lot of the time, and so now that I'm here and receiving so many flowers and so much love, I just want to enjoy it and try to stay in the moment as much as I can, because in my head I'm fighting with okay, the next goal is da-da-da, so it's a balance of trying to be present but also keeping the momentum going and trying to rocket ship out of here. You know what? It's been really emotional, and I think the biggest name for it is gratitude, and I'm just so overwhelmingly grateful that all of these opportunities are coming, and I think they're at the right time. Even though I thought it was the right time before, I think now's the right time, and I think that's because that's when they're happening, and everything happens when it's supposed to. So I've just been so emotional and just thankful.
Will Smith alluded to his recent troubles during an event for the Red Sea Film Festival. He spoke about topics including the starting point of his career, fame, and future prospects. Listening.
If you're devoted to your dream, you'll ultimately make your way there. It's just a little bit easier when you have an elder who understands and is willing to spend time to teach,
Share experience.
Yes, to share the experience. You're going to make mistakes. I've made tons of my own mistakes, and we all make mistakes, baby. But it's really to have somebody to call is huge. Everybody doesn't have somebody to call, and I have been blessed that I've always had somebody to call that was willing to help. Fame is a unique monster, and you have to be really careful. I've had to be really careful. You can't get excited when everybody is saying good things about you, because the more you take when people are saying good things about you, the more hurt you're going to be when people are saying bad things about you, right? What I've experienced, in my adversities of the last couple of years, is I have to be clear about who I am and what I am attempting to do in the world. I want you to feel good. I am here because in my deepest heart, I want you to feel good. And at the same time, I am deeply human, and my virtue is not yet perfected. And I am in the process of perfecting my virtue. So one of I would say the greatest thing that has happened is I have been deeply humbled and deeply inspired to perfect my light. And that's what this next phase of my life is going to be, perfecting and shining my light as brightly as I can on as many people as I can.
Now, Beyonce ruled the box office this weekend. Her concert picture Renaissance, a film by Beyonce, opened in first place with $21 million in North American ticket sales, and according to estimates from AMC Theatres, it debuted in 2,539 theatres in the United States and Canada, as well as 94 international territories, where it earned $6.4 million. The Boys in the Boat will be released on the 25th of December. The film stars George Clooney, who joked that he had expected the stars of his underdog sports drama, The Boys in the Boat, to arrive at its special London screening weighing 300 pounds after they had to get into shape to play a Great Depression-era university rowing team. Listen in.
Well, I think every actor would tell you the same thing, which is odds are against you. You know, there's, in our union, there's 160,000 actors, and that's not all the actors in the country, and very few of them actually get work. You know, probably have 5% of them. So, you know, you're always up against the odds, but, you know, luck plays a big part in careers. It certainly did with my career.
And the newest group of Kennedy Center honorees, including comedian Billy Crystal and actor Queen Latifah, made their way down the red carpet on Sunday night at the star-studded Kennedy Center Honors Ceremony, commemorating their lifetime achievements in arts and entertainment. President Joe Biden welcomed the honorees to the White House before the event, saying that the performing arts reflect who we are as Americans and as human beings.
You know, hip-hop being in its 50th year, it just shows that what we said, you know, years and years ago was true. Hip-hop is not a fad. It's not going anywhere. It is culture. It's worldwide. And you got to listen to the kids. You got to listen to the youth. They always know something.
This is huge. I thought it would be great. All my friends who had been past honorees called and said, you're going to love every second, and I am. It's an awesome feeling to be included with this particular wonderful class, but to be treated with the respect and the appreciation from everyone at the center and at the White House today with President Biden and Dr. Biden. It's awesome that how important the arts are to the world, and how the Kennedy Center in particular is so important to keep that going, because there's so much negativity in the world and divisiveness that the arts brings us together. And to be part of that world is very satisfying.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, all the
Welcome back. Let's get you an update as far as the cyclone situation is concerned in Chennai. Cyclone, this is Mig-Rom, named by Myanmar, means strength or resilience. It has intensified into a severe cyclone, which is why Tamil Nadu has declared a public holiday as far as 4 districts are concerned, including Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram, as well as Chengalpattu. Now, this severe cyclone is likely to make landfall only tomorrow in the morning before noon. and this severe cyclone will be making landfall between Nellore and Machilapatnam. But before that, you can see the kind of rainfall that has led to about inundation in most parts of Chennai. Cars are submerged, power lines have been disrupted, internet services have been suspended, but so much so that the airport area has received 250 millimeters of rainfall, which is why water entered the runway and also has led to the airport being shut till about 11 o'clock tonight. It has impacted a lot of flights, as well as rail traffic has also been impacted on account of the kind of rainfall it has received over the last 24 hours. In fact, we do know that even adjoining areas have seen 230 millimeters of rainfall. The Tamil Nadu Disaster Response Force has 14 teams on standby comprising of 350 personnel. National Disaster Response Forces have 9 teams of 225 personnel who have been stationed in coastal areas. So it's the coastal belt where the impact will be felt the most. Do remember, this cyclone is very, very close to the coastline. The proximity is the reason why the showers have been enormous in the last 24 hours. This weather system will move north. It will go towards Andhra Pradesh. There is a rain red alert warning when it comes to Andhra Pradesh, also Tamil Nadu, Puducherry and Rayalaseema over the course of the next 24 hours. 1,500 workers are on standby. A stock of more than 3 lakh electricity poles is part of the inventory. When we talk about the kind of rainfall that is expected, well, similar to the situation in Chennai is what we're expecting in Andhra Pradesh from later tonight till about tomorrow morning, where the landfall will take place between Nellore and Machilapatnam. Well, the kind of wind speed we're expecting could be gusting to about 110 kmph at the time of landfall. What else can we expect? My colleague Parimal spoke with this is with the IMD chief. Let's just listen in to what he had to say.
चक्रवात अभी एक भीषण चक्रवात यानी सीवियर साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म के हिसाब से पश्चिम केंद्रीय बंगाल की खाड़ी में चेन्नई से लगभग 90 किलोमीटर ईस्ट नॉर्थ ईस्ट दिशा में केंद्रीभूत है। इसके सेंटर में अभी विंड स्पीड 85 टू 95 किलोमीटर पर आवर गस्टिंग टू 105 किलोमीटर पर आवर है। चेन्नई तट पे यानी नॉर्थ कोस्टल तमिलनाडु की तट पे विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 80 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा अभी चल रहा है। यही विंड स्पीड तमिलनाडु कोस्ट ले जारी रहेगा नेक्स्ट 6 आवर्स। इसके बाद विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे कम होगा, मगर दक्षिण आंध्र प्रदेश की जो कोस्ट है वहाँ अभी नेल्लोर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के आसपास विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 80 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा चल रहा है। और प्रकाशम डिस्ट्रिक्ट से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक विंड स्पीड अभी 45 से 55 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 65 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा चल रहा है। ये विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे बढ़ेगा नेल्लोर से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक, और आज शाम से शुरू करके काल दोपहर तक पीक विंड स्पीड रहेगा, वो है 90 टू 100 किलोमीटर पर आवर, गस्टनेस पे 110 किलोमीटर पर आवर। यही विंड स्पीड के साथ 5 तारीख पूर्वाह्न में यानी फोरनून में आंध्र प्रदेश कोस्ट को नेल्लोर और मछलीपट्टनम के बीच में बापाटला के आसपास हिट करेगा, और इसके बाद जब लैंड पर चला जाएगा धीरे धीरे वीक होगा। और इसके साथ साथ जो तटीय इलाका है और एक्सट्रीम सदर्न पार्ट है जैसे कोरापुट, मलकानगिरी, नबरंगपुर वगैरह डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहाँ विंड स्पीड हम 35 टू 45 किलोमीटर पर आवर, कभी कभी 50 किलोमीटर विंड स्पीड गस्टिनेस में हो सकता है।
ये पूरा जी।
इसलिए स्ट्रक्चरल डैमेज ओडिशा के लिए नहीं है, मगर हेवी रेनफॉल की वजह से वहाँ भी जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है, पैडी है, बहुत सारे क्रॉप्स हैं, इस पे इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। इसलिए हम जो चेतावनी और एडवाइस दिए हैं कि जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है ये सभी को अमल कर लेना चाहिए, हार्वेस्ट कर लेना चाहिए, और कोई फिशरमैन समुद्र के अंदर नहीं जाना चाहिए 6 तारीख तक, क्योंकि समुद्र अशांत है और 6 तारीख के बाद समुद्र का कंडीशन जो है इम्प्रूव होगा।
Well, a word of caution to fishermen especially, and all those especially in Tamil Nadu as well as Andhra Pradesh between tonight and tomorrow morning when landfall is expected between Nellore and Machilapatnam. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. My colleague Aarti will be here to get us the very latest.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and centre.
conversations that get to the core of the debate.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yaar Deepinder, ye idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Cyclone Migjom lashes Tamil Nadu. Chennai airport shut till 11 p.m. Many parts of Chennai inundated amid heavy rains. Rain red alert issued in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. ZPM surges ahead in Mizoram elections. CM Zoranthanga loses his seat. After winning 3 states, BJP is set to decide the CMs. The suspense looms over CMs in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. Top India ally reacts on the Congress loss. Bengal CM Mamta says the Congress has been defeated, not the people. She says they've been pushing for seat sharing. Congress unseats the BRS in Telangana to take a call on the CM. Revanth Reddy is a front runner to be the CM face. DK Shivakumar says the High Command will take a decision. Markets are at an all-time high after Assembly election results. New all-time high for markets as the surge is over 1.5%. 2 Indian Air Force pilots have been killed in a crash as an IAF trainer aircraft crashes in Telangana. Our top focus now, Cyclone Migjom, currently swirling over the Bay of Bengal and heading towards the Andhra coast, has unleashed torrential rain upon Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Now, heavy rainfall was reported in northern coastal Tamil Nadu, encompassing Chennai, Sengalpattu, Kanchipuram, Nagapattinam and Kadalur districts, with Tiruvallur district being the brunt of the downpour. The cyclone is, of course, expected to make landfall between Nellore and Machilipatnam tomorrow noon. The Chennai airport in Meenambakam, meanwhile, is shut till 11 p.m. today. A public holiday has been issued throughout Tamil Nadu, while private companies have been advised to operate through work from home. Now, authorities have set up nearly 5,000 relief centres in coastal districts to assist those affected by the heavy rains. The aid in relief and rescue efforts have been stationed through authorities from the NDRF and 9 SDRF teams in the affected districts as well. And authorities are saying once the rain stops, the water clearance operations with pumps will begin. My colleague Sam is on ground there, bringing us the latest. Sam, take us through what's going on ground at this point. We're in fact seeing that the rain has sort of come down. You said in a couple of hours it should completely stop, and then the water clearance operations might be able to start.
Well, that's the Met Office's forecast that around 3, once the cyclone Migjom crosses the Tamil Nadu coast, then there could be respite in Chennai. But at the moment, we don't see any signs of respite. It's just pouring non-stop. We come to you from the Oliver Road in the Mylapore area in Chennai. It's knee-deep waters. The entire stretch is like this, around a quarter kilometer. Hundreds of people have to wade through this. Waters have entered several homes and hundreds of cars across Chennai remain in waters. That's a major loss of property and a major challenge for Chennaites. The Met Office says some parts of Chennai received up to 29 centimeters rain. For instance, Perungudi, around 10 kilometers from where I am right now, received 29 centimeters. Nungambakam, they say, received up to 20 centimeters. And that's the reason why the city's stormwater drains, the newly built stormwater drains, are just unable to handle the quantum of water received or because of this downpour. And authorities say once the rain stops, then in most parts of the city the waters will automatically recede in 2 hours. In low-lying pockets where already waters have entered homes, they have deployed giant pumps, and that's going to be a major task. Across Tamil Nadu, around 4,500 relief centers have been started, and as we speak now, close to 700 people have been evacuated, largely from Kadalur district, Tiruvallur, and some from Chennai. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who reviewed the situation, has assigned one senior bureaucrat for every zone in Chennai to be able to activate the mitigation efforts once the rain stops, and also to other districts. Tiruvallur is bearing the brunt of the extremely heavy rainfall it's receiving, and it's a public holiday in Chennai. All the schools, colleges, government offices except the emergency services are shut. Private companies were advised to allow the employees work from home. The Chennai airport remains shut. A dozen flights were cancelled to begin with. A few were diverted, but now unable to pump waters on the runway, the administration has decided to shut down till 11 tonight. So it's an anxious moment for people in Chennai, coastal Tamil Nadu, and they hope that Cyclone Migjom will swiftly cross this coast so that the havoc will be limited. In fact, the quantum of damage to property would emerge only after the waters recede, and for many this actually brings back memories of the 2005 floods. Call it the city's infrastructure collapsing, call it impact of climate change, call it unprecedented heavy downpour. Chennaites are really facing a nightmare, and they hope things would ease by end of this day.
Right, Sam, now in fact you did mention the 2005 floods. In comparison, where are we at in terms of damage? And of course the water inundation at this point looks at par with that. But when this of course passes through Tamil Nadu, perhaps then we'll be seeing a lesser impact when it comes to, if you compare it to what happened in 2005.
In terms of the downpour, we can compare, but in terms of the other reason which had triggered massive floods in that situation is different. For instance, at that time, 35,000 cusecs of water was released from the adjoining Chembarambakam lake in the neighboring district, but now it's only around 3,500 cusecs. So it's not the waters from that lake that's flooding, it's the non-stop rainfall over the last 24 hours that's causing this. But of course, in terms of the severity, that time was much bigger, larger, and the disaster was huge. But the visuals in terms of waters flooding many of these low-lying pockets, many of these wide streets in Chennai, that in a sense brings back memories of the 2015 floods, and people hope this would end by this evening. At the moment, Met Office says once the cyclone crosses Tamil Nadu coast, then we can see signs of respite, and then authorities, particularly the NDRF and the state disaster response force teams, who are waiting with boats and other rescue equipment to be able to help people to reach out to people in those low-lying pockets. They'll be able to really do their job, but at the moment they're all anxiously waiting for the waters to recede, for the rains to stop.
Right, thank you, Sam, for bringing us those updates from the ground. Continue tracking the developments there on ground, and we'll come back to you. For now, let's listen in to my colleague's interview with Mohapatra, the DG of IMD, and what he had to say about the rains being predicted in Tamil Nadu.
चक्रवात अभी एक भीषण चक्रवात यानी सीवियर साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म के हिसाब से पश्चिम केंद्रीय बंगाल की खाड़ी में चेन्नई से लगभग 90 किलोमीटर ईस्ट नॉर्थ ईस्ट दिशा में केंद्रीभूत है। इसके सेंटर में अभी विंड स्पीड 85 to 95 km/h गस्टिंग टू 105 km/h है। चेन्नई तट पे यानी नॉर्थ कोस्टल तमिलनाडु की तट पे विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 km/h गस्टनेस में 80 km/h अभी चल रहा है। यही विंड स्पीड तमिलनाडु कोस्ट ले जारी रहेगा नेक्स्ट 6 आवर्स। इसके बाद विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे कम होगा, मगर दक्षिण आंध्र प्रदेश की जो कोस्ट है वहाँ अभी नेल्लोर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के आसपास विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 km/h गस्टनेस में 80 km/h चल रहा है। और प्रकाशम डिस्ट्रिक्ट से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक विंड स्पीड अभी 45 से 55 km/h गस्टनेस में 65 km/h चल रहा है। ये विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे बढ़ेगा नेल्लोर से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक, और आज शाम से शुरू करके काल दोपहर तक पीक विंड स्पीड रहेगा, वो है 90 to 100 km/h गस्टनेस पे 110 km/h। यही विंड स्पीड के साथ 5 तारीख पूर्वाह्न में यानी फोरनून में आंध्र प्रदेश कोस्ट को नेल्लोर और मछलीपट्टनम के बीच में बापाटला के आसपास हिट करेगा, और इसके बाद जब लैंड पर चला जाएगा धीरे धीरे वीक होगा। और इसके साथ साथ जो तटीय इलाका है और एक्सट्रीम सदर्न पार्ट है जैसे कोरापुट, मलकानगिरी, नबरंगपुर वगैरह डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहाँ विंड स्पीड हम 35 to 45 km/h, कभी कभी 50 km विंड स्पीड गस्टिनेस में हो सकता है।
ये पूरा जी।
इसलिए स्ट्रक्चरल डैमेज ओडिशा के लिए नहीं है, मगर हेवी रेनफॉल वजह से वहाँ भी जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है, पेडी है, बहुत सारे क्रॉप्स हैं, इस पे इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। इसलिए हम जो चेतावनी और एडवाइस दिए हैं कि जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है ये सभी को अमल कर लेना चाहिए, हार्वेस्ट कर लेना चाहिए, और कोई फिशरमैन समुद्र के अंदर नहीं जाना चाहिए 6 तारीख तक, क्योंकि समुद्र अशांत है और 6 तारीख के बाद समुद्र का कंडीशन जो है इम्प्रूव होगा।
Shifting our focus now, Mizoram Chief Minister Zoramthanga has lost from the Aizawl seat, which was his constituency, and the ruling Mizo National Front is set to lose the election in the northeastern state, as Zoramthanga has lost to Lalthan Sangha of the Zoram People's Movement that has swept this election. Now, the Mizoram Assembly has 40 members. The majority mark is set at, of course, 21. Now, the ZPM has crossed the majority mark with 27 seats, and there the MNF still with 10. Celebrations, of course, are underway in Aizawl in the ZPM office. My colleague, in fact, had spoken to Lalthan Sangha, who is the ZPM candidate who won against Zoramthanga. Listen into what he had to say.
Joining us now is ZPM's Vice President and the candidate who has defeated Chief Minister Zoramthanga, Mr. Lalthan Sangha. You are a giant killer in a way. 3-time Chief Minister Zoramthanga has been defeated this time by you. You know, it seems that there was a wave behind your party. What are the reasons of this landslide victory?
See, my contender is very big man. He's a Mizoram Chief Minister for 3 times. When nomination committee is put me on Aizawl East 1. So my first survey is, from my survey I learned who he is. He is not very hard target. He is very soft target, because the way he manages, he look after his constituency is based on the party, not based on the people. So that's why people are not satisfied with their MLA as well as Chief Minister. So this is the main reason how I come to this election.
But tell us, in terms of the overall result, the Congress also could not, their performance was really bad. And it seems that both the Congress and the MNF, the two old parties, have been rejected and people have chosen a young party which is only 6 years old. Why, how this transition has taken place in Mizoram politics?
This is very marathon to explain it also, but in short, because Congress, MNF, they both are ruling. But this is people shall get rid of. There's not much things to do for the generations of new generations for their future. So they are, they are hungry for the power only. If they win, that's all. For the next, they are preparing, because this MNF Congress are, the main campaign for this slogan is different, but money power can defeat the people's mind. So that's why in isolation also, that money power can, if it's work, I will definitely defeat. But money power doesn't work much. So that's why I defeat him.
One last question. The BJP has kept on saying that even if we win 2 seats, we'll be part of the government. Now you have a clear majority. If an offer comes from BJP, will you take their support or make them part of the government?
This is a policy matter, so we cannot comment about this thing. See, our party executive committee making decision not to have any coalition with any party. Since this is our executive resolution, so we resolve it. So we cannot saying about this coalition or like partnership. If the executive is resolved again, then only we can give a comment in this matter.
We are the friend of farmers, and we have to give them the top priority. After that, there will be a consolidation in finance. Financial reform is very necessary. For that, we are going to make a resource mobilization team comprising the expert members, and they'll look after the austerity measures, disinvestment measures, and manpower assessment and all that. After that, our main priority will be anti-corruption measures. For that, we are going to give a general consent to the CBI as soon as possible. And after swearing in, we will announce our top priorities for the next coming 100 years.
Right, my colleague Ratnadeep joins us from the ground. Ratnadeep, now of course we'd seen celebrations at the ZPM office, and we'd also just heard Laldu Omar say that their focus now is going to be the economy of Mizoram, and also the fact that corruption is going to be their main focus. Take us through, now you've spoken to several leaders there as well, take us to the pulse on the ground.
Well, on ground zero, for the supporters of ZPM, it is a great moment because it is a new party. Remember, this party was formed only 6 years back, and in 2018, the last election, the party actually was not registered at that point of time, and their candidates had fought as independent, and in that election they emerged as the second the main opposition party, the second largest party. And from that election to this election, in this 5 years, this party has grown from strength to strength. Now, this is one regional party in the northeast, which is neither with the India Alliance or the NDA. It was of its own, and this time in the elections, it has raised certain issues like corruption, like the issues of development, and the fact that we spoke to a lot of leaders and a lot of individuals as well today after these results have come in, and people are saying that maybe the campaign that Laldu Hama took to the people, saying that you have given Congress several chances, you have given MNF several chances, see us once, and if we can bring some amount of change. I think that is what has worked, because if you look at Mizoram, in this elections, the key was the young voters. When we say young voters, the voters from the first time voters to voters of the age of 40 years, these are the people, these young people were above 60%, and what we are picking up is that in most of the areas in Mizoram, because you know, we have less electorate, therefore constituencies are decided in small margins. But look at the margins of the ZPM candidates. Some of the candidates have actually won with a good margin by Mizoram standards. So this just goes to show that perhaps the young voters' vote have completely gone towards ZPM, and also ZPM has been able to erode the strong vote banks, the strong pockets that Congress had. Remember, Congress last time won only 5 seats, this time they are down to 1, and the MNF has lost 17 seats. In fact, the Chief Minister himself has lost from his Aizawl East 1 seat, his deputy Tonlia has lost his seat. Several ministers, in fact, out of 12 ministers in the Council of Ministers, 10 ministers including the Chief Ministers have lost, only 2 of them have won. And on the other hand, ZPM, if you look at those 27 MLAs who have got elected, 20 of them, at least 20 of them are first timers. Right. They had contested for the first time, they have won, and of the 20, at least there are you know, a dozen MLAs who were not who have no political links. They were people from different walks of life, and they were given tickets and they have won. So this just goes to show that it is a vote in perhaps in favor of the call for change and an alternative way of governance.
Right, absolutely. Now, a young party in Mizoram and a new beginning for the state will, of course, see how that leads the leader of the ZPM, in fact, saying that economy is a major focus. We'll continue tracking the story for you. For now, we take a short break.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say BTech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, what is this? What have you done? This is fantastic, right? Now, that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
This World AIDS Day, join
Well,
Welcome back. Now, the Congress's big India ally, the TMC, has reacted to their loss in 3 states. Mamata Banerjee says the Congress has been defeated, not the people. Now, Mamata also says that some votes have been cut by the India parties. And she says that a strategy is needed with ideology. Now, the TMC, in fact, says that the Congress must then reflect on their actions and then come about with a better strategy and a better ideology. Listen in to what TMC's Abhishek Banerjee had to say.
भाई देखिए, मैं आस्था रखने वाला या खोने वाला कोई नहीं हूँ। लोकतंत्र में लोग लास्ट वर्ड है और कांग्रेस में जो लोग चाहते हैं कि भाई सब मिलके बीजेपी के साथ लड़ाई करे, मैं उनको यही कह सकता हूँ कि समय कम है। आप अपने हिसाब से सबको इकट्ठा करने का जो प्रयास है वो शुरू तो हो ही चुका है। उसको फिर से एक बार करके अगर एक साथ लड़ाई करना चाहे तो it should reflect in your action, not your words.
Well, strong statements from both Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal. The Trinamool Congress had earlier advocated that a seat-sharing arrangement between the India Alliance parties should be worked out in the state elections. But it was the Congress that had said that it would decide, take a call on these issues post these state elections. That's what sources had said. Now, of course, today on the floor of the West Bengal Assembly, Mamata Banerjee saying that it was the lack of seat sharing that led to the Congress defeat. The Congress should have done seat sharing. In fact, she went on to say that India parties did cut votes, and had there been seat sharing, that wouldn't have happened. She also said this is a defeat of the Congress, not the people. People have spoken against the BJP, and then went on to add that India Alliance will work together, and if there is any mistake, it will be rectified and we will learn from our mistakes. Earlier in the day, Abhishek Banerjee had also said something similar, saying that India Alliance would actually have to now sit together and work, because this is something that the Congress did on its own. And obviously in all of this, to contextualize what's being said, the India Alliance partners are now going to give the Congress some hard talk over the Congress's insistence on leaving seat sharing for later, and going on to say the Congress would have to now, to quote a Trinamool Congress spokesperson, drop its zamindari attitude and be more accommodative and adjust. And Mamata Banerjee also saying, along with ideology, we need strategy to take on the BJP, and if we come together, then of course the BJP can be defeated in 2024. So tough lessons for the Congress, tough words for the Congress from India Alliance parties, especially the Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee, effectively pointing out that the Congress should do a seat sharing agreement as soon as possible before the 2024 polls. Otherwise, they could have a result like what we saw in these states that have recently concluded polls.
Now, another India ally, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, has reacted in a somewhat conciliatory tone, saying more work lies ahead. In the past few months, Akhilesh has repeatedly attacked the Congress, even accusing the Congress party of trying to wipe out the Samajwadi ideology. But now, of course, he seems to be taking a route which leads to constructive criticism, just as what the TMC is doing with the Congress, talking about how more work needs to be done on the strategy and how that will then improve the cases for Congress. Let's listen into what he had to say.
हम लोग निराश नहीं हैं और राजनीति में, लोकतंत्र में इस तरह के परिणाम आते हैं और जो भी परिणाम आएंगे वो कोई भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है उसको स्वीकार करेगी, लेकिन लड़ाई लंबी है। इन परिणामों से हमें और जिन लोगों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी जैसी बड़ी पार्टी का मुकाबला करना है, उन्हें बहुत तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी। मुझे उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में परिणाम दूसरे होंगे।
alliance, both Samajwadi Party and TMC, don't seem too dejected by the loss that Congress has faced in the three states. But they seem to be keeping their eye on the ball, which is the 2024 elections, the Lok Sabha polls, where, of course, they're talking about the strategy that will be deployed in the seat-sharing ideology, of course, most important when it comes to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, which will then decide what is the fate for the India alliance, where they're, in fact, earlier also had decided to stand together and present a united front, and that's what they seem to be doing now as well. Tanishq, now we're seeing that Akhilesh Yadav not giving the fiery sort of response to this Congress loss as would have been expected. He's in fact taking a mature road, saying that he's not dejected, he's not sad by it, but of course saying more work needs to be done by the Congress in the days that lie ahead.
Yeah, Bharti, and also this comes from a point of reflection because Samajwadi Party also lost, all of its candidates in the Madhya Pradesh poll. So Samajwadi Party had actually, after Congress refused alliance in the state, they had actually put up candidates for a lot of seats, more than 50 seats. But Samajwadi Party lost on all of seats. So it is being seen that Akhilesh, has softened his stance towards the alliance. One key statement that he made was that we and other parties have to prepare a lot to defeat a party like BJP and have to fight the strategies with discipline. But another point he made was that we have to make sure that the other parties support the regional parties where they are in strong, where they have a strong base. So this of course reflects on saying that Akhilesh Yadav is softening his stand and saying that Congress should now support Samajwadi Party as it has a larger presence than Congress in Uttar Pradesh. But what remains to be seen, Aarti, that how it is going to play out because Samajwadi Party is, a candidate of Samajwadi Party standing in Madhya Pradesh polls had actually, costed a lot of voters for the Congress Party. A lot of vote share was eaten up by the Samajwadi Party. So it remains to be seen how the Congress will react to it. Right. But right now, Akhilesh is presenting a united front, saying that we have to work together. Making an inclusive statement towards the fourth space. We should not forget the Samajwadi Party also suffered a huge loss, a big defeat in the state polls in Madhya Pradesh.
Right, Tanesh, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. Talking about a big blow to the Congress, what comes to mind, of course, is Rajasthan. Now, in Rajasthan, the BJP had managed to come in with a great success. Now, talking about Rajasthan, the big question now is who will be the CM? Of course, the speculations are, of course, rife at this point, but suspense is still on who is going to be the CM face of the BJP. I have my colleague Vedant joining us with some latest updates for us. Vedant, take us through what's happening on ground. What are we learning? Or in fact, outside the BJP headquarters, I learn. Take us through if we have any details on the decision on CM face for Rajasthan.
Well, I think I am in fact not outside the BJP headquarters, but the latest that we're getting is that the 4 MPs who actually won in Rajasthan, including Diya Kumari, of course, one of the CM probables, and Rajavardhan Rathod, and of course CP Joshi and Arun Singh, heavyweights of the BJP who campaigned extensively through Rajasthan. They have formally now tendered their resignation as members of parliament. This was of course a foregone conclusion because they were fielded as as candidates in the fray, and now after they won, they finally tendered their resignation in parliament. All 4 of them were in Delhi. Now remember, one of them, of course, is Diya Kumari, as I mentioned. She is being seen as a front runner and she won with a huge margin. In fact, all the elections that she was trusted with, she's not lost a single election. So that is why she's seen as one of the front runners as far as the race for the top job is concerned. Apart from Diya Kumari, of course, Vasundhara Raje, a 2-time chief minister, somebody who's seen as a tall leader here in Rajasthan, has pan-Rajasthan presence, somebody who finally came on board in the later stages of the campaign to endorse brand Modi. In fact, Vasundhara Raje held the maximum number of Jan Sabhas as far as Rajasthan is concerned, 53 to be precise, and in fact 36 out of the over 45 candidates that she campaigned for actually won in Rajasthan. So that actually speaks volumes about the fact that she has a huge presence in Rajasthan, and the BJP cannot certainly ignore the Vasundhara Raje factor. Now, apart from Diya Kumari and Vasundhara Raje, the two royalties in the fray, you also have Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. Now, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, somebody who has a ministerial background, who's also a backroom strategist for the BJP. He held the fort for the High Command here in Rajasthan till late last night. We also spoke to him. So he's also a farmer face, so he's being seen as a front runner as well. Apart from that, a name that is doing the rounds in a big way now is Baba Balaknath. He is in Delhi currently as we speak. Remains to be seen what really are the conversations that he's having. Apart from that, Kirori Lal Meena, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Law Minister, these names are also there in the fray. But the BJP is expected to come up with the list of central observers first. The Congress's strategy is to always come up with those names before. But the BJP is expected to announce a list of central observers soon, after which we'll get clarity on who could be the Chief Minister, perhaps a decision that will be taken later this week.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vedant, for joining us and bringing us those latest details on this story. We'll continue tracking it. For now, we shift our focus. The Congress, of course, has unseated the BRS in Telangana. Talking about its losses, let's talk about the Congress's big win. Telangana, now they're going to take a call on who's going to be the CM. Revanth Reddy, of course, is a front runner to be CM there. DK Shivakumar, in fact, saying that Kharge, the chief of the Congress, will be taking a decision on who the CM face will be. Let's, in fact, rope in my colleague Uma, who's joining us on the broadcast. Uma, take us through the latest now. You, in fact, did say that a unanimous sort of decision has arisen where a majority of support is being garnered by Revanth Reddy there. Take us through what you're learning from your sources.
See, I'm outside the Ella hotels here in Hyderabad, where in fact all the MLAs have come in the Hillridge Springs, and that's the gate entrance that you can see. And of course the resorts are inside, deep inside, where all the MLAs are being kept. And what we are being told is that individually each of those 64 MLAs of the Congress have been spoken to, and their opinion has been sought and who would they like to see as their leader. And yes, a short while ago DK Shivakumar did come out and say that Revanth Reddy had proposed a resolution, and that resolution said that unilaterally they are authorizing Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge to take the decision on who should lead the state, who should be Chief Minister. We were also told that several leaders have in fact seconded that resolution that was moved primarily by the Telangana State Congress Chief, Mr. Revanth Reddy. So while several of the supporters and also people like Mr. Mallu Ravi have openly said that they believe that Revanth Reddy is the one who should be Chief Minister and will be Chief Minister, and the formula that was being spoken about was that there are other contenders as well, and some of the other contenders who I spoke to said that it is only the Revanth Reddy camp which is in fact putting out this version saying that he's the front runner and that he is going to be Chief Minister and that the rest will only be deputies or other ministers. But those people are in fact saying that the High Command, the central leadership is open-minded about who should be leading the state, and therefore that authorization now having been given to the centre and the opinion of all the MLAs having been taken, those will be taken into consideration before any announcement is made. On the other hand, the other leaders I should talk about, Revanth Reddy, of course, for having carried out such a strong campaign. It was only after he became PCC, he became the Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee Chief that Telangana Congress seemed to have got new energy and spirit. And of course, the victory in Karnataka did help to kind of take that forward to make him a contender. There's also Uttam Kumar Reddy, who was an Air Force pilot, close to the Gandhi family, someone who has won 7 times as MLA and also has been an MP and has been always loyal to the Gandhi family and to the Congress itself. He thinks he is also a contender for the post, and Komatireddy Venkat Reddy, somebody who had 35-36 years of experience and has delivered 12 seats from Nalgonda. Some people even express the fear that if he threatens to go away with his MLAs, the Congress will be in trouble. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they did not want to give time for that, and we are hearing from the police, in fact, that there is an arrangements are being made at Raj Bhavan for a swearing-in ceremony this evening itself, and it is possible that other than the Chief Minister, there could be Deputy Chief Minister who's also sworn in, and which could possibly be Bhatti Vikramarka, Damodar Raj Narsimha, the Dalit faces of the party. Back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Uma, for joining us and bringing us those latest details on the Telangana CM face. Now, talking about the 3-state win for the BJP, the eyes are, of course, on the Lok Sabha elections. Now, is Prime Minister Modi gunning for a 50% vote share in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections? NDTV Editor-in-Chief Sanjay Pugalia's take on the BJP's plan. Take a look.
We'd get a couple of key questions on a couple of editors' take, as it were. So question number one, these elections are done. Let's look at next year. Is the BJP, Sanjay, likely gunning primarily, number one, at a 50% vote share?
Absolutely. After Gujarat verdict, this thought did come into my mind, the way you make bipolar election into an election of 45%, 50% vote. Mr. Modi must be now planning to do something unthinkable, which is to aspire for. मेरे हिसाब से मोदी जी ने अपनी पार्टी को ये टारगेट सेट करके दे दिया है कि भाई आप लोग काम करिए 50% वोट शेयर के लिए, जिसमें बीजेपी का अकेले का 45 होना चाहिए, 50 एनडीए का होना चाहिए, और ये एक प्रोवोकेटिव थॉट है। साथ ही साथ इसका मतलब सीट शेयर पे क्या होगा? सीट शेयर पे ये होगा कि मोदी जी को बीमारी है अपना रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने की। वो कहेंगे कि 303 नहीं 304 प्लस बीजेपी को अकेले चाहिए। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि एनडीए के लिए 350 से 400 सीटों की बिसात वो बिछाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने का उनका ऑब्सेशन वैसा ही है जो किसी बच्चे का किसी खिलौने की जिद को लेकर के होता है, विष्णु। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि ये एक लाइन का टारगेट है, एक लाइन का मैंडेट है, 50% 350 सीट्स इन 2024 इलेक्शंस, और इसके पीछे जो बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन और प्लानिंग चाहिए उसके तो डिटेल्स हम रोज देखते ही रहते हैं।
Sanjay, one final question. The development plank, will 2024 be fought, based on what you heard today, likely on the plank of development?
एब्सोल्युटली, इसीलिए उन्होंने एक नया फ्रेज दिया, कुछ ही दिन पहले दिया, विकसित भारत का, क्योंकि दरअसल दुनिया भर की परिस्थिति कुछ इस तरह की हो गई है, सिचुएशंस ऐसी हो गई हैं कि इंडिया के एडवांटेजेस बहुत सीरियस हो गए हैं। एक तरफ एशियन कंट्रीज़ के बीच में, दूसरी तरफ अमेरिका की जो सिचुएशन है, यूरोप की जो सिचुएशन है, तो ग्लोबल ऑर्डर जो रीसेट हो रहा है उसमें इंडिया का रोल, जितना हम लोग अभी पब्लिक कन्वर्सेशन में बात नहीं कर रहे हैं विष्णु, और आप डिफेंस और स्ट्रेटजिक अफेयर्स कवर करते हैं, ग्लोबल चीज़ों पर नज़र रखते हैं, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि भारत एक बहुत यूनिक पोजीशन में है। तो जिसको कहते हैं ना कि सारे स्टार्स भी कोलाइड और कॉन्स्पायर कर जाते हैं, जिसमें कि पॉलिटिकल प्लेयर अपना फ़ायदा उठा सकता है, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान एक बहुत ही शानदार ट्रेजेक्ट्री पर है, डिस्पाइट इनइक्वालिटीज़, डिस्पाइट कंट्राडिक्शंस, despite issues cultural and social both, we are on a trajectory and Mr. Modi will be milking it to the hilt.
We'll continue tracking these stories for you. For now, a short break.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India. which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board. Because we felt that that is what will ensure the independence of the university and the academicians and the program, and it will not be sort of subject to the decisions of just one person. And that is what ensures the university's independence, and that is what ensures academic freedom and independence at Ashoka.
And one of the biggest victories, or the stunner in Telangana, was a victory that happened in Kamareddy. BJP's Venkata Ramana Reddy, who is now being called popularly as KVR, had defeated, in fact has defeated KCR, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and also Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee Chief Revant Reddy. He is joining me live. Venkata Ramana Reddy, सबसे पहले बहुत बहुत बधाई, congratulations. आपने सोचा था ऐसा होगा?
हाँ सोचा था मैडम, मैं पहले दिन में एनडीटीवी में भी बोला था, मैं यहाँ पे आके इंटरव्यू ले लिया तो टाइम पे मैं बोला था 100% जीतूंगा, बराबर उन लोग दोनों को हराऊंगा बोल के जब भी बोला था मैं।
ये मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री 7,000 के करीब है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि ये जो सीट है जहां पर चीफ मिनिस्टर भी लड़ रहे थे, जो आउटगोइंग हैं, और जो पोटेंशियल चीफ मिनिस्टर है रेवंत रेड्डी, वो भी लड़ रहे थे, तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंजर आपके लिए कौन था, केसीआर या रेवंत रेड्डी?
दोनों बेहतरीन लीडर है, मशहूर लीडर है, ये पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हो, अब आने वाले मुख्यमंत्री हो, दोनों भी बहादुर लोग है, बेहतरीन लोग हैं। उन लोगों कोई कम आगे पीछे बोल के नहीं है। 12,000 का तकरीबन में तीनों हैं हम लोग, जो भी मेरा को केसीआर साहब को 6,000 और केसीआर साहब को रेवंत रेड्डी साहब को और 6,000, पूरा मिलके 12,000 से हम तीनों हैं। लेकिन यहाँ दोनों आने के बाद अब मेरे को एनडीटीवी तक पहुंचना, उसका उन लोग आके यहाँ पे कॉन्टेस्ट किया, इसलिए मैं एनडीटीवी तक पहुंच गया। अदरवाइज आउट ऑफ 119 हम एक है, उसमें इतना स्पेशल नहीं रहता था, इसलिए उन लोग दोनों को मैं शुक्रिया अदा कर रहा हूँ, प्रणाम कर रहा हूँ।
आप 8 एमएलएज में से हैं जो भाजपा के हैं। पहले 2018 में भाजपा की 1 सीट थी, आज 5 साल के बाद भाजपा की 8 सीट है, वो आप 8 लोगों में से हैं, लेकिन सबसे अहम विक्ट्री तो ये है जो आपकी है।
जी, ये तो हम 5 साल से पब्लिक में काम कर रहे हैं। गए साल में 15,000 16,000 तकरीबन 16,000 वोट आया था। जब सोचा मेरा टारगेट इज 2023, अगला 5 साल में पूरा पार्टी कैडर स्ट्रेंथ करना, बाद में एंटी गवर्नमेंट एजुटेशन करना, बाद में मैं वोट पोलराइजेशन होना बोल के ये 3 स्टेप ले लिया। पहला 2 साल पूरा कैडर स्ट्रेंथ के लिए करा था, बाद में मैं एंटी एजुटेशन किया। एंटी एजुटेशन अपना महिलाओं का, ड्वाक्रा महिलाओं का, डबल बेडरूम का, मास्टर प्लान का, और
जी
मैं एंटी गवर्नमेंट एजुटेशन करा। पब्लिक का जो भी समस्या है वो समस्या के लिए मैं समस्या ढूंढ के परिष्कार करता था, इसलिए।
रमना रेड्डी जी, लगता है आपको बार बार कॉल्स आ रहे हैं, इसीलिए आपका ऑडियो बीच बीच में कट रहा है, लेकिन वील कंटिन्यू दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन विद द giant slayer of these elections of Telangana, Ramana Reddy. He is back with us. रमना रेड्डी जी, सवाल ये भी है कि आप 5 साल तक आप काम करते रहे, आप अपनी पार्टी के लिए इसको कितनी बड़ी जीत मानते हैं? क्या ये सिग्नल है कि भाजपा का वोट परसेंटेज तो बढ़ा ही है, ओवरऑल अगर भाजपा का कैंडिडेट कांग्रेस के स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट और बीआरएस के स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट को हराता है, तो क्या भाजपा का ग्रोथ दिखा रहा है?
जी, अभी 6.9 वोट था गैस चुनाव में, तो 2018 में 6.9 था। अभी वो 14% डबल हो गया, एकदम 100% हो गया। लेकिन ये चुनाव में गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी बनाने को कोशिश करा, लेकिन एंटी टीआरएस वोट, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैच नहीं करा। इसका बीच में कांग्रेस बढ़ के गया, वो गारंटी दे दो, कुछ भी दे दो, वो एंटी गवर्नमेंट का वोटा पूरा इट्स टर्न टू कांग्रेस साइड। दैट्स व्हाई इट्स अ मेजर प्रॉब्लम टू अस। तेलंगाना में पहला बीजेपी का ही अच्छा था, फिर वो बढ़ते 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 आ गया, लेकिन पब्लिक का वोट तो हासिल नहीं कर सका अपन। लेकिन जो भी हार्डकोर कार्यकर्ता है, जो भी 5 साल से जीतने के लिए काम कर रहा है, वो सब लोग जीत गया। एक 5-6 सीट भी 1000 वोट, 1200 वोट ऐसा, ईटल राजेंद्र साहब, बंडी संजय साहब, अरविंद साहब, दो ये ऐसा मशहूर लोग भी हार गया 1000, 2000, 3000 में। लेकिन वो बदकिस्मत है। लेकिन हमारा हिसाब से 22-25 सीट्स आते बोल के सब लोग सोचे, लेकिन 8 के परिमित हो गया।
आपने क्या गलत किया? आपको लगता है कि बांदी संजय को हटाना और उसके बाद एक नए पार्टी चीफ को लाना, ये सब जो किशन रेड्डी जी को लाना, ये सब जो हुआ है बहुत सही समय पर नहीं हुआ? अगर ये सब जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रीशफल अगर पहले हो गया होता तो रिजल्ट कुछ और होता भाजपा का?
इसमें दो बातें
जी जी, वी विल ट्राई। अगर रमना रेड्डी जी, अगर आप हमारी आवाज सुन सकते हैं, मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ, डिड द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रीशफल हैपन टू लेट? बांदी संजय को हटाना, किशन रेड्डी जी को लाना, अगर ये सब पहले हो गया होता तो शायद कुछ और रिजल्ट्स होता?
सॉरी मैडम, दूसरा टीवी वाले फोन कर रहा है, इसमें से डिस्टर्बेंस हो रहा है। सॉरी टू।
आप सुपरस्टार हो गए, इसीलिए आपको बार बार फोन आ रहा है।
नहीं।
एनडीटीवी के अलावा भी बहुत सारे चैनल्स आपसे बात करना चाह रहे हैं।
हम स्टार नहीं है, सुपरस्टार नहीं है, हमारा को ऐसा दोनों मशहूर स्टार वार्स, हमारा को साहब और अपना ये केसीआर साहब दोनों मिलके हमारा को स्टार बना है। लेकिन हम खुद का स्टार नहीं है, स्टार वार्स के बीच में स्टार हो गया। लेकिन जो भी है, हम तो यहाँ पे दो बात है आप पूछे सो। एक बात, किशन रेड्डी साहब जो सीनियर है, अच्छा आदमी है, सबसे मिल के रहते, सेंसिटिव है, सबसे अच्छा बात करते, सबसे मैनेजमेंट भी अच्छा करता उन्हें। लेकिन किशन रेड्डी साहब के वजह से पार्टी कम नहीं हुआ। संजय साहब को निकाल के पार्टी गलत करे बोल के भी नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, क्योंकि ये समय नहीं है। 6 महीने के पहले ऐसा करे सो टाइम पे प्रॉब्लम हो गया, बस उतना ही। लेकिन इसमें कोई गलत नहीं है, कोई अच्छा बुरा नहीं है। वो तो संजय साहब का वो 6 महीने पहले निकलना वो प्रॉब्लम हो गया। फिर किशन रेड्डी साहब आया, जब एक दिन में सुधारना पूरा स्टेट को बोले तो टाइम तो नहीं है। इसके बीच में कांग्रेस पिकअप हो गया, वो उसका वजह से कांग्रेस लीड हो गया। लेकिन वो 63 सीट, इट इज अ वेरी नॉर्मल, इट इज नॉट लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री। लेकिन क्या करते हैं, ऐसा एंटी वोट हमारा तरफ
ये भी कहा जा रहा है रमना रेड्डी जी कि आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी को हेल्प किया है बीआरएस को हराने में, वो कामारेड्डी सीट पर आपने रेवंत रेड्डी जी को हेल्प किया है क्योंकि आपने उनका वोट काटा है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं।
Okay, we'll try and connect with him again. That was the man of the moment. Kattipalli Venkata Ramana Reddy, who is now being called popularly as KVR, has won from the prestigious Kamareddy seat in Telangana. This is the assembly seat from where Chief Minister and BRS Chief K. Chandrasekhar Rao and State Congress Chief A. Revanth Reddy were contesting. And the Congress has managed to unseat, in fact, the Congress has unseated KCR. But this particular seat becomes important because it sends a message that the BJP is perhaps on a rise if they manage to defeat the incoming or a potential Chief Minister of Telangana and also the outgoing Chief Minister in Mr. KCR. We will try and connect with him in just a bit. But first up, a small break and we'll return to you.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates